I mean, the design-wise, the feel-wise, form factor, etc., the seat quality, everything looks great. So this is something that we're actually looking forward to test on the road. So it's thumbs up from us.
You have the 60s and the 70s feel of a scooter with the latest technology built in with apps and everything.
These two are like so attractive, so retro-ish, and this particular thing, I don't know, somehow I'm very attracted to this particular design.
This comes with a 4 kilowatt motor, so obviously it is much more powerful than whatever vehicles you are getting on the road today. It is as good as the IC vehicles that you get.
I'm really excited to be here at the stall of One Motor today, and I'm really excited to look at the products, the Electra, the Biker, the Commuter. They seem to be fantastically designed, very aesthetic, very pleasing to the eye, and we wish Team One Motor all the very best for their endeavor.
Good morning to one and all present with us online, and a warm welcome to the 7th India Vehicle After Sales Summit 2021, IVASS, a meet organized by World Auto Forum. This meet offers you the opportunity to connect with top automotive heads and experts of auto industry. And our 7th IVASS India Vehicle After Sales Summit is on vehicle care and maintenance in the next normal. We were actually eagerly looking forward to holding the summit in the phygital format that would have been online and the venue, something that we would have been doing after nearly 20 months of being on virtual mode due to the global COVID restrictions. But after the announcement from IMA that the Omicron strain should not be taken lightly for the fear of a third wave, here we are with the 7th IVASS, only online, in the interest of the health and safety of all speakers, attendees, organizers, their families, and teams. Allow me to please introduce you to our valued, esteemed partners. OEM Gold Partners. Volkswagen, a brand that is synonymous to German engineering, building quality, safety, and fun to drive experiences. One of the biggest car makers in the world, with 120 plus production facilities and serving more than 150 countries. Since its entry into the Indian market a decade ago, Volkswagen has the distinction of being the most aspirational brand among auto enthusiasts, car lovers, and buyers. With Polo, Amio, Vento, and Tiguan, Volkswagen has been at the forefront and is a dominant player in the premium shared mobility space in India. Morris Garages. MG, an iconic British car brand since 1924 that's taken the Indian market by the storm, known for their 4 pillars of innovation, diversity, communities, and experiences. A third of their workforce constitutes women, which they plan to take up to 50%. More power to them. Annual Gold Partner at WAF 2021 is Gallops Motors, under the able leadership of Mr. Tanuj Pugalia. Gallops Motors has more than 17 years of hands-on experience in handling dealerships that successfully represent BMW, Hyundai, Mahindra, Tata Commercial Vehicles, Chevrolet, Bajaj, and KTM bikes. The epitome of business ethics and transparency, the Gallops Group has more than 100,000 happy customers. Abbott, a group dedicated to helping people live more fully in everything they do. They are creating the future of healthcare through life-changing technologies and products that make you healthier and stronger. Quickly identify when you have a medical need and treat conditions to help you to get back to doing what you love. With their global headquarters, Chicago, USA, they serve people in more than 160 countries with leading medical devices, diagnostics, nutrition products, and branded generic medicines. 190,000 of them are helping millions of people to live better and healthier lives every day around the world. And they've been helping people live fully for more than 100 years in India. One Moto India, leading premium British EV brand, all set to take India by the storm. Their products are a head turner. They're high on design performance and they build quality. Skilling partner for the 7th IVASS is ASDC, the Automotive Skills Development Council, which is transforming the auto industry with constant skilling, reskilling, and upskilling of the existing and future workforce, making skills aspirational and integrated with academic pathways. ASDC, set up by NSDC, is a joint initiative of the Government of India, the Society of Indian Automobile Manufacturers, SIAM, the Automotive Component Manufacturers Association, ACMA, and the Federation of Automobile Dealers Association, FADA. Annual partners: Focus Engineering India and Focus Technologies Middle East, that offers services like auditing, training, mentoring, consulting, data analysis, market research, and business ideas in the field of automotive industry worldwide. It is a people and business transformation architect that helps organizations in performance improvement, optimizing business outcomes by empowering their people, enhancing processes, and facilitating implementation of enablers through learning, consulting, and technology solutions. MotorUncle.com. It's a web app for the confused car buyer and the hassled car service customer. MotorUncle.com offers report cards of cars based on top experts and actual user ratings, thus enabling the customer to compare specifics on different cars. They even arrange for test drives for a memorable car buying experience. Our media partners: the Patriot newspaper, with a fine lineage, started more than 6 decades back by Bharat Ratna Aruna Asif Ali ji. The newspaper is known for their unbiased and engaging editorials. And then, of course, the VAF TV, the broadcasting arm of the World Auto Forum, the very place where you're watching this program live. VAF TV hosts hundreds of videos of top industry thought leaders to empower you with knowledge and mentoring. VAF TV is just a Google away. And now, I request Anuj Guglani to deliver the welcome keynote address. Anuj Guglani is the CEO and Senior Partner, VAF Ventures, an engineering graduate from Nagpur University, an MBA from IIT Delhi, and with an LLB degree from Law Faculty, Delhi University. Mr. Anuj Guglani founded the World Auto Forum in 2007. Before that, he was the CEO of ACE at Work, a consulting firm for training, strategy, and subs for automakers and auto dealers across the world, a passion he still pursues. From 2001 to 2007, he worked with Honda Cars and General Motors across channel sales, as well as product and retail sales training. Co-founder and a partner in a green energy consortium called Jal Urja that produces bio-CNG for a cleaner, greener, and healthier earth. Anuj is also the head of an NGO called Citizens for Better India that works towards improving lives for women, children, and senior citizens. Over to you, Anuj.
Thanks a ton, Kiran ma'am, and a warm, good morning and warm wishes and a warm welcome to each one of you who's joined us for the 7th IVASS, the India Vehicle After Sales Summit, a great program that we have been running. It's in the 7th edition, and as Kiran ma'am shared, we had all the plans for an offline one. Our first offline program in 20 months. But because the caveats issued by IMA, issued by WHO, that we cannot take the Omicron lightly, we decided to go back to online the way we did last year. And in fact, post lunch around 2:30 p.m. IST, we also have a very special session by one of the top pulmonologists of India, who will bust a lot of myths around Omicron and also the pollution which we face day in and day out. And I'm really thankful to all the speakers, who last minute have changed their plans. A lot of them were ready to travel or have already traveled. Like Basil Saab is already in Delhi. He especially come from Mumbai, but we had to change this, just 3 days or 4 days prior to the program. But, in the interest of health, safety, security of the speakers, attendees, organizers, and not just them, even their teams and families, we thought it's important. So here we are with a virtual edition. And, vehicle after sales, we actually at VAF celebrate the second Saturday of December each year as the Vehicle After Sales Day, as a special commemoration, as a special appreciation of all the hard work and effort that our vehicle after sales personnel are putting in and day out to keep the cars, vehicles up and running. During the lockdown period, the way these vehicle after sales teams were devoted, committed to ensure that the essential services vehicles are up and running. The customers who are at home and they need immediate or urgent emergency, help, they are there for them, sanitization or other small things, knickknacks. So really, there's so many heart-touching, heart-wrenching stories of the way our vehicle after sales teams are really gone out to help support and empower the consumers. And I think we should begin with a loud round of applause for our vehicle after sales teams pan India and the world. And also, as Kiran ma'am has introduced me, I think I will feel in my duty if I don't introduce her. So Kiran ma'am is one of the top broadcasters, top authors of India, and she's really renowned, world renowned for her communication skills. She has authored so many books on English grammar, English language, and she is our go-to person. When we need anything, any advice in communication, she's a communication expert and a broadcaster, right? So with that, please allow me to, so that's her, Kiran ma'am, anchor World Order Forum. In fact, the word anchor doesn't justify all her tenets and qualities and capabilities. Anchor, author, communication expert, language expert, blah, blah, blah. One can go on and on. All right. So please allow me to share my screen. So we would like to start the session. I'm afraid slightly, on a, can you see my screen, please?
Yes.
Great, fantastic. So slightly on a somber mode. We know what happened, a couple of days back. So, we lost, General Bipin Rawat ji, his wife, Madhulika ji, and, so many other capable officers, of our forces. Very tragic and, really heartbreaking. Really wish and pray for their family. And also, day before we lost the other star of the industry, Prakash Telang ji, who is a former MD of Tata Motors. Great person, visionary, contributor to the industry. So if just for, a minute, we can just, close our eyes and pray for all these noble souls that we have lost, just, for a minute. Thanks a lot, ladies and gentlemen. I know this loss is irreparable, but yes, we have to go on and also ensure that such things don't happen in the future. So with that, we start the program now. So a warm welcome again to you, to world, to all of you who are watching us live on VAF TV. So I'd like to just begin, but we have stopped doing PowerPoints at VAF, so we just show what we do day in and day out, and whatever we do day in and day out is there on our website. So, for example, VAF News, VAF Auto News Service is something that has been there for a couple of years now, and every week, once a week, we take out our news mailer, and you can also go to the news section by clicking on this tab over here. You will see the latest and curated news from all over the world on the VAF Auto News section. It's powered by the leading entities like ANI, like Reuters. So the best of the best from across the world is right here. This is the VAF Auto News Service. I'll go back. Then, of course, the world's longest running virtual exhibition, Friends, is at World Auto Forum. And at lunchtime, Jerry sir would be taking you through a guided trajectory into the world of VAF virtual exhibition, where all our partners, you can see them in their best form, multimedia, and it is still running, by the way. And of course, a couple of months back, top people at NITI and the top scientists of India had taken help of World Order Forum to reach out to the EV makers to get the discussion on the standardization of battery sizes and battery types for battery swapping and also for the connectors. And we have reached out on their behalf to all the top EV makers, two-wheeler, electric, three-wheeler, and we got really a treasure trove of feedbacks which the policymakers are using as of now. And even the industry was so happy that the top think tanks of the government have reached out to them via WAF, and a lot of discussion is happening and going to the next level. Because normally law or policy, they work on their own trajectory. The innovators are working at times in a different process. They don't come in that ambit till they are really a very big company. So these small innovators, entrepreneurs, startups really felt that, hey, the government is out to listen to them, lending them an ear, and they felt very special, and they're working in tandem now. And we feel that is the objective of World Order Forum, getting the environment, customer, business, the entire ecosystem together for win-win, without any agendas, without any lopsided priorities, where this is a place where everybody wins, as simple as that. And of course, top leaders are at WAF for the same reason, because somehow, somewhere they've been feeling that we're doing a great job. And the top industry leaders, they take pride in connecting at World Order Forum. And earlier this year, when we had done the 8th WAF Awards, Axo Nobel had won one of our awards for the innovation, and they have put the WAF badging and the WAF logo on their products, and they are selling these products in South Asia across 10 to 14 countries, and they use it as a USP to sell that, hey, we have won the WAF award, so our product is very superior and state of the art. So when you see things like these, you feel nice. And of course, this WAF Gurus Live series, which started last year, within the first 3 days of lockdown, and within 4 months, it crossed 1 million views. And now we are going to be doing the 25th episode. There is hardly any topic which we would have left, which we would not have touched. Each and every topic: physical health, mental health, vehicle after sales, changing consumer behavior, marketing, branding, legal compliances, supply chain, cyber attacks. We covered each and everything which we felt the industry needs at that time. That was covered as per WAF Gurus live series. And of course, these are some images from pre-COVID or BC era, as we say, before COVID, for us to feel nostalgic, and also to delve and think and introspect whether we will be going back to the old normal from the new normal, or there would be a next normal, and what that would be and what that holds for our industry. That's exactly what we wish to talk, discuss, and make a possible future ready action plan for the industry, which they can always refer to each time and every time. So this is what we have been doing. And this is a CXO cafe over here, where you have the CXO job section. It's 100% confidential. If you're a CXO, you can apply here to let us know that you're looking for a change in growth. If you're an authorized recruiter, you can let us know if there's an opening, and we do some great matchmaking in a 100% confidential environment. And this has been there for a while now. And of course, our WAF Awards, the nomination period just ended, and the jury rounds shall begin this month. These awards, the research partner is IIT Delhi. The top industry veterans are in the jury. There are ref checks, and they're really sought after awards at WAF. All right, so going back to our presentation, and of course, WAF Ventures, something we started last year, and 2 senior partners have joined over here. Former President Bosch, former regional head for Middle East from GE Oil and Gas. We're getting great mandates from startups, from VCs, for venture funding, joint ventures. It's the best time to do all these things in the automotive and mobility ecosystem. Especially, we're getting a lot of mandates in the EV ecosystem. It's fantastic. We just feel we should have started this much earlier, quite frankly. It's great, the WAF Ventures thing that we're doing. All right. So with this now, and of course, how could I miss the member zone? So friends, earlier this year, we had also started WAF.bz. So WAF.bz is the world's first, I'll log out and I'll show you from the landing page. So WAF.bz is world's first auto and mobility industry social networking platform. right? And here we have the top guys of the industry who already joined, and we also have a very special community, which is the topmost community of the auto leaders of the world. It's called VAF First, and it's only on invitation and for life, and it's free. And here we have inducted more than 100 CXOs in the last few months. You can find them, and Jerry Server shall take you through this in detail during the, because we will not have a networking lunch, so we will have a networking virtual lunch with VAF.bz. All right. So I'll just switch this off as well. So back to the presentation. Of course, now without further ado, let's go to what we are here for. That is the IVASS. So IVASS, I'll just straight away go to IVASS's website. That's what we have in store. So as you can see now, it's watch live. It's earlier we had Holiday Inn Aerocity written over here, and now it's online only for obvious reasons, as I mentioned. And we also have a top doc in the house, as you can see, 2:30 p.m. He'll be there to bust a lot of myths around Omicron and the pollution that we face. So the top leaders of the industry who have decided to grace IVASS this year, as you can see, they are the top of the top, most experienced, most knowledgeable, most celebrated industry leaders at World Auto Forum at IVASS. Few moments what we did last year. Last year was also off, online. We could not do offline. And then of course the BC era before COVID, when we were meeting in the safe offline world as it was back then. So these are the glimpses from the last IVASS several editions. As you can see, great feedbacks have been coming year on year. And this is the agenda for the day. So we'll have an inauguration ceremony right after this, my talk, and then we'll straight away dive into the IVASS Power Panel 1. All right, and then of course we will have Q&A. We'll have keynotes by Mr. Rajesh Mehrotra of MG Motor. We'll have by Mr. Vishal Bhatt, the Vehicle After Sales Head for VW India, Mr. Dhananjayan, who's going to share some great innovation they are doing using video and digital for workshops. We will have a guided tour of VAF.bz and VAF virtual exhibition. Jerry sir will do that for us. And of course, post-lunch, we begin with Mr. Punnevanam's keynote. They will share Hyundai's innovations right through the lockdown and how they have come out of it, and also the outlook for next few months. Then we'll have the top doc in the house, Dr. Rajkumar, the pulmonologist, leading pulmonologist of India, where he will bust a lot of myths on Omicron and pollution. And of course, the second panel, where we will actually discuss the nuts and bolts of productivity, earnings, how to really get at the workshop level, bay level, employee level, customer level to enhance the productivity and earnings, because we all know that the after sales earnings and plays a huge role in dealer viability. So we all know that. So how we can increase it even more in the current scenario and also going forward, that's what we will discuss. And ladies and gentlemen, the industry would really be up with their ears to listen to what the leaders have to say and share their best practices. So, and of course, our validatory ceremony would be there, where we will thank all our partners, team members, and our agencies for making IVASS happen. So with that, I would like to stop sharing the screen and hand it over to Kiran ma'am to take the proceedings forward. Thank you.
Anuj, that was a very well presented format that is in OFIC. And now let's formally inaugurate today's summit by invoking the blessings of the Almighty. At this point, I'd like to call upon Mr. Vishal Bhatt, After Sales Business and Service, Volkswagen India. We're going to be having a virtual lamp lighting ceremony. Mr. Rajesh Mehrotra, National Head After Sales of MG Motors India. Mr. M. Dhananjayan, Focus Engineering India and the Middle East. Mr. Sunil Mehra of Abbott Rapid Diagnostics India. Mr. Mohammad Muzammil Riaz of One Motor India. And Mr. Anuj Guglani, CEO of the World Auto Forum, for the virtual lighting of the lamp ceremony. Mr. Vishal Bhatt, Head After Sales Business and Service, Volkswagen India. Rajesh Mehrotra, National Head After Sales, MG Motors. Mr. M. Dhananjayan, MD, Focus Engineering India, Focus Technologies, Dubai. Mr. Sunil Mehra, he's the General Manager, Abbott Rapid Diagnostics, IDM India. Mr. Mohammad Muzammil Riaz, He's the founder
And One More to India.
and partner to One More to India, and of course, Anuj Puglani, the CEO at World Auto Forum.
वक्रतुण्ड महाकाय सूर्यकोटि समप्रभ निर्विघ्नं कुरु मे देव सर्वकार्येषु सर्वदा
And now, thank you, gentlemen. It's time to open this morning's session.
Just one sec, Kiran ma'am, in case any of the guests who came for inauguration, if they want to say a few words, they can please feel free to share.
Please, may I now request our esteemed guests who were in the lamp lighting ceremony, if they would like to share some words with us for this August opening.
Well, let me start then. So, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and thanks, Anuj, for this opportunity for to be here among all the after-sales industry bigwigs. Naturally, it's a privilege for me to be here, and it would have been great if we would have been meeting personally, but unfortunately, we have to, you can say, live with this new norm of meeting fidgetily, sometimes physically, sometimes digitally. But I would definitely love to be part of this forum. And we have been, as a Volkswagen brand, associated with World Auto Forum for a couple of years and have participated in multiple workshops, platforms, in sales. I have represented in corporate sales, used car business multiple times in World Auto Forum. And I would say this is a great opportunity now. I have to represent for the after-sales business in IVASS. And I look for an exciting day ahead with all the industry experts and take the learnings so that I can serve my Volkswagen customers in a better way. Thank you, everyone. Thanks, and looking for an exciting day ahead. Thank you very much.
Fantastic. Really appreciate your kind words, Vishal.
Thanks, Anuj.
Any of our other guests at inauguration who want to say a few words? Please feel
Yes. So good morning, everyone. Rajesh Malhotra here, and privileged to be a part of this forum. I personally felt this was a good opportunity for us to interact face to face, same as Vishal has talked about. I was looking forward to that and could interact formally, informally, both ways during the session and engage and learning beyond the formal session as well. Nevertheless, I think the unfortunate situation, but then good, we are continuing with this part and looking forward to a lot of learning and sharing amongst each other to take it forward. I think we have a lot to share and a lot to talk. So looking forward to a great day ahead.
Absolutely, Rajesh. Couldn't agree more with you. Though we might be competing in the marketplace as rivals, but when it comes to, the humane side of serving, this reminds me of the Lifebuoy ad last year, moment we went into the lockdown. It said, just keep washing your hands using the soap nearest to you, even if it's not a Lifebuoy. And that was a full page ad, and it just went viral. People were taking pictures and putting on social media. Hey, what a responsible brand, just keep washing your hands. So likewise, we just have to be there for the customers, in their time of need, especially during these challenging times. And if we can do that bit, and I think the customer will also embrace us and we can keep competing. So probably it's a time for cooperating, competing and cooperating. So thank you so much, Rajesh. So is Mr. Mehra there with us? Or DJ want to say something? DJ Muzammil, please feel free. Before we get into the first power panel in the next 3 minutes. All right. So thanks a ton, gentlemen, for joining us for the inauguration and looking forward to a great program ahead today. Back to you, Kiran ma'am.
Thank you, Anuj. We now open this morning's session with the first round of panel discussion on the topic, the new ways of doing after-sales business, running workshops, and engaging customers. This panel, chaired by Mr. Arun Malhotra, will be raising some very pertinent and germane questions on what has changed in the after-sales business and what remains the same. What are the best practices to follow for seamless supply chains? And the learnings, opportunities, and caveats we should take away from this. The panelists on this power session are Mr. Arun Malhotra, an auto industry veteran, the former MD Nissan India. Shri Malhotra is a corporate speaker, visiting faculty, and an auto industry expert. A graduate from IIM Calcutta, he's been a part of the industry for 3 decades, having worked with Bajaj Auto, Maruti Suzuki, Mahindra & Mahindra, and Nissan India. His involvement lies in the area of brand building, strategic marketing, retail network expansion and development, training, rural marketing, customer-centric initiatives, and formulating group-level strategies. An alumnus of Kellogg School of Management, Chicago, and Harvard Business School, Boston. Mr. Malhotra was an Executive Council member of SIAM, SIAM, and Chairman, Auto Expo 2018. Dr. Dinesh Bhasin, former Vice President After Sales, Tata Motors PVBW. BU. Mr. Bhasin, the former Vice President, Passenger Vehicles at Tata Motors Limited, has held a number of senior positions with companies like Maruti Suzuki, Bajaj Auto, Hyundai, and Toyota. An MBA in Marketing from the Faculty of Management Studies, University of Delhi. He has been awarded Fellowship of International Motor Institute, UK, and has been conferred a PhD for his work in customer retention and loyalty. A council member for consultancy companies, including a US-based giant. He currently mentors 2 startups. Mr. S. Muralidharan, Chairman, Mobility Aftermarket, Director at several companies. Mr. Muralidharan is a mechanical engineer from IIT Kharagpur and an MBA from IIM Bengaluru. He has headed aftermarket operations in Bosch India as regional president, was the executive director at Frost & Sullivan, and on the board of directors at Mann und Hummel, Bosch Limited. A strong aftermarket professional, Mr. Muralidharan has been a member of ACMA subcommittees and a supporter of organizations like AIAWA and World Auto Forum. Mr. Rajesh Mehrotra, National Head After Sales, MG Motor India. He has 30 years of experience with leading automobile makers in India and abroad in the area of after sales. He started his professional journey after graduating in 1991. He was with DCM Toyota Daewoo for 7 years, Toyota Kirloskar Motor 15 years, with his last position as General Manager, National Head Field Operations. Hyundai Motor India for 2 years as Vice President, National Head After Sales. Suhail Bhawan Oman for 3 years as Vice President, National Head After Sales. And for Nissan Renault and MG Motor India for 3.5 years as National Head and After Sales. Mr. Ramashankar Pandey, Managing Director, Hela India Lighting. Among the youngest professional CEOs, Mr. Ramashankar Pandey has a global role at Hela, Germany for the Special OE division. Winner of the Asia Pacific Entrepreneurship Award for 2016. He's an alumnus of NIT Calicut, ICFAI Hyderabad, and IIM Bangalore, as well as the University of California, Berkeley. He's a member of the Executive Committee for ACMA, Auto Component Manufacturer Association of India, and co-chair for the Consumer Affairs Committee at ACMA. Mr. Pandey is also a member of the working group of SAFE A, a Society of Indian Automobile Manufacturers Initiative. Mr. Vikrant Mohan, he is currently serving as the National President of All India Automobile Workshops Association, founder and chairman of Automobile Service Providers Academy, and is also the chief executive of Shri Mohan Auto Service. Mr. Mohan started his professional career in 1985 as a partner in Mohan Auto Service, that is dealer of Indian Oil Corporation Limited. Within a short span of 5 years, he took charge of a small car workshop, attending to all minor jobs, gradually expanding its working days and started attending to major work such as overhauling of engine, suspension works, gearbox, body works, and accident works, and also took up the dealership of numerous automobile parts manufacturers. In 1999, he was appointed as the Tata Motors authorized service point for all their passenger cars, followed by Bosch in 2006. He's been closely associated with the auto aftermarket industry and over the last decade has organized various programs centered around the theme of auto components in the aftermarket on behalf of All India Automobile Workshop Association. Over to you, Mr. Arun Malhotra.
Thank you very much. First of all, I'd like to thank World Auto Forum and Anuj for giving me an opportunity to moderate a panel of such distinguished luminaries on a topic which is very relevant, new ways of doing after-sales business and running workshop and engaging customers. A very detailed introduction has been given of the panelists, but I would like to give an insight of these persons, this illustrious panel. Take Mr. Muralidharan. He's been part of the landscape of the auto industry, whether it's a Bosch or Lucas, and he's mentoring people, mentoring startups, something very unique which he's doing, and he's also guiding. Then we have Mr. Dinesh Vasim. I call him the Bhisham Pitama of the after-sales industry in India. There's nothing wrong with mentioning Bhisham Pitama or the grand old man, Dadabhai Naroji of the after-sales. And he's not the one to rest on his laurels. He's just completed his PhD also now. So we have to address him respectfully as Dr. Dinesh Vasim, because he's a PhD on customer loyalty and retention, which is a very important point. And then the young Turk, as we call it, Rama Shankar Pandey. And I've seen him blossoming over the last 7 years. I won't say blossoming, he's now a full. And what is unique about him is a multifaceted personality. He's MD Hela. Along with that, he's a driving force on road safety. He's on the aftermarket head of for ACMA and also for connected vehicles. So I would say he was multifaceted, or in Hindi, if I might say, in typical Bihar where he belonged to, is Sarvotmukhi Pratibha. That's the attribute which he has. Rajesh Mehrotra, a person of few words, but a lot of action. He's worked in international markets and the best auto and MG Motors position after sales, the way they've done, gone out in a very organized, systematic manner and to do innovate. He's the person. And last but not the least is Mr. Vikrant Mohan, the voice of the ground. He speaks from ground zero of our workshops, which are beyond the after sales, beyond the authorized dealers. So that's an illustrious panel. Now, when you're looking at new ways of doing business, one of the things which, when you say new ways, I hope with my introduction, I've not hurt anybody's sentiments or feelings. So pardon me if it is there, because I speak from the heart. So sometimes when you speak from the heart, it can happen that you speak off track. So COVID impact, COVID has been the turning point. As Anuj mentioned, it's like before COVID and after COVID. So instead of BC and AD, you have BC and AC, which after COVID, which is there. So, what did COVID impact after sales business? One, obviously, was a concept of social distancing. And, workshop business by nature is why you get involved. So that was a challenge area. Second, since there was too much lockdown restrictions, the vehicles on the road reduced dramatically. And also the workshop didn't require, servicing wasn't required much. So workshop business went down. And then this entire era of digital, not only in terms of the equipment of the cars, in terms of where you service it, both internally, externally came up. So it's been a big point. And if I would call it, if I have to use 4 or 5 words, the R's, like we have the 3 S, sales, service, and spares, it's been a time for reinforcement, renewal, reincarnation, renaissance, and rebirth, which we all believe in. So that's the way part of it. But when we're talking of new ways of doing business, there are certain things, what we understand in the after-sales business, in this last 1.5 years, certain new trends have emerged, which didn't exist. There could be certain trends which were in latent form, like a lot of digital tools which we are talking of did exist, but probably they were underutilized or they were below the carpet or they were in the back burner. And third, certain practices may have gone out of vogue. And last but not the least, certain practices which have been integral to the after-sales business have remained relevant and are further being reinforced. So that's the way we look at it. After-sales business, I call it a double L business. There's nothing wrong in double L. It is about long-term relationship and lifetime value. If you create a long-term relationship with your customers, you get lifetime value, whether it's in free service, paid jobs, body shop, used cars. Now we are talking of even the scrappage. We are talking of value-added services. So the concept is, the basic concept or the basic tenet is still about relationship. And that is about, if you have a long-term relationship, you will have lifetime value, which is good for the customer and also for the dealer, or also for the business, or also for the OEM. So that's the way we look at it. And I would go straight into the topic. We'll have 3 rounds of discussions. And the speakers, we would like to make it more interactive. So one is, let us step back and see where we stand today. There's an old saying in English, those who don't learn from history stand condemned by it. So we don't want to be condemned by history. But there's another saying that if you follow history blindly, you are further double condemned. So it's a double-edged sword. So you have to navigate ourselves well. But I think what is important is, where do we stand today? What has happened in the last 18 months? And I like each of the panelists from their perspective. See, one of the good points is that we have panelists which cover the 360-degree spectrum of the after-sales business. We like to understand from them the 3-4 major trends they have seen, from 18 months before till today, as we stand on 11th of December. So straight to Mr. Muralidharan, we'd like to know from you the 3-4 key trends which you have observed from your business, the way you start up, which could be illuminating for the audience.
Thank you. It's always a pleasure to be in IVASS, Anuj. Thank you, Arun. The 76,000 crore automotive aftermarket, which has a CAGR of more than 7.2% for several years, whose backbone is workshop and service, is and guesstimated to employ over 1 crore of people in workshops and garages alone, is going through basic changes, the kind it has never seen before, not just because of COVID, but due to the fact that technology has entered during COVID. 3 technology trends are: 1, due to environment, BS3, BS4, BS6. We have 3 generations of vehicles on Indian roads with different kind of products proving to be a challenge to the workshops. Second, kind of fuel, not just diesel or petrol or hybrid or electric vehicles, which certainly has entered the two-wheeler market, and where the new Turks, and they're the new Turks in two-wheeler electric space, are talking of maintenance-free vehicles. And third, digital technology. A little over 63 crore Indians use digital platform in some way or the other, and 34% in the last 1 year use e-wallets. And this young crowd who uses cannot understand that if I can get a pizza or a medicine in 20 minutes, why should I need a full day to repair my car? Has the time for door delivery service come of age? Now, how to grapple with these changes? What could be the trends is what maybe I would request the other panelists to dwell on, and then therefore hand it back to Arun.
So, Mr. Muralidharan really mentioned large employer. I mean, lots of people don't know the power of employment. We talk of 1 crore or 10 million and 76,000 crore, the business which is there. But I think the important point he mentioned was the Tridev. The Tridev or the Trishul which has hit us. One was the environment, the fuel, and also the digital. And when 3 forces act on it, I remember the law of parallelogram forces always talked of 2 forces acting and the resultant. But when 3 forces happen, I don't know how it converts into a resultant. There are good engineers available. Ramashankar is smiling. He would know the answer better to it. But I think that's an important part which is evident. Coming to you, Dinesh, what from your perspective, I mean, Mr. Muralidharan has highlighted, are the big changes which have happened? And you're speaking because you deal with a lot of customers, a lot of interactions, a lot of workshops from your perspective.
Thank you, Arun. Thanks, Anuj. It's a pleasure once again, to be with all of you, all of these stalwarts, I'll call it, in after sales. And Arun, though he claims he's not from after sales, but let me tell all of the people in the panel and others also who are listening, he's no less than a stalwart himself in after sales. I would, Arun, if you allow me, I would like to cover probably, in addition to the cars, I'd like to speak about two-wheelers and
absolutely, because you got an exposure in two-wheeler business. A lot of time we talk about
yes,
cars.
Yes. Yeah. So what I have seen is, let's take, for example, cars first. What has changed is the concept of customer centricity in implementation. There were cases when the cars were not moving, but then there were cases where the battery was dead when there were no vehicles on the road. And let's say I'm talking about those 18 months of COVID, when we were not allowed to go out. I saw a good example of helps being reached out to the customers by the auto companies. The environment awareness, that's the second thing which I've seen. Environment awareness, at least from thinking perspective, has also come in. Third thing, of course, is the customer awareness. I mean, customer centricity, I'll differentiate a bit with customer awareness, has also crept in cars. However, I feel what has not changed is I'm still like, I want to see some action by all car companies together. Few of them have done a very good job. Still, a lot of things have to be done. So by and large, these are the things, points which come to my mind from cars perspective. However, I see a lot of things being changed in two-wheelers and trucks. In two-wheelers, what I have seen is changing is that from sales perspective, I would say rather also, more people prefer moving alone now. It's called private mobility. In a sense that people do not want to travel together with other people, even when masked, I feel. And this is something which we have seen in the increased sale of used vehicles in two-wheelers, especially in the lower income group. The two-wheeler sales figures have not changed, I would say, per se, from the overall market point of view. But if you see, the exports have increased. That means what domestic sales have not kept pace. However, I find that as I said earlier, the used market is moving up in two-wheeler. In after sales also, I have not seen, at least we are not experienced. Once again, I mean, based on personal experience as well as when we speak to other people, nothing great. Car people in the after sales have done a little better job. Nothing to compare. I'm not comparing, but once again as a customer. In trucks, I find a lot of things in truck market, which is also a part of, I mean, we are in IVASS, IVASS, which is vehicle after sales. So that's why truck also have to be included. The big trucks owners are on the edge, the big truck owners, because the demand has been low. Now only it is picking up. Demand has been low in the COVID time, especially during the COVID, especially in the second wave. How it has happened, as you all know, truck business runs on the principle of quick returns. Like in aircraft, you can't keep the aircraft silent. Trucking is also a network of, connecting nodes, I would say, connecting nodes of the loading points. And any node going down during this cycle has a significant effect on the truck availability. So like that, and now all of them were not able to perform because of the COVID. So truck business, I would rather say, I'm talking of logistics, let's say, the offshoot of trucking business, has had its own problem. As a result of which, the freight charges, in order to make money, the freight charges were raised tremendously. So that is how it affected the, nothing, no harm in changing the rates, but then it only affects one part of the business, the supply side, from demand side, from customer side, it affects them.
So Danish, if I understand you, you said the dynamics, there are certain principles which are common across the auto, but within the principles, whether in two-wheelers is one bucket, four-wheelers, passenger vehicles, other bucket, and third is sort of commercial vehicles, which generally doesn't come to light. More changes have been impacted because of technology. That's what I get from you.
Yes. And that is the point I was coming to, that the market, has moved from highly fragmented to consolidated. Organized. In terms of, you use the right word, technology, I call it technology adoption, ownership pattern and operations, let's say in the truck thing. But certain things have not changed, and the business model have not changed. Once again, nothing against the OEMs. So, and one last thing on this, the cost of the operations, as we all know, in truck business comes from where tires, fuels, oil replacement, depreciation, and brakes. So this is where this business has also suffered. I don't think a lot has been done by the OEM, which I think we must all note to help the customers.
There is very comprehensive. You've taken a 360-degree view entire, right from two-wheelers to passenger vehicles and to commercial vehicles. And there are a lot of things which are impacting differently. And they're not only in terms of the usage, but also in the terms of the maintenance and the resale. Coming to you, Mr. Ramar Shankar Pandey, if I could address you as Mr. Pandeyji, if you don't mind.
Not no, that even Rama is fine.
So, Mr. Pandey, now I'm looking at two aspects. One is you are the chairman of the aftermarket for ACMA. And second thing which you wear the hat is that you are also the MD of HELA, which is a big auto ancillary player. From that perspective, we'll take the two aspects, and we're leaving road safety out. But I know that's a topic which is very close to your heart, but that's not part of the discussion. Not that I need to undermine the importance of it. What has been the changing point?
I think the basic change, all of us just listen to the senior people in the industry clearly that the consumer connect, the same consumer who used to get connected and the brand recall and the image of the dealership used to be with physical assets. Now that has changed completely, and if has not changed on a, I'll say majority as a percentage, it will change very dramatically in next few months or years. So what you see as in return on investment for any new player who has a digital focus is much higher than who came from a physical real estate brand reputation on the quality of service, because this is how we used to attract customer. Like you said, the lifetime value of a consumer, how do we want to expand it? Do we want to expand in a narrow current problem where he is left with an experience that vehicle servicing is a problem to be solved? Or we want to go to next paradigm where vehicle servicing is not only limited to servicing the problem, but adding on. What you saw, for example, how Ola launched its scooter, it gave some options which was not existing before. Simple option like a mobile phone, your screen view, now these are some of the add-ons. So the aftermarket is getting redefined. And I call it whole of life vehicle, demand. So the lifetime value of the consumer is increasing. In that, how to take the share of wallet today, and this is where very interesting developments are happening in the independent aftermarket domain. So if you look at component manufacturer, there are some who are focusing on aftermarket quite a lot, organized brands. So you can scan the market and you will see that they're investing into the last mile, just like consumers are getting connected and approachable fast. In past, we may needed a middleman, a lot of them. But now with digital, consumers can come very close to these brands. So which means an OEM brands and a reputed aftermarket brands are going to have a level playing field. Now, do we need to, like Anuj said, do we need to co-opt, compete and cooperate? Or we need to leave these counterfeits and the new players coming from outside the industry to completely take over that space of consumer positive experience. So to me, the biggest change is that the route to market or the image on the consumer and the need of the consumer is having choice. You all will agree that electric vehicle in two-wheeler and three-wheeler is now more or less everybody convinced. Similarly, connected vehicle is also something all of us are convinced that every vehicle will be connected.
So, Mr. Pandey, you talked of two important things. One is that the lifetime value, I mean, we assume that at a certain dimension, this lifetime value is much more.
Yes.
And how you extend that lifetime value, that it could be length of it, but that's an important part. Second, you made that return on asset always will have a certain, you can say, a limit, whereas return on digital could be much higher, and which is being shown in different industries. And you have become a big problem of digital. So if I have to convert your lines into two lines of Hindi, physical ka raag hua purana, ab hai digital ka zamana. I don't know whether I've captured the essence of what you said.
No, but I think it will be phygital. It will not be pure digital.
Aap raag purana nahi keh rahe, purana raag chalega, uske sath naya raag bhi add hoga. That's what you're saying. That's what different.
Yes.
So that's something which is there. And you're saying that you have to look at customers differently and you look at the way you are. Rajesh, you have set up a brand which is being aspirational, which is a brand which is from ground zero, and then based on your experience, and then you're setting up also into EVs. I'm just trying to understand from your perspective, because it's in the growth phase of this thing. What are things which you've seen? And I'm not speaking from the perspective of MG Motors, I'm speaking from the industry perspective. What are the big things which have happened, if you were to catch the signals?
So first, thanks, Arun, and everyone on the panel, this distinguished guest, everyone. Pleasure to be a part of this discussion today. So Arun, to me, not referring MG as such, with my experience, I've seen that things have changed quite in a different way. While the basic remains same, the consumer requirement in terms of service requirement remains same, how you deliver it. How you deliver it in this kind of situation, that has evolved quite dramatically, I would say. So the three aspects. One is we are in the business because the customer is there, and we have to look at what kind of expectation keep changing. And this COVID has changed that expectation of delivery of services in a different way. So some of you have spoken about, it has become digital. The consumer is conscious about, about their own health and safety, and so is looking at whether the car goes to the workshop, whether they are sanitized or hygiene is maintained. The vaccination has reached to what level. So I think the consciousness of consumer has changed towards not just the pure service, but also the who and how those are provided to them. And that has also changed the dynamics of physical visit to the workshop, and more car being picked up from the home. And that is a change of, I would say, increased behavior, more so, which we have not seen in smaller cities, has also started moving towards, can the car be picked up and dropped, where the tendency is always to remain in front of car and observe what's happening. So that's a consumer behavior change. And to deliver that, the dealer partners and the OE, we have to adapt to that change and look at what kind of innovation you can bring in over there. So I think the from OE side also, or for the provider side also, a lot of things have changed. To me, I would have probably not imagined that after sales team who has cross-functional linkages within the organization or outside with a dealer partner or the consumer can work from home. So I think we have changed a big change and adopted towards how we can work from home, and from there, how do we guide and support the dealers to execute those deliverables for the customer. The second part which has changed from OE point is the dynamics of supply chain. I think that has impacted in a very different way. The vendors are impacted, so are us. So how do we take care of that kind of thing, situation change? And from the dealer point of view, the physical infrastructure for doing the service is important. But how do we balance about the strength of after sales in a dealership versus service being provided with a reduced inflow in those times? So how do we reach out to the customer while the physical infrastructure is having X number of people, now become that X minus minus, and how do you use the remaining set of people because your volume of providing the services even remains same? And we also start looking at once the situation improves, what kind of impact positively will be happening in terms of growth, and how do you prepare yourself for the increased inflow post the situation become normal? So these are the things which were driving us quite a lot. Yeah.
So Rajesh, what you mentioned is that the process of delivery, I mean, it has changed dramatically, and this is in every aspect, because this customer of today is exposed to various other businesses also, or various as a customer for different products, and you need to catch those inputs. And the challenge is because workshop business is always supposed to be a manpower intensive business. So how do you get the benefit of the extra manpower? How then they can act as not as a cost thing, as a revenue generator? So that's an interesting thing which is happening. That's an important point. Coming to you, Mr. Vikrant, आपकी आवाज जमीन से आती है because you represent the workshops, the independent workshops which are there in the length and breadth of the country and beyond the dealer workshops. Now, from your perspective, and you talk their voice, उनकी आप आवाज करते हैं, what do you think has been the big change from their perspective? I'm not talking of the authorized workshops or the new dealership workshops which are there.
Thank you, sir. First, I would thank VAP Anuji for bringing me in this platform, sharing all the veterans and the gurus of automobile industry. During the lockdown, and immediately after when it opened up, it gradually opened up. Units with the working power of 10 people, 20 people, 50 people, and all started. The initial challenges that we faced with our customers, with everyone, automobile owner, was the discharge battery, the brakes not functioning, the flat tires, and all those miscellaneous things that happens when the vehicle is stopped. We started working at others' home, not at our home. Every call was answered, and we rapidly changed ourselves to a different mode, and we put our men and machinery to make sure that vehicles are first put on the road, because first initial priority of every car was to complete the pending works what they have, to catch up with what they have lost. Service of a vehicle was not the priority, but the running of the vehicle was the priority. And that is where we answered. We are spread across those areas which are not represented by any of the authorized workshop or the dealer. We are very far, we are very wide, and we are available. And hence, the existence of independent workshop was highly appreciated, and we came to know how people have faith in us. We developed, we changed, we reinvented ourselves, and we made sure that the vehicles come back on the road and the people start attending it. We addressed this particular priority to the maximum level, and we are quite happy that we were successful in this, although we kept empty for very long
time. Very
time.
interesting thing, Vikrant. So you're saying that even the workshops which are beyond the purview of the companies, they reinvented itself. And one thing I caught very strongly what you said is, rather than the customer coming to you, the workshop, you went to the customer. So there's an old saying in English or Hindi, does Muhammad go to the mountain or the mountain come to Muhammad? And now you're saying the Muhammad is going to the mountains. So that's a thing. That's a very, very insightful thing. And I think that's a common thread which one is watching, because you want service at your doorstep. I mean, that's a political slogan also, and also a service slogan. So that's something very interesting. So you see a common thread running through. Now we'll come to the second part of the discussion. And one thing we've been talking of is, one is that how are new ways of doing business, but there are two aspects to it. One is that how do the customer aspirations, the customer requirements, or the customer basic prerequisites are going up dramatically. So ideally, if your requirements are going up, customer expectation reduced to increase cost, and you have to raise the bar. But if you have to raise the bar, there's a certain cost involved to it. And then one side we say that the modern vehicles are coming, it requires less servicing, it requires less oil change. So this whole business of profitability is under tremendous pressure, which I tell you, and service. So I want to understand from each of the panelists, if you have to, when we had this typical problem, COVID ki Jaan or Jahan, which is there, you want employment also and you want safety also. So you want customer delight also, and you want profitability also. So you're not in there for charity. So with that in mind, Dinesh, your views, and I want views in 2 minutes each. What is something which different stakeholders have to do? And might be not one stakeholder is not the only thing. Stakeholders could be government, could be companies, could be dealers, could be OEMs, could be independent parties. So from your perspective, and this is a question to all the panelists from your perspective. So Dinesh, from your perspective now.
You're asking me, Arun?
Yeah, Dinesh, I'm asking Dinesh Bhasin. So, I must refer to you as Dr. Bhasin, so then you'll remember. No. Dinesh gets lost somewhere.
No, thank you. And for a second, this thing was off. That's a very, it's not simple question. It's not simple.
Mr. Murindran, I'll be coming to you next, so you can have your speaker on.
You want money also, you said, and you don't have customers also. Your expenses are also very high. And then, even though COVID has improved, situation has improved now, but still customers are not many coming in the numbers they used to come. And I've been in touch with many people. In my opinion, whatever cost-effective measures people had taken, a lot of companies as well as the dealers, I think this should become our habit. This should become our habit because the workshop have eliminated the waste, and that's very important. So in the process, they have, for example, starting making even 5-10% improvement in the revenues through cost reduction, waste elimination, I would say. One more thing I will say is that the productivity improvement tools, whatever exists, there are some in the form of automated tools, some in the form of application software, some in the form of the workshop guys himself. These are the things which would at least once again bring down the costs. To improve the third thing, to improve the money, there's only one answer which I keep on telling. I have written in my books also, to get the customers. Acquiring the customer is much more costlier than, my dear panelists will also agree, is much more costlier than retaining. So it's good thought to retain the customers through good customer-centric approaches. So these 2-3 points come to my mind immediately.
So Dinesh, you talked of cost reduction, because in COVID we learned how to reduce costs. So the learning should not go waste. Those learnings should become a part of our culture, part of our style.
Yes.
It has to be inculcated in our system.
Yes.
Second is, you said, is how to look at productivity differently, because it's like stretching the bar or raising the bar. There are various ways where productivity can be improved.
And eliminating waste.
Waste which would come in cost reduction in some way and also in productivity, because that would be a common link. The third interesting thing which you said is customer retention. And I understand your PhD is on that topic. So we'll have a separate session for the IVASS members on your customer retention without any charges. So customer retention, one of the challenges is, if you look at normal dealership workshops, they say beyond 4 years, 70% people go beyond. They don't visit the workshop again. Where do they go? I mean, they go somewhere. So how do you retain customers? And that a very sharp focus, and technology can give you the tools. But although the practices have to be unique. So that's something important. Coming to Mr. Muralidharan, from that perspective, and we are talking now of technology, upgradation, which takes a cost, efficiency, customer bar, but also profitability. How do you see the picture, and from 360 perspective?
Technology will reduce costs of customer delight and customer service and parts. 3 forms. Number 1, doorstep service. Large apartments, about 400, 500, 600 apartments, have 400, 500, 600, 700 cars. Almost every household has a car. The first signs I saw recently of the mechanics coming to the apartments and doing basic maintenance service. After all, changing a wiper blade, a bulb, changing the filter, or even repairing some of the tires can be done at home. And also a lot of diagnostics, because electronics are there in the car, the diagnostics can be done at home. And if a fridge, a TV can be repaired at home, why not the basic, very basic things of cars, right? And that's how the customers are thinking. So customer delight by having service in the house, the first green shoots have started. That immediately reduces for the workshop the amount of space he needs and the amount of stock he has to carry, because finally, like a Swiggy guy going on a bicycle, you need somebody who goes around on a bike. Number 2, as an extension of the same, is small industries have opened sites. I'm talking of the tier 2 auto suppliers, and have themselves become branded parts. Here's an opportunity which was not really seen. We thought branded parts must be really the multinationals, otherwise it's cheap Chinese. But the branded parts of the multinationals are actually supplied by the tier 2 suppliers. And with the onset of e-commerce sites, there are so many e-commerce sites, so many of the entrepreneurs in Pune, in Hosur, who are there earlier supplying to the OEMs and to the tier 1 OEMs, have now started supplying. What have they gained? They have reduced layers. Tier 2 supplying to tier 1, supplying to OEM, supplying to wholesaler, supplying to dealer, supplying to workshop. The levels have disappeared. Obviously, you save costs.
Okay, great.
So there are enough examples, and with all of the help of technology, the end customer will be both delighted and have a fair value of price.
Very interesting. You talked of, technology being not a cost adder, but a cost reducer, and adding efficiency. And you said technology can be taken to the doorstep of the customer, because you said that fridge and television, if they can be done, washing machine, what is the reason why it can't be done? And second, then you talked of the branded, parts which are there. I mean, generally we said genuine, non-genuine. And a lot of people say non-genuine, nakli, local, genuine. So there is something called a new category, which is a branded part, which is the same quality. And then you said reducing layers. And I remember engineers will relate with it. We in our country have had, challenges in whether it's in government schemes, a lot of transmission losses, as which in electrical engineering, we call it I²R. So transmission losses are very low, very high. So you need to reduce this transmission losses. That's what I get right. Rajesh Mehrotra, one question, which he's touched a very raw nerve, Mr. Muralidharan. The workshop, if he says if customers have to go off, you go to the customer and electronics is carried, why do you need these big workshops? 15 bays, 18 bays, 6 body shops, 50,000 square feet. So will the OEMs have to reconsider their business model? Or that land will become vacant or available for other businesses or other parts of things? I'm just raising not raising the question to you as MG Motors, I'm raising a question as from the OEM perspective.
You're right, Arun. The way the palaces were made in the past, those
Taj Mahal, they used to call them Taj Mahals because Taj Mahal was a Makbara. So they are not palaces, still have you can convert it to a luxury resort. Taj Mahals, you can only have a ticket or something.
Taj Mahal. So I think, though I'm not referring MG, but I think everyone in the business started rethinking that how do you look at the flexible working model. You start looking at extension of workshop. You have a smaller setups, but much more in number. So investment per outlet is low, and you look at your flexible manpower to move around with the support at doorstep. So I think those days, which used to be, as we go forward, we start seeing much more cost-effective model with a balance of mobile services to be reaching to the doorstep. So that's how I see the change coming in. And though I'm not referring MG, but but one of the reference point I would like to touch on, we did foresee, and being the new brand, we always felt how to keep the cost of investment low, and that if that being taken care from the beginning, with the efficiency and productivity being built up, you start looking at how you make a higher revenue from the same setup. And dealer friendliness from this point of view, so when you start talking to a dealer to expand the facility, they see a clear roadmap. This facility, if it has to come in X area, why it has to come, and what kind of return on investment has to come. So I think everyone is now conscious. Gone are the days where you have to make Taj Mahals, and you look at much more cost-effective model for the customer convenience point of view rather than your point of view.
So good. What you said is the consciousness among OEMs is there that every square feet of land or every square feet of investment made on that land in terms of equipment has to convert into real asset, real output in quality, in performance with a certain profitability. And one thing I catch from you, agility and flexibility is the key point which is there, and the companies have to be very agile and flexible from that perspective. Yeah. Coming to Mr. Pandey, you heard the voices which are coming. Mr. Muralidharan has talked, Dinesh Bhasin has talked, and Rajesh Mehrotra has talked. You look at the aftermarket and you look at from the auto ancillary part. What do you think needs to be done? That you need efficiency, you need output, you need profitability, but you need to raise the bar and you need a customer consciousness. So from your perspective, how do you see it?
Yeah, so clearly, all of them said the consumer is changing. So, and also just like cost reduction at the workshop front during COVID time, even consumer also is looking for cost reduction, and consumer is also looking for choices. Now, as auto component manufacturing ecosystem, for us, it's an opportunity. It's a big opportunity now. And that opportunity has a clear space for platform players, because like Rajesh ji said, that we need to have a flexible, leaner model. So one can service multi-brand in large numbers rather than having single brand with palaces. And that concept needs a space for technology now to get in. So a lot of technology partners will come now. That's I clearly see. And with the customer acquisition cost so high, I think somebody will come in customer acquisition phase, take the risk there. And consumers can clearly see the difference now. Earlier, it was OEM and OEM ecosystem, like you said, genuine and non-genuine. But with the digital ecosystem, where you have Android and iOS and all this application coming in, they know that there's an OEM called Apple, there's an OEM called Samsung, but there are thousands and thousands of aftermarket players who build Android apps, who build iOS apps, and they support the mobile with the same sense of security. Now, the day it comes, the realization for consumer in the aftermarket, I think that's why the competition is needed, that the OEM players cooperate now with their own suppliers, like in the component space, in services space also. I think worldwide it is happening. We need here also. So they will have those palaces, and then they can have the, fringe, without any fringe, just a basic service, and they can have the mobile service. And rather than they inventing it, they can count on us that we can prepare from diagnostics multi-brand to everything. So we have a role to play, and we actually offer ourselves to OEMs. Can we do something in a partnership that you service some set of customers? Because after 4 years, anyway, they have to go somewhere. Why not you still retain them by a innovation? And that innovation can be component manufacturer also becomes a service provider and a partner to OEMs on a multi-brand level. Just like in an airport, if one restaurant is there, they can make it for all kind of airlines. So why not we come on the cost reduction by technology and cost reduction by business model innovation? That's
so Mr. Pandey, you're talking, the auto industry for 100 years remained fixed on IC engines. Now we're talking of hybrids, we're talking of CNG, we're talking of electric, and we're talking of hydrogen and various other things. Similarly, you're saying the business model which has been done by the dealerships or the OEMs, typical workshops, body shop, and the same thing. And you're talking this is scope for, I won't call it disruption, but doing something differently, in an ingenious manner. And there you need to cooperate and collaborate. And what you've talked of is this concept of, there are words which are very anathema to a lot of OEMs, multi-brand workshops. You talk it to some OEMs, they see a red herring somewhere. So, and you're saying not only that, the ancillaries players or the systems player, the supply chain also has to be part of the system. So very interesting, and it can be a win-win for everybody. So nobody should feel threatened. And it probably you are piggybacking on the strengths of each other, and if you can gain, that's the point of it. Mr. Vikrant Mohan, what I think Mr. Pandey said must be music to your ears, because traditionally the industry has been trying to have this warranty will be here, these parts will be only available here. So do you agree with Mr. Pandey, or you think it's still a pipe dream, or this still the manzile bahut hai, dur hai? How do you see it?
बहुत सी मंजिलें हमने प्राप्त कर चुके हैं ऑलरेडी.
अच्छा.
बहुत सी प्राप्त करनी बाकी हैं, because the day never ends. There's always tomorrow.
Achha, there's tomorrow. So that's.
There's always tomorrow. So there's a lot of learning required, but earlier the better.
So what would you say from people who the independent workshops? What was the input when you represent the voice you give to the other stakeholders? What do you think is your wish list? And wish list can be both ways. What you desire.
I would just narrate how Mr. Muralidharan was speaking about the cost reduction. Now, the other side of the cost reduction was the multitasking of a technician. Earlier, during BC, before COVID, we had one technician for one particular purpose, one particular work, like a denter, painter, AC technician, and electrician, whatever it is. After COVID, we switched over to a multitasking mode. A single person who was employed for a particular work was doing multitasking, right? And AC technician has also doing the electrical work. The washing chap was doing a little helping as a helper to the senior person, because during the COVID times, people moved to their hometowns and there were very restricted people available at the workshops. So we have to manage with whatever people we had. So multitasking was the one thing that taught us that reduction is, this is another way of cost reduction of this thing. Number two, we switched over to the basic tenets of IVA, that is collaboration between the workshop to a workshop. If I had not sufficient staff, but I have a customer which is closer to another workshop, we used to contact that particular workshop and request him to attend to that particular customer. So that spread over between the town, between the city, and also between the states. So that was a collaboration that worked at a very wide network. And the referrals, if my car is being attended at my apartment and I come to, my neighbor asks me who has come. So we always refer that this is a person, this is a workshop who have come and attended. So there was a lot of huge learning in every area of the workshop, maintaining of the parts, the multitasking, a lot of things were learned out of this. And this has really benefited not only to the workshop, but also to the car owners in attending to their vehicles in the most quickest manner. This is what I would like to add.
You said something very interesting. You said learning is a continuous journey, and every interaction with the customer teaches you something. You need to capture it, incorporate it, and improve it. And it's a system like, if I have to combine the two principles of Japanese with the talk of workshops or production flows, Gemba or Kaizen. Kaizen is continuous improvement, small. But one thing which you said is also think differently. Thinking differently when we talk of multitasking. And in Bollywood, they refer to think differently is zara hatke. Aajkal you talk to anybody in Bollywood, zara hatke movie banaiye. So you had this interesting thing. I refer back to Bollywood. 6 years back, 2 movies were released on the same day. One had Thugs of Hindustan with Amitabh Bachchan, Amir Khan, Katrina Kaif. Another side was Badhai Ho Badhai to a couple of 60 years old who were expecting a child. And which was a hit? Zara hatke. So that's the approach which we probably need to incorporate. Sometimes we need to learn from Bollywood a lot of things. Now, that's very interesting. Now we come to the last part of our discussion. And I think one of the challenges is that different stakeholders. There are manufacturers, there are foreign manufacturers, there are domestic manufacturers, there are dealers, then there are authorized workshops, then there is a supply chain or the auto, and then there are these independent startups. You should see whether it's the Car Deco or the Car, Cars 24 or Car Trade, and these are the people, or even the Policy Bazaar, who are also disrupting this model. So how do we, and then there is government, state government, central government. So I want to understand, Mr. Muralidharan, from you, how do these various stakeholders, they can collaborate? Because the challenge is everybody's got different interests, different orientation, different way of working. So if you have to give a shining light or a beacon of hope or a beacon of direction, what do you suggest?
I'll start with one point. The auto industry has always faced disruption and has always collaborated to make sure that they win, which is the reason it has been there for more than 100 years, from carburetors to 6-cylinder diesel engines. And now you have cars which there's no carburetors, and soon you'll have cars with no diesel engines. There's always collaborated. And the auto industry knows how to have German quality at Chinese prices to be delivered at their doorstep. They have that capability, and they've done it regularly. How do they do it? They do it because they put the end customer at their focus. Always, from a Ford Model T, which says, I'll make the car so that everybody can afford, to today. And when the moment you say the end customer is the focus, all these terms, dealer hai, big workshop hai, OEM hai, non-OEM hai, all those terms just disappear. And just like STD booths didn't add value and disappeared, if you don't add value to the customer, you're going to disappear. That's what is going to happen. So all these things like startups and all are our words. I've driven some of the electric vehicles developed by the so-called startups in Bangalore. They remind me the way Hero Honda started by saying, fill it, shut it, forget it. They're that technologically advanced and so smooth to drive. So the key word here is end user. The moment you put end user, a lot of this collaboration will happen by change of business models, utilization of technology, and also several associations come to the fore. I mean, today, 5 years back, CM thought it was one world, ACMA thought it was another world. Today, CM and ACMA are talking together because they have a person called EVs in another world. So they know how to, they really know. Multi-brand workshops are happening. I mean, you have any number of Bosch car servers, TVS car servers, all of whom talk the multi-brand language. And they have completely independent workshops too. So to me, the way forward is the industry knows how to evolve because it is an employment generator, it's a revenue generator, it's a tax generator. It'll find its own way of evolving because the industry as a whole knows to put the consumer at the center. And if people are not adding value, any layer not adding value because of business models or because of technology or because of whatever reasons, I mean, there's no place for egos in all this. The industry will add value to make sure it enters that very space of the customer.
Well, you just simplified a very complex issue. You said, put the customer at the center of things. Think from the customer point, and then people will start collaborating because they have to get the attention or the value of the customer. And this is something which is a very, very important part. So customer is the center of things. And then you talked of the various industry associations. And I'm coming to Mr. Ramashekar Pandey. There are various industry associations. And he didn't mention that there is SIAM, there is ACMA, there is FADA, then there is Automotive Skill Development Council, which you're also a member. So, and then they collaborate with government. Because one or lot of people say, we will collaborate, but the government is on a different track. So how do you see it? And what is your solution to it?
No,
Taking
I think,
forward what Mr. Muralidharan said.
No, I think we are like what Mulli sir said. The moment we put consumer in the center, we have a force to come together, and I see that force coming together. I see the parts committee of SIAM leadership, and at ACMA we have done quite a lot of things together. For example, standardization of parts. Those are the days, you know, when non-genuine and genuine used to be completely different perception in consumer. Today, we are talking standard aftermarket component and non-standard. So the fight is between standard versus non-standard or substandard rather than genuine, non-genuine. So little bit of change of words, the communication is different. But one thing is sure, that if you leave it to, like what you said, Arunji, regarding all the outside players coming in the automotive, and these players are aggregators, and there's a huge funding behind.
Absolutely
now,
right.
Do we want to leave that product, you know, capital productivity level of an outside industry to disrupt us or to innovate us, or we want to do it ourselves? As Mr. Muralidharan said that we have done in last 100 years, I think times are changing. We have to come faster for this collaboration. Otherwise, the speed in their hand due to funding or whatever you call. See, if they have got today 20,000 garage, I think today even on Google, if I want to search 2,000 garage of one community, I will not find. But they can collaborate or they can aggregate 20,000 garages or workshop in a very fast time with money, whatever they have. And their digital advertisement budget is very high. Customer acquisition cost is well understood, not for 1 year, but for 5 years. I think every OEM will have 1 or 2 years of projection, but they'll have 10 years of projection, just like Flipkart or Amazon of the world. So now the time has come that we need to do this cooperation quicker. Else we want to do it by design is a question mark, or leave it to default where the outside players are going to disrupt us. So at ACMA, we are trying to do it by design.
So you think the outside players have seen the entire value of this entire chain. And they are just not adding great value, but they're aggregating. And what if I would use history, the industry should not become a Wajid Ali Shah, discussing whether Angrez pulling is thrilling it, and the Britishers take over. You need to be more proactive.
Exactly. We need to come together faster because, as you rightly said, and Mr. Muralidharan said that the value add, what the new players are seeing, that we are a highly inefficient industry. We are an inefficient industry. We have to accept that the cost of spare parts and the workmanship of the spare parts, if you divide that into overall, we have inefficient, unutilized capacity somewhere, or whatever you call customer acquisition costs are higher, which is not the real cost to the customer or real value to the customer. So these outside players have seen that value, and they have the patience to wait for 5, 6, 7 years. And they can continue to lose some money, and they have the technology at the advantage. And they are new, so they don't have the hangover. So that's why we need to come faster together.
Anuj, I hope there are no sponsors from Policy Bazaar and Car Dekho, because he's talking a different language. You have to protect our turf. You know, it's a very interesting thing. It's a very good perspective you're given. You know, how do you get more value of what is not tapped, untapped potential? And how do you extend the life value, which is their grip value?
I'm not against them. I'm not telling we are against them. I'm just
no.
that this
I know you're diplomatic. You deal with a lot of external stakeholders. But someone I understood that way, that you do your job well. Why do you let external people? I mean, it's a fair competition. You have made this industry. You have created it. So there's no reason why outside they should come. If that value is there, why can't you get that value?
Exactly.
Coming to Dr. Dinesh Wasim, your perspective.
Very well said by other speakers, that we have to keep the customer in mind. And we spoke about, you said, you know, OEMs, the customer, the supply chain, the dealer, even the vendors also. They all, you know, there's a lot of competition, and they all are running for only one customer. So what I feel, and I draw, Arun, you also gave an example of film industry. I draw a lot of motivation from film industry. See, there are topics, there are few topics. लड़का लड़की का शादी, सास बहू का problem, वो अमीर गरीब, थोड़ी सी politics, 5, 6, 7, there would be probably 10 topics. And you make 300 films a year over the same 10, 15 topics. So there's a lot of innovation. A lot of innovation I have seen in the film industry. So that is one thing which I would suggest to all of us, all of the people, OEM, your dealer, your service workshop, and many other things. Because they have to catch the same customer. What we are discussing today here, same thing would be getting discussed in Toyota workshop, same thing will be getting discussed in Maruti, Toyota, Tata Motors, and all of that. Same thing by and large. With the help of, I'll just add one more caveat, with the help of technology improvement. The technology improvement, for example, the use of digitization, we have seen a lot of changes, lot of things, for example, a courier has come to my house. He has delivered. Then there's something like, from one of the couriers, I'll get a message. The courier has been delivered to Mr. So-and-so at your main gate. I mean, these things were not there earlier. Similarly, in the car workshop also, we get the message. So use of technology, I would also say digitization and AI. I mean, probably the time has come when we have to start thinking of use of artificial intelligence also in our workshop operations. So these two things, innovations with the help of technology upgradation, keeping customer in mind is something, if you ask me, I would summarize from my perspective for all these issues, all the topic, this third topic, which you have asked for, Arun.
So innovation is the answer. Innovation comes from deeper insights. As they say, Mahendra Singh Dhoni played the helicopter shot. I'm sure that was not the first shot he played on the grounds of Ranchi. I mean, he's reached to a level after that. That's an innovation. So your fundamentals of initiation, involvement, intensity has to precede that innovation. And that's
not forgetting technology also. I mean, the
technology is like a catalyst. You studied in chemistry. A catalyst, a substance which speeds up the reaction with the remaining chemically and change the end. So the new catalyst is technology, which is there. That's an important point. Rajesh, from your perspective, you heard the perspectives of Mr. Muralidharan, Mr. Pandey, Dr. Bhasin. From your perspective, what are things, and I'm still not going to answer from the government perspective. What is the support you need from the government? Or what do you level playing field need from the government to make it happen? Or do you think we can do without the government?
No. First, taking it forward, coming to the question little while later, just taking it forward with from all the speakers. I think a few years back, the auto industry used to be a follower rather than innovator. What we started looking at a change, that what's the future? So what's the future does not necessarily be what is there in automotive, because sometimes our vision may be limited that what's happening in automotive, maybe nationally or internationally. But then the way across the things are changing. We have to look at, even if a particular innovation is happening in different industry, different vertical, do you know about it? What's going to come? Probably the thing which are going to come in, say, IT, tomorrow would be adopted in a different form in automotive. And for that matter, these startups, these collaborators, I would say are eco chain systems, not for today, whatever in our visibility, but also look at what are the one which can become a future ecosystem in automotive. And that's a way we have to keep our eyes and ears open that what's changing, and then look at adopting that as we go forward. So I think we have to now start looking at what's happening in the world, what's happening in different industry 5 years, 10 years ahead of time, and then start looking at what we can imbibe in our industry and after sales, or for that matter, automotive verticals. Coming to your specific question of whether we can do it ourselves or we need to have government interventions and so on and so forth. If you keep waiting for things to happen, it doesn't happen. And I personally have seen how you bring the disruption by taking one step at a time. See others look at you that somebody has taken a first step. Obviously, you cannot do it alone. You need an ecosystem of government policies, everything to be supported. Taking an example of, say, EV. If you are waiting for the infra or ecosystem of charging to be ready by a government or every 100 odd kilometers, 200, 300 kilometers, this change will never come. So what as an example internally, though I'm not supposed to quote actually as such, but I'm just taking example that you take a step, you start looking at how you can provide that kind of comfort and confidence to the consumer that uh, with the new tech beyond what it used to be earlier, simple petrol and diesel engine, hybrid, whether hydrogen or any alternative fuel or any alternative mobility, how you take that step forward to say that you have taken it forward, and then you are start looking at how ecosystem, maybe the providers or government, start looking at it. So and then that some of that doublify or triplify your speed of doing the change.
So one very interesting thing, the mindset, and you said it very clearly, the auto industry had a mindset of a follower.
Yeah.
What you need is a mindset of a leader, an innovator. So that's the big change, which is don't have to follow other industries, follow other people. You have to set the agenda yourself. And that's one of the challenges which a lot of industry associations had. They used to say that you are followers. So how do you set the agenda yourself? That's the important part. And second, you said,
I like to add up here, Arun, it might happen that you might fail. You take that initiation, you might fail, but you should be ready to take that as a testing test. You've taken that step with the conscious mind that I may fail, but then that give you a learning that what to do better next time. Go ahead. Sorry, interruption.
So no, very good point. So the one thing which you said is rather than waiting, in Indian culture, and those who know Lucknow Nawabs, pehle aap. The pehle aap culture prevailed, that you're waiting for each other to do it, and finally it doesn't happen. So you take the first step, wait for other step. And it's like the John F. Kennedy, don't ask what the country will do for you, ask what you do for the country. The country will do something for you. That's something which is there. Coming to you, Mr. Vikrant Mohan, one of the challenges which I'm hearing from a lot of people is in this game of innovation, technology, investments, the independent workshops can get dissipated or can get reduced. What is your solution to this, or what do you expect, or what is your wish list from the government from that part? And it's not that you need a subsidy or a support, but if this is a question, it's a provocative question. I'm not saying that it will dissipate or dissipate, but I'm just putting it just to ignite you and incite you.
Thank you so much. You see, it's okay. There's a government and we can ask a lot of things from the government. But as an independent workshop and belonging to the community where we all belong to, instead of asking from outside, I would prefer asking from within our own community. We're all sitting here. We have a vehicle manufacturer, we have part manufacturers also here. What an independent workshop requires. And to make sure that today, more than half of the vehicles on the Indian road is repaired by the independent workshops. Independent workshops are going faster and wider than the dealer's workshop. Independent workshops are available even in the remotest area of the country. Now, above all, we are the people who provide lifetime services to the automobiles. Since we are attending vehicles manufactured by all those people sitting here and beyond this particular platform, we would like to have a support from you instead of asking from the government. Government is a very distant place, but since we are sitting all together here, it would not be wrong for me if I ask to support the independent garage by sourcing us the parts, giving us the training, certification, diagnostic tools, softwares, and of course, to upgrade our knowledge. Nothing wrong in taking us for a plant visit. With this particular thought, I leave it to the platform here, with people here, that when independent garages all over the country are attending your vehicle, we are the brand ambassador of the vehicle that is there. We attend to all the vehicles. Now, we would like to have the parts from you. We would like to have the training from you. We would like to have the diagnostic tools from you. How you are all going to support us? I leave it to the platform to discuss and to tell us what you think about this particular asking.
Very interesting words which you said. You're not looking for the government. You're part of an ecosystem auto industry, and they will gain from your, because you have a grassroots level, which is ground level this thing. So there more collaboration and cooperation is required there, and that's a part of it. Before we sum up, there are some questions, and Anuj, could you send some? I've got 2-3 questions, but if there are other questions, you can send on my WhatsApp, so it'll help me. The first question which I am hearing is, we've talked of aggregators, and then we've talked of people who are part of the ecosystem. Now, somebody asked me, is there aggregator? Is there going to be a Mahabharat between the aggregators and the part of the ecosystem, or they can also collaborate? And I like Mr. Ramashankar Pandey to answer this question.
Yeah, so I think aggregator, when they come on the platform, they become part of the industry, and industry is welcoming them. I think you heard Mr. Rajesh also talking about it, that we have to learn from them because they're faster in few things. And we are into our own industry problems, like Arunji said, or Dr. Dinesh said about our look, even in Bollywood, as you saw in past, that we had single screens and then we had multi-screen coming up. So there was an outside player who the industry welcomed. So we are ready to welcome all the outside players, and we sometimes look forward that how we can gain more efficiency because of them. And we do our cost reduction exercise and let the technology come and consumer gets better experience. So most welcome to be part of the industry.
Okay. So thanks. The second question, and this is to Mr. Muralidharan. What is the auto ancillary industry, and there are a lot of large players who have invested in the system? What is their role they can play to make this ecosystem much better, Mr. Muralidharan?
Actually, they have the biggest opportunity because they can supply to any kind of vehicle and they can supply to any kind of fuel. The people manufacturing motors need not supply starter motors only to the existing truck. They can make electric motors for an electric vehicle. The tire manufacturer doesn't matter whom they supply to, nor does it matter for any other bulbs and wiper blades or any such thing. Second, the auto industry, suddenly auto ancillary industry can have two other advantages. Number one, they are going to go out of the way to train the independent workshops, because they know the independent workshops are there in nook and corner of the country. Those people don't need big bands, big layouts. All they need is supply of parts. So they're going to go out of the way to make sure these people are trained at least for their parts.
Okay.
And third, many of them are mom and pop stores where the pop started with carburetors. The son now says, I'll make it digital, and he wants an e-commerce site. And the son will say, for me to get an ISO certification, let me add AI as a quality check, because he himself is possibly an engineer or a high diploma holder. So, and this is reality, which I've checked in several mentoring sessions. This pop and son, the son, due to his education, will adapt to technology faster and reach all parts. So they are the guys who are likely to gain more, as long as they don't have the fear psychosis that this OEM and this drawing and all that. They have the independent workshop, they have the machines to make more variety of parts, and the younger generation will adapt to technology much, much faster. And the final point, this word innovation, when you say the word innovation, people think of Germany, patents, Japan, US. To me, Indian innovation is in the streets with a term called jugaad. To me, jugaad is a good word. The kind of innovation which the Ramus, the Alis, the Singhs do in the workshop, the jugaad is what will make sure the Indian auto component industry survives, thrives, and becomes mobility component industry, not auto. It'll become mobility component industry.
So, interesting thing you said, the jugaad is not a negative word. Jugaad is a positive word. Sometimes we give a negative connotation to it, and you said the Ram, the Alis, and the Singhs. So it's like the Amar Akbar Anthony which prevails on the roads. I mean, they will contribute to it. Mr. Naresh Bhasin, this is a very serious question. If so much productivity, so much efficiency, so much innovation is doing, this industry employs, as was mentioned by Mr. Muralidharan, about 1 crore people. Does it mean people will lose jobs?
certainly very interesting. When I talk of productivity and the productivity implementation tools, one of the things people are not able to, I spoke, if you remember earlier, in the earlier part of the discussion, I used the word application software. People are not using this software in the workshop because it throws out the inefficiency of the workshop. When a technician goes to get the parts, he talks to his fellow technician, he talks to the driver, he talks to somebody, or bhaiya kya haal chal hai, kal kaisa, like that. So that's a wastage of time. So the productivity improvement definitely, as I said, has lot of barriers, one has to implement it very judiciously and very seriously, I would say. If you do this, then certainly money would come. The time spent per workshop, per car, per job, etc. will also come down. One has to be very careful. Technology is utilized, but it has to be utilized and used. There should be somebody who should be given a charge. Otherwise, it will not function. This is something I have seen.
Okay, so there is enough opportunity for growth. You utilize technology well. There is so much limitless opportunities. We have not tapped the full potential. That's what I get. Question to you, and this you're not answering as MG Motors, you're answering as an industry player. A lot of people said, will the manufacturers will be ready for multi-brand workshops? And this is a question to Rajesh Malhotra. I'm not talking the MG's view, because everybody has own kingdom and own fiefdom. So will this multi-brand workshops, we talk for a long time. It's tried in India, it's tried abroad. Somehow it's not done. Whether the model was wrong, but this has not really worked to the scale, although it's happening, but the scale which was expected. So what's your view, Rajesh Malhotra, on this? Or will the OEMs take it willingly, or they will play as a stumbling block on this? They will play the divar.
No, I think the mindset has to change everywhere because if everyone do not think alike, this multi-brand does not work. But obviously, from my point of view, I do see that going forward, they are going to be that's going to be the reality, and it's a matter of little more collaboration, little more understanding that how do we support independent workshops like Vikrant was talking about, and how to take some baby step to make that environment coming in next few years time. I don't see happening immediately, but then I think it's a matter of little time. Somewhere you become a little more cautious in your approach that what happen if the right set of repairs are not performed by, say, so-called future multi-brand or independent workshop. Something may go wrong. It holds true for everyone, but for the newer player, it becomes a little more because you are looking at the kind of techie thing you're trying to bring in, whether that awareness has built up in the market or not, and whether we are at a right stage of implementing. But I am very clear that that's a future going forward.
So what Mr. Rajesh Malhotra said, this is the future, and this has been talked for a long time. And there are a lot of things to be answered because quality, the product values have to be also protected.
For that matter, I'm sorry interrupting.
No, please continue.
One step at a time, if I say that, some of our workshop, once again, not quoting that, but I'm just saying that what kind of roadmap may come. A simplest and easiest thing is body shop, where you have a common skill set, easier maneuverability of repair quality because it's more of panel repairs, etc. You need a bit of knowledge in terms of handling it carefully.
Okay.
But then we moved in that direction. Somewhere having certain multi-brand workshop collaborating, we are not having that problem. And for that matter, when initially we had few workshops tied up by our dealers, which were independent. We tried seeing the success. Some were partially successful, some were not. But then that's a future going ahead. Back to you.
So, what I get from you, the direction is clear. It's a new dawn. But as far as multi-brand workshop is concerned, it's still a misty dawn. That's the way I capture the substance. So it's still a misty dawn. It's not a clear dawn.
Arunji, I will just add.
You want last word you can have before we just sum up, because I'm getting feedback that we're going to exceed our time.
Yeah, I'll just add what Rajesh said. There will never be either or. There will be certain segment of services which can be offered to multi-brand, segment of markets and segment of customers, which will be more applicable to multi-brand. And with the technology, the guarantee of quality can be given. So if you take that as a starting point, the journey will be faster, easier, there will be no mystery. If you want either or, then it becomes a little threatening, to the current situation. But to come and collaborate, we need to have segmented approach of a multi-brand, and where component manufacturers are ready and also to be part of the ecosystem.
So there's a very reassuring words coming. So what he's saying, it can't be the my way or highway. It has to be a collaborative approach.
Way.
And you don't have to disrupt the entire ecosystem in one go. So that's something very nice. We have had a very interesting, insightful discussion, and we have had industry stalwarts, and I would like to really thank them for sharing, not wearing the company hat and industry hat, the customer hat. And I think one or two things which came out very clearly is that we need to look forward. We need to have positive orientation. We have to have innovation mindset. There are enough opportunities. There are challenges, but technology, right thinking, approach, collaboration can overcome all these obstacles, and we can reach great heights. So after sales business is, because that is, there's a line of LIC, Life Insurance Corporation, Zindagi ke saath bhi, zindagi ke baad bhi. I don't think we talk of zindagi ke baad for customers, but it's lifetime value for customers continues. There's a great value. Thanks very much, all and phenomenal questions which also poured in. We couldn't answer all the questions. We could take 5-6 questions. So thank you. And over to back to the organizer of World Auto Forum, to Anuj and to Vidya. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Arun. Thank you, Mr. Arun, for organizing such a wonderful.
Thank you.
Thanks, Arun.
That was truly a very interesting and insightful session. And we are really thankful to our esteemed panelists. We would like to express our gratitude by offering them a token of appreciation with heartfelt gratitude. Dr. Dinesh Bhasin, former Vice President After Sales, Tata Motors PVBU. Mr. S. Muralidharan, Chairman, Mobility Aftermarket. Mr. Rajesh Mehrotra, National Head, After Sales, MG Motors, India. Mr. Ramashankar Pandey, Managing Director, Hela India Lighting. Mr. Arun Malhotra, Auto Industry Expert. Mr. Vikrant Mohan, National President, All India Automobile Workshops Association. Thank you so much, gentlemen. And now, as we take our summit to the next stage, we now have our first keynote speaker, Mr. Rajesh Mehrotra. And he is going to be now giving his keynote address. Let me have the pleasure of introducing Mr. Rajesh Mehrotra to you. He has 30 years experience with leading automobile makers in India and abroad in the area of after sales. He started his professional journey after graduating in 1991. He was with DCM Toyota Daewoo for 7 years, Toyota Kirloskar Motor 15 years, with his last position as GM and National Head Field Operations, with Hyundai Motor India for 2 years as Vice President, National Head After Sales, Suhail Bhawan, Oman, 3 years as Vice President, National Head After Sales for Nissan Renault, and MG Motor India for 3.5 years as National Head After Sales. May I now ask Mr. Rajesh Mehrotra, National Head After Sales, MG Motor India, to deliver his keynote address, and this will be followed by a question and answer session.
Just give me a moment, Kiran. Let me share my screen and then I start. Give me a moment to set up.
Sure, sir.
Meanwhile, I would just like to thank the brilliant participants of the Power Panel 1. It was simply a treat to listen to each one of you. What great deliberations, what great insights. Really amazing. I just couldn't move off my seat. Really thankful from the bottom of our hearts for this beautiful discussion that you had. And I'm sure our industry people would surely action the brilliant points that have powered by your knowledge and experience. Really thanks a ton.
Can you, somebody can confirm, can you see my screen?
Yes, you can see it.
Is it a full screen, new normal you can see on your screen?
It's full screen slideshow mode.
Okay. Just a moment, just a moment. Is the slideshow mode right? Full screen? Anuj, can you confirm?
Yes, we can see it.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, absolutely. Full screen slideshow mode.
Yeah, okay. So thank you all. I hope you can hear and see me clearly. Once again, a very warm welcome to everyone on the panel, the organizing team. I'm personally delighted to be part of the 7th Indian Vehicle After Sales Summit. Let me start with a thanks to organizing team, Anuj and everyone on the panel for bringing all the after sales ecosystem together. And there's been really a great learning and sharing experience. Wished we could have connected in person for this event, but nevertheless, we are able to connect virtually. I would also like to thank the participant for whoever are seeing us and hearing us today or tomorrow for joining us for this session and for learning and sharing. Let me take you through how we have embraced a challenge at MG and overcome during the pandemic. Today, we will talk about how we have adopted the new normal and then imbibing it to sustain it. So before I start on the specific subject of new normal, let me take you through a very quick glimpse of what's MG, and then we come back to the topic. So it all started in Oxford, UK, somewhere 1924, where MG began its journey as a brand. And today, MG has a heritage of 97 years old legacy. It is also the one of the seventh most prominent group in the world. And in India, as you can see on the right side of the chart, that we have launched almost 5, if I include Hector Plus, in 2.5 years of time from the time we have entered in the market. So every car which MG has launched has come with the first of its kind technologically advanced feature, and that has done the disruption and then made the change in the consumer mindset of looking for more and more as the time goes. The first one to name is Hector, which came as a first internet car. ZS EV, a pure electric internet SUV. The Hector Plus with the 48-volt hybrid SUV in 6 and 7-seater segment. And Gloucester, the first autonomous level 1 premium SUV, and followed by the recent launch of Aster, the first AI inside autonomous level 2 SUV, and we have planned for many more to come. Now let's come back to the topic and start off why exactly we need the new normal during the pandemic. The pandemic came with its own set of challenges that we have to deal with. And I'm sure all of you will agree to that. So let's first talk about the external challenges all of us have faced. There were cities with full lockdown situation where everything came to a pause. If I'm talking about the first lockdown. While in some cities, There were partial lockdown with timing and manpower restrictions. And all that has put a pressure on the operating challenges to operate our workshop and extend services to our customers. In addition to that, the customer were also quite apprehensive about their safety, hygiene, and health. And we ourselves were quite hesitant, forcefully or willingly, whatever you call it, to move out of the home. So were our customers were hesitant to visit the workshop. Even if the car was sent for servicing, they were concerned about the proper sanitization of the vehicle. Now let's look at the internal challenges. I'm sure once again all of you agree the main driving force behind any OE or dealer success is the optimum and good quality workforce. Although during the pandemic the sense of fear around made some of our dealer workforce move back to their hometown, since they were apprehensive about themselves and their family safety. This in turn resulted into low attendance and some attrition as well. And that has led to a situation of hiring freshers to support the workshop operation to a certain level. The freshers impacted the quality and productivity while we are able to have certain hands and legs to support on the operation. But the frequent interruption in supply chain was also another area, a big hurdle, as our supplier partners were also facing the similar challenge as us in terms of their workforce, their operation, their part production, both on aspect of quality and quantity. In addition to that, the logistic issue were also holding all of us to do the justice with the right intervention at the right time to support the market and the customer. Another major area of major issue which was felt was the viability of our dealer partners during the pandemic. The volumes are impacted both in sales and service, and the dealer partners were start looking at how to bring down the cost and improve the revenue, rather look at returns on investment, how it will be going forward. Now let's look at how, as a company, we were able to overcome challenges. The key part of it is, every challenge, what we spoke about in the previous slide, has an opportunity for us to grow. And that also contests how to think about the problems and how to come out with the innovative solutions. So we have taken various innovative steps to tackle these challenges. First of all, the foundation of the organization has been all towards making most of the thing in digital. What we did is to reinforce and enhance our digital initiative. We had re-emphasized various online solutions, and some of them being whether it's booking, car repair status, communication to the customer, facility to pay online, and all that was integrated with MyMG app for the customer for their convenience. Furthermore, we have refreshed several do-it-yourself videos for our customers through YouTube, MG website, and MyMG app. All of our cars have internet and advanced features. So these DIY videos were quite helpful in mitigating few challenges, few issues which customers were hesitant to send their car for the service. Sometimes their awareness also was a concern. So apart from this, keeping everyone's safety and well-being, we had launched through our app and web healthline support services to customer and employees, so that they can consult expert, doctor anytime, anywhere, and without any cost. And for providing the good quality service and exceeding the expectation, the focus on SOP was immense. Such abnormal situation can also make the operation standard to fall below the level, especially when the dealer operation and manpower is impacted. So we had introduced virtual tool for dealer process, you can say audit or observation, and thereby able to maintain the standard of services as desired. Now let's look at further actions in order to protect the customer and dealer employee. And for their safety, we have introduced the hybrid work culture, which with the approach which most of us would have followed is the thermal screening, 10 high touch point sanitization, workshop and car sanitization, and followed by contactless servicing. Due to the pandemic impacting our customer visiting the workshop, we made sure that increase in pickup and drop facility is supplemented with the changing demand and customer requirement. We have inducted, just before this pandemic has come in, fortunately for us, a third-party solution to support the regular pickup and drop support staff in a dealership. And this has actually raised the real situation where the pickup drop facility pre-pandemic was about 15 to 20%, has reached to almost 45% during the pandemic. And to support the manpower requirement, how do we take care of dealer manpower to support all those repair requirements? So we had started critical manpower hiring jointly with the support of our dealer partners virtually. Engage both it's not only the fresh manpower, but also how do we take care of the current set of manpower who are sitting at home? How do we engage them? How do we keep giving them learning? Use this time for reflecting what the knowledge level needs to be supplemented. So we have engaged both fresh and retained manpower through virtual training on strengthening the basics, SOPs, and technical upskill. In addition to online training, I'm pleased to inform all of you that our learning management system, using that, we have conducted almost 350 interactive virtual sessions on 50 plus topics during this lockdown period. And that kept manpower engaged, their learning ongoing, and they were ready for the future challenge when the operation restarted. As I mentioned it earlier, one second, please. So as I mentioned earlier, we need to keep the main driving force, which is the manpower, completely motivated all the time and safe. If they are motivated and safe, then we are able to take care of the operation and the customers. So we and our dealer partners procured backup oxygen cylinder during this time for the employees, their families, their supplier partners. We also extended our support to provide them with assistance, not just for vaccination, but also in event of any emergency hospitalization. So their care was utmost important. If they are healthy, they are safe, their family is safe, so their mind is towards taking care of the customer in a much more effective way. To keep the dealer and MG manpower motivated, we also introduced and strengthened the spot recognition for extraordinary initiative provided by the dealer team, and for that matter, even MG team. So they have gone all out to look at this time that no customer is remaining untouched in event of any emergency support required during that time. And above all, we have also introduced the first of its kind direct dealer manpower incentive so that the staff of a dealership for their own individual performance are recognized and they are motivated so that they can extend the services all the time. Now, another part which is very important that we have to look at human psychology. When all of us were asked to stay at home, at lockdown, morning till evening, to look at how do we save ourselves from this virus and situation, there was a psychologically impact, and which is not easy for any mankind. So to make it comfortable, we introduced various programs under the umbrella of MG Seva for the health and safety of the customer, like their car sanitization, disinfection and delivery, vaccination program, even run for the customers to take care of them. Moreover, we have also conducted the activity of sanitizing and fumigating our customer aged parents' car. Sometime it will happen with the kind of profile these days, working members are working in cities, their parents are in a small town, and they're worried they're not able to travel, reach out to their parents, look at their safety. So we extended their services to those hometowns where the parents are staying with the sanitization and fumigation of their car, so that they feel at least that particular asset or that particular mobility, the parents are safe. And that gives a peace of mind to the customer as well. MG Care at Home was another initiative which was introduced to take care of the customer concern right at the vicinity of their home by providing the doorstep services by the vaccinated staff of the dealership. So that gives the confidence of the customer that the mobility is least impacted and the support is extended as much can be done. I'm also proud to say that we not only overcome all our problem in the business environment, but also went a step ahead to help the society during this tough time. MG as a team, I think the team members have come forward together to execute various initiatives by themselves on the ground. We helped the frontline warriors by sanitizing more than 4,000 police cars, converted more than 100 hectares for ambulance, joined hand with Max Ventilator to produce more than 1,000 ventilators. And that's something give back to the society. And at the organization level, as I said, the employees on the personal and professional capacity came together and contributed towards all these big initiatives, followed by all the daily essential and medication for the team as well as outside. So that has been very, very eventful time, and which I'm happy to talk about. So let me quickly take you through a small video on MG Care. I hope the video streaming was okay with all the participants on the call. So let me take it through now, the next part of the presentation. So we all continued our practices which were adopted during the pandemic, and primarily how do we sustain as we move forward into the current situation. And that has become a new normal, as you all know. So our flexible work culture supported the challenging work environment as we moved into the today's situation. And we have to inculcate these kind of work environment as we go forward. We have also launched MG Grant program, and just before this session, when we are having a panel discussion, how do you look at new startups and gain knowledge from them who are looking at a support to realize their dream? And we have supported by the funding on their innovative ideas, which also has taken it forward in terms of our services, that how we can be disruptive and digitize as we move forward to meet the future challenge. This program has received an immense response with almost 650 entries, and 17 of them are making it through. And we are moving forward with the third phase now. And as the things are evolving, we have to keep an eye on what is the future, not only in automotive, but outside world, which could be adoptive as we move. So this initiative has also been helpful for our future roadmap. And further to sustain and meeting the changing expectation, we are exploring initiatives in the area of AI-based vehicle assessment, both in mechanical and body shop, for efficiency, accuracy, and transparency. The virtual diagnosis for supporting the resolution in difficult technical issues. For the learning of dealer manpower, the gamified learning for better absorption, the agile decision making for quick turnaround, and for employee empowerment for quick decision making to support the customer and customer services in a much better way as we move. As a reflection, if you have to take a key takeaways from our learning with this pandemic has taught us, and that which has become a new normal, something which I would recommend for everyone to follow, which I'm sure you must be doing it, but just to re-emphasize, the care of dealer manpower goes utmost first. And if they are okay, as I said in my previous slide, if they are okay, they are satisfied, their health is okay, and they're motivated, they can take care of customer much better way. And keep looking their reward and motivation for their energy and drive. The skill enhancement of them has to be continuous, and we keep looking at the areas where all the interventions are required. The partners engagement in terms of our dealer partners, their senior leadership team, keeping them involved, that what are the future challenges, future changes, and how we as a partner together, we can support as we move in our journey together. Going digital goes without saying that more and more customer looking at this interface, and keep looking at whatever we have done, what we can further add on to it while we are trying to sustain whatever last initiatives. Dealer processes has to be continuously monitored. There's always a possibility if this is not looked at very precisely on an ongoing basis, there could be a possible fallout, and the self-reliance can be impacted. So keep looking at it in a much more precise way and guiding the dealer partner to keep up the bar higher every time. And finally, giving back to the society for customer and the brand connect. I hope that this will also help all of you to chalk out few more initiatives for the customers and employees in the area of new normal. As I close my presentation, I thank all of you for listening patiently, and at the end, I would like to say, new normal is the future with evolving innovative services and emotional connect. So all of you, my wishes, stay safe, and thank you very much for your listening. Thank you. Over to Anuj and take it over.
Rajesh, sir, some questions have come in for you. There's a question: what are the standard safety measures the companies are practicing given the rise in COVID numbers?
Can I have a question again? The voice was not very clear.
Sir, the question is, what are the standard safety measures the companies are practicing given the rise of the COVID numbers and the different variants?
Okay. So first thing, I will divide the answer into two parts. One is at MG, at OE. Definitely, we are not putting the guards down. Our practice of sanitization in office, the health and care of team members, the precautions, whether mask or sanitizer, etc., that continues. There are no we cannot let it go. That's one part of it. Second is we continue to practice scale down attendance in office to see that the 3 days set of team comes, then followed by another 3 days, so that we are not exposing any abnormal situation. The third, for the internal employees, I would say even the traveling, every care is very precisely monitored, and we are very careful about our exposure, so that if we are okay, then we can support the dealer and our partners in much better way. The second part of it is the dealers. So whatever practices, whether how the customer inflow would be or how the services would be, and those sanitization, touch points, sanitization and delivery, and even digital payments, etc. So those continues. The new variant is still unseen in terms of what damage it can further do. But so far, the news or whatever information all of us have had, the clarity about what more it can do is not very sure of. So what we continue to do, follow the practice of self-care, others care, and team care going forward, and keep working with all the precaution as we go along, and monitoring it, and accordingly as the future comes, if any further actions to be done, that's a way forward. Thank you.
Rajesh, sir, Jerry here. We have another question coming up for you. Does MG cars are electrical connected, so many advanced safety ADAS features? How do you overcome the challenge of training your workshop teams on these latest things, which are important for safety and satisfaction?
Yeah. So these are the new things which has come, for customer and even but before that, internal team members and followed by dealer partners. The first foremost thing is making this technological advancement, advanced features, how these work, and in what situation these operate or doesn't operate. Those kind of knowledge and know-how, we first internally inducted for not only after sales team members, but all our other team members in the company. They need to experience the product, they need to experience the operation, they need to understand what to talk, how to talk when the consumer talks about or dealer talks about those questions. We've gone the next level, that all our call center executives and their know-how, we allowed them to touch the car, feel the car, drive the car with those operation and explanation, besides training and internal training interventions. The third thing comes is the dealer. So training during those time, whether it's offline and followed by online or offline, those have been very precisely done to see that they understand the product well. They do have a touch and feel. Our technical members and the field members also taken the car to the respective areas so that they can feel it, and they are confident about how these operations work. If the entire ecosystem in the company and outside are confident that how these new features work in the scenario and assumptions, then you are much better placed. Finally, the customer. Even the sales training at the time was done very in detail, that what to talk, how to explain these features, stationary or in driving condition, so that the customer before taking the delivery or even at the time of booking the car, they are much aware of these things which has been talked about. Maybe the consumer who has seen overseas environment, they are little aware of it, but for in our country, these were the new things. So this is not the end, and this was also followed by continuous web or face-to-face trainings based on various input either customer is talking about or internal team members are talking about, is dealer or us. So I think it's a journey. I would say we reached quite an extent, but at the same time we keep listening to customer voice to see what more needs to be done. Hope, Jerry, I'm able to complete that.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Thank you.
Ma'am,
Thank you so much, Mr. Rajesh Mehrotra, for sharing your valuable expertise, your insight, your experiences with us. And we're truly indebted for having such a professional giant with you talking to us this morning. We would like to express our heartfelt thanks with this token from our side.
Thank you very much. Thanks so much.
That was truly a very engaging session. And now we move on to the third session of our summit this Saturday morning. And we now have our second keynote speaker for the morning, Mr. Vishal Bhatt, Head, After Sales Service, Volkswagen India. Mr. Vishal Bhatt, earlier the Head of Corporate and Pre-owned Car Sales, is now the Head of After Sales Service, Volkswagen India. He comes with an experience of over 20 years in the automobiles in the field of dealer development, customer relations, after sales and sales. A qualified mechanical engineer with masters in marketing management from Mumbai University. He has worked with Hero Honda and Maruti Suzuki in the past and is associated with Volkswagen passenger cars for the last 10 years. In the past 5 years, he's undertaken various roles and responsibilities across functions, after sales, customer care, corporate and Das Wealth auto sales operations. And now over to Mr. Vishal Bhatt. His address will be followed yet again by a question and answer session.
Thank you, Kiran. And thanks, World Auto Forum team. So let me present my screen. Hope we can it's visible to all?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So first of all, thanks a lot for all the team members of World Auto Forum to provide this opportunity to present me the after-sales section of the Volkswagen and how we as a brand have been dealing with our customers in this pandemic, or I would say pre-pandemic era, pandemic era, and now in the new normal. Before I take it forward, I would just like to take this opportunity to share you a few slides about the Volkswagen Group as a whole and about Volkswagen India. So you might be aware that we have multiple brands under the Volkswagen Group. So these are few numbers and you can say logos. So currently we are between world number 1 and world number 2 auto manufacturing company across the globe. We are the world's largest auto brand with 11 brands right now and currently selling around 10 million plus vehicles every year. Volkswagen as a group is the world's largest vehicle manufacturing facility, present almost 150 plus countries and has 122 plus manufacturing facilities worldwide. We have more than 300 plus group models currently on the sale, and we are almost producing more than 44,000 cars every day. And we have roughly around 6.5 lakh employees worldwide. So that's the strength of the group, and that's what we definitely want to encash in India and give that level of service to our customers. So how the brand Volkswagen in India is currently, we just recently launched our new product called Volkswagen Tiguan. This is our new segment entry basically in the market. So that naturally we have a lot of expectations from our consumers as well as from our other team players to make this product a success in the market. So as a Volkswagen brand, the vision of this brand is to create a sustainable Volkswagen brand in India and arrive to a minimum 3% market share. This is our vision for the brand. And definitely we have a mission of delivering the strongest customer connection and loyalty of any automotive brand together as one team. So we in Volkswagen India believe on the teamwork, and that's our vision and mission. We believe on three values of which are the core values of our company, are specifically being valuable, being innovative, and being responsible. So valuable means in terms of the technology, in terms of the you can say the safety of the product. In terms of innovation, we are pioneers in driving the technology innovations, having TSI, TDI, and DSG as our products. And definitely responsible towards our customers, towards our environment, and towards our future. And that is our pledge of being carbon neutral by 2050 as a Volkswagen Group globally. So in India, we operate at two plants. One is at Volkswagen, one is at Chakan in Maharashtra, and another Aurangabad in Maharashtra. And we are producing, we have already produced 1 million cars in India. And under Volkswagen brand, we are currently having 115 showrooms, 117 workshops, 103 Das Welt Auto outlets, which are our pre-owned car outlets. And we are present in terms of warehouses at 3 locations, which is Delhi NCR, Pune, that's Chakan, and Bangalore. And additionally, we have the Volkswagen Group Academies as well, which is also based out of Gurgaon and Pune and the Bangalore location to serve our dealer partners in terms of training and part supplies. So that's the strength of Volkswagen brand in the India market. Now going back to the operations, if we talk about, so how, if we are looking back to 2020, which was definitely a crucial and a critical year for everybody, I would say for OEM, for our dealer partners, and definitely for our consumers also. And we had to suffer and go through this pain. And we can see that 2020, the complete business came to a standstill due to this pandemic. How we dealt with it. Right, we saw, Rajesh ji, a lot of initiatives have been taken by all the OEMs across the industry, and I definitely thank and appreciate the efforts taken by each and every OEM and the dealer partner, whether it is Volkswagen, whether it is MG, whether it is Hyundai or Maruti. Everybody has done their bit in order to serve to their customers and provide safe and sanitized environment to the customer and at the dealerships. And that was our prerogative as well, to define how we can serve our customers in terms of this situation. So we started with defining COVID-19 guidelines, first to prepare our dealer partners to handle such kind of situation at the workshops, so that we are first motivated, prepared to handle such situation deal with this situation, and then be prepared to serve our customers. So we prepared a lot of SOPs, how we should keep ourselves safe, how we should keep the environment safe at the dealership in terms of showroom, workshop sanitization, created guidelines, created a lot of pictorial elements which can be visualized immediately at the technician and washing boy level, and understood that what action he has to take. And the similar kind of features were implemented for the customer safety and the vehicle sanitization specifically. So workshop sanitization and vehicle sanitization, keeping those safety standards, has now become a new norm, I would say, because this is now a hygiene factor. Even the service advisor or the technician, even he wants now that safe and sanitized car to service and to deliver that to the customer before following now any protocol. So it has gone as a hygiene, or I would say as a habit. As we generally say, to create one habit you need 21 days, but naturally COVID-19 has given us so many days to make this safe and sanitization as a habit, and this has gone into the blood of each and every team member now across the network, that we do safety we follow safety protocols, we follow safety standards, and do the complete sanitization of the showroom, workshop, facilities, surroundings around us, and deliver the safe and sanitized cars to our end customers. So with this, naturally, the digitalization came into as a big picture. And digitalization helped us to retain our customers, to connect with our customers, to connect with our team members, because everybody was sitting at home, whether it was my area manager, whether it was the service manager at the dealership, whether it was technician, service advisor, everybody was connected. So how we utilized that time, how we created innovations was the key thing. Everybody got time to change the concepts actually, from the conventional thinking to the new digital thinking. We actually started discussing, interacting with each other every day, because we have time, workshops were closed, how to connect with customers, how to give extraordinary service to the customers. And there came a lot of innovations and ideas from the dealer partners as well, dealer service teams as well, those who were discussing, calling, speaking, and talking to the customers. And we started, you can say, getting into those innovations of the digital era, which actually, you can say, accelerated with the COVID times. So we started working on appointment facility for the customers. We started on pickup and drop customers. We took expertise service of a lot of startups operating in the India market who were providing pickup and drop facilities with safety and sanitization. We worked out processes for walk-in customers who were ready still to come to the workshop within the safe and secured environment. And definitely we worked out on a lot of innovations in terms of how we can connect with the customer in terms of digital or a different virtual medium to discuss about the problems or the concerns he is facing in his vehicle. So that's how we introduced the service cam facility, where you can have an online view of the vehicle, what repairs are being carried out on the car, how we can take an online video approvals from the customer by sharing certain videos of the repairs being carried out, and take that confidence and the trust level to the next level with the customer. So those innovations came into the picture during this COVID times. So a lot of initiatives were driven. As I said, we actually rolled out Volkswagen Assistance, as we were discussing in the first set of panel discussion, where we talked about how customers were expecting contactless service and doorstep service. So we came up with this concept of Volkswagen Assistance, where we customized our cars, our Polos specifically, to do the service and the basic repairs at the customer doorstep. And it was completely connected with the digital elements at the dealership level and with our RSA service provider, where we could connect with the customer faster, get to his place, get the car repaired, service done, and deliver, keep the customer at, you can say, at the contactless point. And there is no contact, because we have everything online, the appointment system, the job card opening, the payment module. So no I would say touch point with the customer here, except the car going to his society or his place and doing the repairs. So we actually devised these kind of mechanisms and devised these kind of facilities and took it to the social media, digital platforms, started connecting with the customers through different digital platforms, because we can see that digital connect increased multifolds during this period. And we actually saw the results from our customers, which I will discuss in my further slides, how it impacted. So then this is how we got the motivation of calling this as a Volkswagen accessible service. And we branded our service as accessible service because Volkswagen as a brand want to be accessible to our customers. So we wanted to connect with our customers and be very accessible, whether it is at the sales touch point or the service touch point. We wanted to be available for our customers, for our dealer partners, for our dealer teams, anytime, anywhere. So that's how we defined our theme for the Volkswagen after sales as accessible service. And then we devised our complete methodology that how we can be accessible to our customers. Accessible service can be provided to our customers in terms of all the parameters, right? So that's how we worked on these 5 major pillars. The cost, because the cost was also becoming a worry, that how since there were job losses happening, so there was a worry about you can say earnings with the customers, that how I can bear such repair costs or something, how we can work out on those cost elements. So we devised certain packages during this pandemic era where we can provide cost-effective service to the customers. Then we designed certain products which can give additional benefits to the customers where they feel that it is cost effective for them. Then we started working on the reach, which I talked about, that we go to the customer rather than customer now coming to our workshop. We devised a complete, you can say, methodology and a complete policy now on this. I would say in 2021, we have now created this as a policy that we have our facilities covering at least 85 to 90% of our geography. In terms of digital initiatives, we started like online service schemes, online payment methodology, and even now the customers who are looking for, you can say, any kind of product or any kind of service from after sales side of the brand, we started capturing those kind of voice of customer in our service lead management system. We might have heard this lead management system in sales, but this is where we created the lead management system now in after sales, where we can cater to their after sales needs, whether it is ordering for tires, whether it is ordering for accessories or online booking service appointment, or he is demanding for an express service for his car, anything related to the after sales. So we as a concept are working on creating this after sales now as a single point Shopee for our Volkswagen customer. That's how we are working in this direction, right? And then additionally, we started working on the transparency about the information with our customers, that how he can give us anytime feedback. We are accessible to them on that, how he can see our service costs and validate those service costs, what he is getting the invoice at the dealership. So we launched the online service cost calculator on our website, which is accessible for all the products, all the types of services from 2020 onwards. Then we launched the WhatsApp business for the service connect, where customers just simply through WhatsApp can book his service facility at any dealership across India. Then we also launched with the vehicle health check, because this was always a concern with the customer during the pandemic time, that what is the condition of my car, because my car is not driven for the last 2 months, 3 months. What is the battery health? What is the tire health? What is happening to my rubber components? What is happening to my suspension components and all? So we created this, and it's a digital tool, I would say. We have designed this as an app where we can do the complete health check of the car and share an immediate report through WhatsApp for Business or through email to the customer, where he gets a detailed report like we used to do it in used car, because this was my learning in the used car, that we are getting this technology in the after sales, where we used to give an evaluation report through a digital tool. We here create a health report for our customer, where he can see the complete history of the car, that what is the status of his product right now and what is the previous history of the car, and so that he can take a conscious decision of maintenance of the car, right? So these tools were very helpful, very innovative for us, which we started during the pandemic time. So these are few snapshots which I just talked about, how we enhanced this transparency with this health checkup kind of a report, which is a first in industry right now. And this is, then talking about the service health report, how we worked on the cost calculator. And with this cost calculator, we also actually came up with a bold statement to our customers, that we are offering you one price assurance. One price assurance means whatever the periodic maintenance service cost you see on our website, on our cost calculator, the same cost will be definitely delivered at the invoice at the dealer point, which we ensured, and that our dealer partners are also supporting us in driving this kind of confidence and transparency say, with the customers. And as I said that we were working on the cost element, we did a lot of corrections in terms of our pricing, whether it was parts pricing, oil pricing, labor corrections, working out certain package discounts. And we came up in terms of a very, very cost-effective service costs in last 1.5 years. And I would say earlier, the concept that Volkswagen service is a bit costly. Now we are benchmarked with our competitors that our services almost, I would say, at par with the competition. I can't say almost, it is at par with the competition right now. So that's what the confidence we transpired towards our customers in last 1.5 years, and that helped us actually to retain our customers back. As in the previous discussion we were discussing, and Mr. Malhotra was also talking about the retention of customers post 4 year, specifically in the workshops, is a bigger challenge, right? So the retention generally is at around 30-35%, but I can confidently say in last 1.5 years, and at the Volkswagen brand, at the Volkswagen dealerships, with our support from the dealer partners and dealer network, our retention has grown in the segment of 4 year and above by 5 to 6% in last 1.5 years, which is a positive sign for our dealer partners in terms of business retention and the profitability. So that I talked about this initiative of we reaching as a Volkswagen brand to our customers. So we deployed 12 MSUs, which we call as mobile service unit, which is 100% equipped to carry out any kind of service repair and a major repair till 150,000 kilometers of service for any Volkswagen car. So we deployed this across the geography of India, which is covering, I would say, the northern part of India till Ladakh, and till in the eastern side till Nagaland, and the southern, I would say, the Tiruvananthapuram, and we are covering each and every corner of our geography, and the western side to the Kutch and Gandhidham area also through this initiative. And till date, in last 1 year, we have attended more than 5,000 customers through this service and offered service at their doorstep, and that's well being accepted and appreciated by our customers. And even when we launched this Volkswagen Assistance, which was a shorter version of MSU, where we are giving the basic periodic maintenance service and certain minor repairs, which Mr. Basin was discussing, that how we can provide this kind of service. So this is a concept which is we have introduced in the market, and we wanted to pilot this with our 20-30 dealer partners initially, workshops initially. And I would say, frankly speaking, the success of this concept has been such that in last 7 months, all my 100 workshops have demanded for this kind of assistance, support and service, and we deployed now at 100 plus workshops this kind of assistance. And the beauty of this service is that it is also connected with our Volkswagen RSA service provider, who offers this breakdown service also to this Volkswagen Assistance whenever the customer is in need, rather than offering that service through a third party or a third party vendor in the market. In that market, if my dealer is present, this service will go to the Volkswagen Assistance first. And it's all digitally now connected through our RSA. We have developed a customer app. We have developed a vendor app who is providing this facility where the customer can track when his Volkswagen Assistance service is coming, at what time it is reaching to him, and he can cater. And parallelly, our dealer partners are promoting this very aggressively for doing the, or you can say, doorstep service. So we are restricting the doorstep service right now to 50 to 70 kilometers of distance through Volkswagen Assistance. However, MSU has a wide geography to cover in any part of the corner of the India, right? So through this Volkswagen Assistance, I would proudly say we have done more than 12,000 customer connects and services being offered. And now talking about whether it was an investment for the dealer partner or it is a beneficial for the dealer partner. When we analyzed actually all these ROs or the repair orders being carried out or the services being carried out by the dealer partner, we could see the revenue generated through this medium. And I would say very successfully, the revenue generated per RO with mobile service unit or Volkswagen Assistance is at par with the revenue generated for the car reporting at the workshop. And that has made this business case very, very attractive for the dealer partners. And they have taken the step towards, you can say, working in this direction and implementing this initiative at the network. So this was in terms of reach, in terms of digital tools, how we implemented the digital technology. A lot of initiatives taken, as I earlier said. We implemented a parts pricing, package pricing system in our workshops, which helped us to digitalize internal requirements of ordering system from the workshop to parts digitally, when you don't have to now wait for the requisition slips, parts issue slips, and everything. Everything is ordered digitally, which actually reduces the lead time and increases the productivity for the technician. The LSIR is one more initiative, is a group initiative for us, and this is also part of the digital element, where we can order parts internally, you can say through digital medium, between warehouse and the dealer partners. And then the service cam. This is the technology which actually brought a lot of revolution in our Volkswagen service workshop, where we can take the videos of the repairs going forward, and we can take the repairs of the additional, we can take the video of additional repairs, share those videos with the customer through a link, where the customer has a facility to give approval through the same link, and it is digitally recorded with our DMS system and everything. And the advisor doesn't have to actually call the customer or explain anything about, because everything is transparent there to take an approval for any kind of additional repair. One is this brought us a lot of transparency and trust between the customer and the advisor. Second is this helped actually advisor to generate additional revenue for the workshop, because he could explain customer in a visual better way that this is the problem in your car, or this is the immediate repair which needs to be done and which was not part of your scheduled service, and can we do it or not. So naturally the customer gets more confidence of deciding whether I should go for that kind of repair or not. So all these initiatives helped us during this COVID time to drive all the activities and keep the business intact. We talking about quality, like Rajesh sir was talking about how we are maintaining the quality. So we launched our digital tool, which was our global tool, and we implemented that in India again, I would say, where we can do a quality check and audit sitting in our, you can say, home, doing work from home. And me as an area manager, for example, can do a quality check of my dealership, what he is doing with the vehicle of the customer. This is all digital. He doesn't have to now visit to the dealership to do a quality audit of the vehicles being carried out. Same way, he can do a repeat repair analysis, and service manager can do a repeat repair analysis at his dealership, and we can do a repeat repair analysis as an area manager for my set of dealerships, that how the repairs are being controlled, how the repeat repairs are being controlled at the dealership, how the first time right service is being offered, and naturally the dialogue reception, where the customer interaction happens. This is definitely an, I would say, an offline mode of mechanism, but we are also working in how we can improve in terms of digitalization. And for the customer, anytime, anywhere feedback launch was the bigger game changer. So all these initiatives and activities were promoted across the network through digital mediums, social medias, and well acknowledged by the customers. And definitely that has helped us to get definitely a greater results. What we have observed in our digital space, we got almost 185% growth in the service section. I'm talking about specifically because we have never seen such kind of numbers in service presentations or after sales presentations. We always used to see these numbers in marketing or sales presentations, right? But when we started taking digital initiatives and connecting from an after sales perspective with the through the digital media with the customer, we saw these numbers actually making change and impacting our, you can say, communication with the customer and bringing in growth. So you can see 10% increase happened in the owner section. So owner section for us on our website is basically the customer section who are owning the cars. Then our maintenance cost rejection rate was as high as third, basically, which came down to fifth with our cost initiatives. And naturally, we had more than 94 million media impressions, 28 million video views of all the after sales service initiatives. And I would say proudly that we are at the #1 position in terms of search keyword ranking in after sales if we look for any Volkswagen service center workshop. So all these digital activities, initiatives actually helped us to bridge the gap between Volkswagen brand, OEM, and the dealership and the customer. This is not only the initiative which I'm talking about as an OEM we have taken. This is a joint initiative taken by OEM and our dealer partners together. So these are, I would say, the changes, the new norms which we have adopted to connect with our customers. In addition to that, our responsibility towards the environment, towards the market, towards the commitment towards the globe We are working also with our dealer partners on a sustainability roadmap, which is definitely our global initiative. And we target to be 2050 carbon neutral across the globe from the Volkswagen network, if I talk about. So there is a lot being worked here, and we are in sync with our headquarters, and our dealer partners are aligned with us with this initiative, so that we in India also become, you can say, a carbon neutral organization. And there is a clear roadmap being defined on this, and we are taking this journey ahead with our dealer partners in the India market, so that we become carbon neutral and contribute towards the environment as well, along with our customers. That's all I would say from after sales side. And the vision for our 2022, how we are looking, we take after sales forward from the Volkswagen brand side and dealer partner side towards our customers. This year, naturally, 2022 will be majorly focusing on the quality. Digitalization now becomes an hygiene, working on creating more online products, online presence for our customers, so that they have direct access with us now, and how we, with these initiatives, how we can work on retaining the customer loyalty, retaining these customers with us always will be our first priority. That is our vision statement for 2022. And that's how we see the new norm from the Volkswagen after sales side. That's all from my side, team members. Thank you very much. And thanks for giving your time to hearing to me. Thanks a lot.
Mr. Bhatt, there is one question that has come in for you.
Yes,
They ask,
yes, please.
can you share some competitive benchmarking on cost of ownership of Volkswagen cars?
So I think I have presented that, but yes, I will reiterate this slide. So if I talk about now this particular section where service cost 75,000 kilometer 5 years, if I see my service cost for Polo specifically was at 0.5 rupees per kilometer cost. And after our cost initiative, corrections initiative, what we have taken, we have reduced the cost by 32%. So in Polo currently, we are at around 0.34 per kilometer cost, which is, I would say, directly benchmarked with the competition here. I will not name the competition, but yes, it's benchmarked with the competition, which is at 0.3 per kilometer, rupees per kilometer. And similar way, Vento, we were at 0.64 with our cost initiatives and corrections we have taken. We have come down to 0.4, which is a 34% reduction, and competition is definitely at 0.35. But yes, I would say we are almost near the competition here. So a lot of initiatives taken, a lot of actions taken. You can visit our website. You can see all the costs available there. You can visit to our service section. You can visit to our cost calculator. For any product, any VIN number, you will get the immediate costing of our service cost. And that's very transparently available and visible, and you can do the easy calculation for the service costs. I hope that answers the question.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Mr. Vishal Bhatt.
Thank you, Kiran.
That one has much to learn about high standards of professionalism from you, and to express our heartfelt thanks and gratitude to you, sir. Here is a token of appreciation from our side.
Thank you, WF team. Thank you very much.
Thank you once again. And now, as we move further ahead with this summit, we have in our next session, our next keynote speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, I take great pleasure in welcoming our third keynote speaker, Mr. M. Dhananjayan, truly a global entrepreneur. He's the Managing Director of Focus Engineering India, mechanical engineer by qualification, coach by choice, and entrepreneur by passion. Skilled in manufacturing and retail business, he has personally trained more than 15,000 service professionals till date, including technician, service advisor, CRM, workshop manager, parts manager, general manager, dealer principals, and owners. He has industry exposure in two-wheeler, four-wheeler, mass and luxury, commercial vehicles, and other business functions like shipping, ready-mix, construction, elevator, material testing. He's also a certified European Foundation for Quality Management Assessor in Dubai Quality Group and IMS Integrated Management System Implementation Trainer and Auditor. A quick learner himself, he's a polyglot, proficient in 6 languages and understands Arabic and 3 South Asian languages. I request Mr. M. Dhananjayan to deliver his address on digitization in after sales and customer centricity. His address will also be followed by a question and answer session. Over to you, sir.
So thank you, ma'am. Thank you to the Old Auto Forum for this power pack session. It was great to hear Vishal and also my senior leaders in the automotive industry. A lot of topics have been covered about how the whole journey of the after-sales business and customer centricity is evolving. So I am Dhananjayan Munirathinam, founder of Focus Group. We work with the leading OEMs in India, Middle East, and South Africa to bring in process change and also bring in the first-in advantage of the after-sales digital journey. Today, I'm going to talk about the entire ecosystem, how the whole world is looking at post-pandemic, and what are the new topics that would evolve in terms of the after-sales business. So we look at, as part of this next 20 minutes, to really look at topics that are making an impact, right from 3D printing, the subscription model, the data analytics, which is playing the real big role, and also how 5G could really impact the after-sales market in overall. So like we always talk about this cause and effect. So similar is also to an after-sales market. The cost is currently, it is being really highly impacted with the whole digital journey in place and also shifting consumer behavior. If you have watched the industry in the last 4 to 5 years, there is a major impact on the customer behavior, customer centricity. And to enable this, there is a clear role of after sales. Now, anymore, after sales is not looked at as sales done and then it's handed over to the after sales business for a service and maintenance. Truly, it is going sales before after sales is a big new term that is really getting an integration in place. And more importantly, the overall business models are really changing up. There is an innovative startups that are really working on to solve the industry problems. One of the major important need for a network is to be profitable and also sustain the business. Two important elements will really make an impact moving forward. One is customer retention, because customer retention is a keyword that is being worked upon from all sides of business, not only in after sales market. The second is cost of customer acquisition is a topic that people are really working on. So if you really work on customer retention, automatically the cost of customer acquisition will come down. Now, to enable this process, the overall tool that is currently being looked as an enabling tool is the digitalization. We saw it in Vishal's presentation, how much impactful initiatives that they have done to really make the customer have more transparency and make the business more viable. Now, if you look at the whole impact versus the timeline, these are the 12 elements that is going to transform and impact the mindset of the business way it works. It is clearly looked at, there's an high impact of consolidation among parts distributors. We saw Mr. Pandey talking about ACMA's initiatives of bringing together all the companies that are manufacturing parts. There is always a clear roadmap that is being seen currently with respect to the expanding after sales activities in terms of having more touch points. Today, our digitalization presence is actually helping in the pandemic times to ensure that the customers' connectivity and communication is seamless and it's making a major impact. So we are all looking at the news and talking about e-mobility. Though e-mobility will make a major shift of the automotive business, but still after sales still contributes a major support system, because only the engine and the exhaust will, as a major part, will move on, but rest of the things will stay as it is. Autonomous driving for India is a long way. There is a kind of an increased price transparency efforts being done by all the business. And also, if you look at in India, there's an increased number of independent workshops coming in, and also the disruptive players, the aggregators, or making a change. It's like how we always look at Ola, Airbnb doesn't own a workshop. Today we have disruptors who doesn't own a workshop but connect all the workshops with the help of the tool. Now, if you look at, there is a new trend and new name that is going on, which is digitalization and servitization. This one word is called as digital servitization, which is looked as a proactive weapon for acceleration and implementation to respond to the crisis. The three words that would really impact and make the change would be contactless, how our process is completely working in terms of a contactless journey, and second is connected, and third is convenience. Today, the overall process, if you look at the whole market initiative globally, is working on these three things in the after-sales business. How customer convenience can be enhanced, how the customer can be connected so that they are aware and updated. So like how Service Camp, we also have See It Now, a personalized video communication tool that we have implemented 3 years ago in India, which clearly brings in a very transparent communication information process where the customer can really make an impact to know what is happening on their car. Moving one step ahead, we also will talk about a new product that we have launched in the coming slides. And contactless journey is the new norm, because with the post-pandemic situation, clearly it is needed an hygienic method of interacting with customers. So there is a lot of impact that is happening. So these are the three C, I would say: contactless, connected, convenience would be the digitalization programs that would evolve the after-sales business. Now, as we spoke, we also have seen the impact of the digitalization programs. It would have been a very, very difficult stage before pandemic, before the COVID situation, talking about digitalization programs to various stakeholders. But if you see this graph, there is a clear jump in terms of companies adapting and embracing digitalization programs. Also, 3D printing, if you look at, there was only 9% of usage, and currently it is at 13% usage overall. The service automation is also a clear topic to see that a lot of elimination of process waste, idle times. Also, three areas is very, very important for an economy that should be sustainable, which is paperless, saving water, and saving electricity as well. So these comes under the programs of service automation, which could really make an impact. And also, if you look at data is the king. So data is something we need to really adapt even for our digitalization programs, because in this whole journey, you are able to get a real-time information which you can act upon. Now, as we saw in the previous slide, 3D printing of spare parts, because this is something, an area like how we print any documents, even the spare parts business, the parts, some of the parts would be done at a workshop level through a 3D printers, because this is not only helping in terms of a new product development, even in existing tools, there is a decreased tooling cost. Also, it really impacts our overall 3D impacts overall supply chain as well. So this is going to really revolutionize in the coming years with respect to the old parts. All the system needs is primarily a CAD/CAM drawing and a little bit more specification to produce the part. So the whole system value add is going to happen through this, because this is something wood was a part of discussion a few years back, but this is becoming not only part of R&D as of now. This will also evolve in the after-sales business moving forward. So this is this slide is something very close to my heart. I always talk about E is equal to MC square, which we all have studied during our school days and also at various forums. We use it to educate our kids. In an after-sales business, E is nothing but enabling the digital change. M is nothing but the mass market market need. And C square is nothing but customer and connectivity. So E is equal to MC square, and I always equate E equal to employee. So employee, how organization keeps an employee happy will clearly transform the overall market and also the customer journey. So E is equal to MC square clearly mentions also the access to data and is equal to access to market. So lot of organizations, and today the current trend of really important is to clean up your data before you really make a change. So 20% of revenues of an OEM could come from mobility and connector services in the future. And there is a lot of focus on this complete thing to really transform the value chain. Now, all of us know how we have seen the overall, network, telecom network changing from 2G to 3G to 4G. And surely this 5G has made it possible to access customer data. This is going to be a real game changer with respect to the overall after-sales market, because there are three areas which really makes an impact is from a 5G and connected cars. Though autonomous driving in India would take a longer time. For example, where I am sitting in Dubai, they already have a certain area marked for the autonomous driving. And I'm also facilitating a topic of discussion on the 14th of December to bring autonomous driving standards for the Road Transport Authority, bringing SAE International into Dubai. So the similar thing would also happen in India, that it would really change where the infrastructure improvements will be taken in terms of autonomous driving. Second thing, for sure, since the data is pulled on a real-time basis to either a centralized system, there would be an impact on insurance and collision repair facilities, because the entire information is being passed on to the sensors. So you have a real-time data which could also reduce the cost of repairs, especially on the body shop side. Also, you need to bring the vehicle to a dealership right now for any software updates or any changes. This whole scenario is also going to change in the years to come, because all the updates will happen over the air, because even at a personal level, we are all connected to the cloud. We have Google storages and we keep our pictures centrally on a cloud storage, on an iPhone storage, or completely the whole ecosystem is changing. So I clearly see that 5G would transform the after-sales market, and these would really impact the overall way that we interact with the business. So one of the clear need is to look at the seamless digital ecosystem. So primarily these would really make an important change. Today, we are having easy access to the marketplace in terms of parts, in terms of any other services, because there are a lot of information available on the net, and also there are a lot of third-party developers that collaborate into the ecosystem. Also, in the current busy times, the personal assistant is also an important thing. So your vehicle will turn into an office in the future. You will be connected to the rest of the world by your not only from your mobile, from your vehicle as well, because there would be a complete ecosystem that could help us to track, have information on our fingertips. And this whole ecosystem brings a lot of convenience factor to the customer. So I am sure many of the forums you might have heard about the mortar and brick system would evolve, and there will be more touch points closer to the customer place. Today, if you heard me last year about a service called CAFU, Car Fuel, that is available in Dubai. Today, I read that we have something called Fuel Buddy, which is also similar to a CAFU, providing fuel at the doorstep of the entire ecosystem. So they're already available at 40 cities. So this would be the more change in after sales business. So unless we don't change to the overall chain, we will not really make a difference in the overall after sales business. So this example is a clear example of a product which is a product from Ahmedabad, India. So this clearly tells about how our overall customer journey is getting impacted, right from the time that you check in into a hotel and check out of a hotel. Today, there is a lot of idle time. You need to wait for someone to assist you to check in and check out. So the entire process of a manual interaction is being eliminated by this particular product in terms of customer centricity. Today, if you look at, you have a kind of a panic button, your digital maintenance, the hotel management is done through a kind of a mobile. And even the customer experiences, a check-in and check-out, which generally used to take like 30 to 40 minutes, within 3 minutes, an interaction process. So you can see there is a complete customer centricity topic using digital tools, making a better impact of an experience of the customer. So the same scenario is also adapted in an after-sales environment globally, wherein which right from an appointment booking of your car to your delivery, there are a lot of models that has evolved in India in the last couple of years, wherein which you have pickup drop, you have information that is seamlessly transforming through a live camera system, and also time to time updation through an information. So your mobile will become your centralized point of contact to get all the information that you need. So this is something is a need of the hour in terms of being in business, and also to really see that a value add is being done. So the old models will truly evolve by having more adaptation to data analytics. Any improvement program, even when we do an engage with our customer, the first and foremost thing is we first look into the data, and then only we go into the facts, which could really help us to build an improvement model for the business. It is very important. You need to have service dialogues with your customers, because your customers are your real inputs for improving your service process. Not only your customers, it's also very important that you need to have an employee dialogues, because they are the one who are interacting with the customers. And these two stakeholders are very important to make any changes into your process. And the first and foremost element along with these two people will be your data. This not only helps in improving the overall process, it also helps in upselling. The true profits or the true revenue can come only when a dealership or a OEM starts working more towards a data analytics model. And that's what we are suggesting globally with our clients. And that has given 20% to 30% of improvements in no time. So the moment within a 90 days period, we look into the information about the data, and the data tells us how the overall process is there in place. So this is also a kind of a insight to really look at how the overall cars and repairs market is really transforming globally. So as I said, we being into the digital business of after sales, telling anyone, this is a tool that will enable your process, it will reduce your time. Always there would be a kind of an argument saying that this is not going to work in India, or this is not going to work in Middle East. So the initial resistance that we used to have during our pitches has completely changed, and the need of the hour is real tech platforms that is really propelling. So this data, if you look at 2020, the overall online segment used to be less than 1%. And today it's going to be by 2030 by 15%, and there's a market potential of 25 billion. So that's something each of the OEMs and the marketplace to really look at how value generation can be done through tech platforms. There is a lot of talks about cybersecurity, data protection, because there are a lot of standards like GDPR, Global Data Protection Rights, which clearly protects the data information of the customer. And there is no, even at our personal level, we have, started, shopping, even purchasing our vegetables online to save time and cost. So customer convenience is clearly a way forward. Ola is again a revolution in India, when the old taxi system was done in a different way, and today you're all at booking your vehicles at your fingertips. So if you look at the apps are revolutionizing the automotive market. So these 5 areas are really making an impact of freedom of choice. Doorstep service would be the new avenue of revenue for any OEMs and in dealerships and also fourth level business. Payment gateways, this is a good example of integrating how a banking system gets into an automotive industry. Also, if you look at in the insurance, currently you also pay your insurance basis the use. So there is a lot of changes, and loyalty programs are also an important tool that makes a difference. So keeping all these 6 things as a revolution, we one more thing we really looked at is tracking. Tracking is very important to measure the progress, to know how things are happening. Then only you'll be only able to make an improvement in place. So that's how we have developed our own tool, and which we have launched on the 3rd December at the India Innovation Hub. This is clearly a one-stop solution for the digital workshop to the workshops to make them digitally enabled. So focus track has been kept in mind to solve 3 things. One is paperless journey, also save electricity within the facilities by having an asset management, and also water saving, and key information of customer transparency will come by vehicle tracking, driver tracking, and staff tracking, which can also improve in productivity. So these are the functions that is available already on Focus Track, which is clearly helping you to digitalize your after-sales business. Now, if you look at from a business standpoint, vehicle subscription is the latest disruption in the automotive field. So we have seen Maruti, Hyundai, Mercedes all moving towards a vehicle subscription model, and even BMW for that say the complete OEM ecosystem is moving into a vehicle subscription to increase the sales. Along with that subscription, there is a clear programs and modules that to retain customers. There are a lot of service packages that has been developed. So you can see that there is a great potential, and also the change in the customer mindset from ownership to usership that is really making a difference. So if you look at in the old business model, everything used to stand as a silo, and the customers at a different as one side, and you can see the business models evolving as silos, which was the old model before COVID, I would say. Currently, if you look at the whole transition is into a digital transformation, where in which everything is revolving across the customers, and each of the business functions are connected to each other, so that they are able to embrace overall information in place. So I was actually in a meeting with Suhas Gopinath 2 days back. He mentions the real competition. Suhas Gopinath, for everyone's information, was a 14-year-old kid who started his business from Bangalore, and today he's one of the global entrepreneurs, and he has diversified in a very big kind of an information tech platform. So he clearly says when he had the discussion with with Nestle team, they have said their competition is not their core food brands. The real competition is Swiggy and Zomato, who is actually making the instant noodle purchase very less, because today the Swiggy and Zomato has eliminated the need even for cooking, and has connected the entire supply chain into an app-based information. So similarly, in an after-sales business, in a dealership business, this is also going to evolve, that the connected business is really going to make an impact, and you will have convenience factor built for the customer, so that when I buy a car, I also get other additional services that is at my doorstep. So truly, the whole industry is shifting from an old business model to a new business model, and digital twin is one of the topic that is predominantly spoken in the auto market space right now. And one of the example of it is also TVS launching its digital solutions, wherein which right from the parts, you roadside assistance, you need a service, you need anything connected to my app. So everything is available for through one-stop solution, and that's how the industry will evolve in the coming days. So as focus group, we have variety of solutions that we are offering in the markets. These are all the digital tools that we do. And moving forward to conclude the overall digitalization and customer centricity, I clearly look at we need to work on this 4 topics, which is very, very important, be it a kind of a old model or a new model. The skilling is a very, very important thing for us to really get the best productivity out of people. So once we have a skilled people, the companies and the dealerships to also look at upskill, because continuous journey of upskill will help them to have more productivity and reduce repeat complaints, and also errors in the overall process, increased customer dissatisfaction. Now, having said that, skill and upskill is done, the reskill is the new term to the digital world that is kept, because it is being said in Bangalore, a guy goes for an interview. When he starts and gets onto his car, by the time he reaches to his interview place, the technology that is being in use gets changed. So like in Google, you have a lot of information keeps getting developed and developed and developed. So reskilling is something very, very important in this digital world, and every organization has to kind of work on it. So now, having talked about skill, upskill and reskill, what is this recall? Generally people talk about recall only in the campaigns, but a recall is the new norm in the digital world, to see that how much of the information learned is being put in practical use. Because we can read information on the Google, we can get information on many conferences like this, but how much you're able to grasp the information and implement it in your business would really make the difference. So that's what is all about, digitalization and customer centricity. And I would, leave a last thought process to everyone. As per Chanakya, it is clearly said Janpat Sampat, meaning the customer contact, connection, convenience would always be the tool to, be in business, progress in business, and create a lot of value system in place. So this is a clear information that if you can adapt, embrace digital tools, your business would really move to the next level. Over to you, Anuj.
Thank you so much. Sir, there's a question for you. The question says, videos have taken the digital world by the storm. You mentioned about your video product. How can small workshops embrace them for customer satisfaction, or is it just for big OEMs?
So our tool is available for everyone in the market, both in India, Middle East, and rest of the world. So the model is very cost effective and it's a subscription based. So anyone can reach out to us to use it. And we have seen a great impact in terms of customer satisfaction, customer retention, and also upselling the revenue by 25%. It's a proven data. It's been available in the market for the last 3 years. As I said, before COVID, making anyone understand about this whole topic was a challenge. Now it's becoming a new norm. Digital personalized communication will become the industry need as we see and talk right now. And also having a digitally connected workshop will make them more confident to a customer to retain them in the days to come. Because today, as I spoke in my last session of last year about CAFO, who used to only provide fuel at the doorstep, today they enhances multiple services like car cleaning, detailing, including I learned last week that they also started a laundryman. Like you give your clothes and it's been returned back in a fresh state like a new dress. So how much convenient and how much customer connectivity that we have as a business will only make a difference for us to stay. So even for a non-authorized dealership, we have the tool Focus Track, which could enable most important factor of being connected to the rest of the world and the customers. That's the need.
Thank you so much, sir. And now we would like to express our heartfelt gratitude for sharing your knowledge and insights. We present you with our token of appreciation. Thank you once again, gentlemen. We had originally planned a networking lunch, but then since this is a virtual online summit, we take a break here and we'll be back at 2:05 p.m. to resume the 7th India Vehicle After Sales Summit, IVASS 2021. And during this break, we have Mr. Gerald Louis, Head Partnerships and Engagements at World Auto Forum, whom we affectionately call Jerry, to take us through a guided tour of a virtual exhibition at the VAF-VZ. This is the world's longest running virtual exhibition at WAF Expo Sim. Over to you, Jerry.
Thank you, Kiran ma'am. Thank you. And good afternoon to everyone, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to take you through the guiding part of WAF.biz. It's the world's first auto and mobility industry social network platform where we have the top CXOs, the top industry leaders who have already joined in. You can see that Maruti Suzuki, Hyundai, Kia, Ashok Leyland, Stanley, Shriram Pistons, Almansur Automotive, TVS, Bajaj, Hero, Fara, Volvo, Skoda, Volkswagen, Honda Motors. Let me take you to the features which we have here. It's an exclusive networking site for all the automobile and mobility industry. As you can see that you can share, you can create an ad in this, you can make your products, you can show your products in this, you can share with them. And the features which you have your profile, you can use your network, you can comment and share in the whole new way. Yeah, and Kunal, can you please click on this one? Can you click on top? Yeah, search button here. And can you please type CXO, please? Yeah. So we have 64 members with WAF CXO Elite, and they are known as Pro and First as WAF First. And these are the members you can see there. Can you please go back? And can you go to the Find People, where you can find people whom you want to connect with? Yeah. Can you click the Find People here? Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. So you can be a member, a pro member in this. You can be, the members are invited in this, so they can be a part of WAF.biz as the world's first social networking site for the auto and mobility platform. And now let's go to the world's longest running virtual exhibition at World Auto Forum. And if you look at it, we have Volkswagen, we have MG. Yeah, thank you, Kunal. Can we go to Volkswagen, please? Just give me a minute. Yeah, if you look at this, it's a booth, a digital booth, which has a 3D virtual 3D, and it has a realistic and impressive experience following you to interact with the exhibitors. And you can use them by chat facilities. Can you click on the chat, please? Kunal, can you please click on the chat? And you can chat, and you can chat with the agent who's there on the stall. You can send them a message. You can check the brochures. Kunal, can you please click the brochures, please? You can check the brochure. You can click them, and you can load it to your mailbox. It goes to your mailbox. You can see this. You can go to your mailbox, your email address, and you can have a visiting card. Can you please show the visiting card in this, please? Yeah. Can you please play the video?
You see that?
Yeah,
Eyes on the road.
not on you.
Sun's definitely playing peekaboo.
No, it's playing hide and seek.
You want to go to that cafe?
The one we couldn't afford last time.
The one we love.
What if we lived in a home like this?
Like our own little castle.
Yeah, Kunal.
Yes.
Can you please? Yeah. I just need to tell you about Volkswagen. Is a brand that is synonymous to German engineering, build quality and safety, fun to drive experience. One of the biggest car makers in the world with 120 production facilities, as he said, serving more than 150 countries. And let's go to MG. And MG Garage is an iconic British brand since 1924 and taken the Indian market by storm, known for their four pillars: innovation, diversity, communities, and experiences. A third of their workforce consists of women, which they plan to take to 50%. Can you play the video, please?
Hector got him really curious.
We did everything to find about Hector on internet.
I am only
Yeah,
79 years old.
Stall, Kunal, thank you. And here we come to the stall of Abbott, which is a group dedicated to helping people live more fully in everything they do. They are creating the future of healthcare through life-changing technologies and products that make you healthier and stronger, and quickly identify when you have a medical need and treat conditions to help you to get back to doing what you love, with global headquarters in Chicago, USA, and they serve the people in more than 160 countries. Sorry. With medical device, diagnosed nutrition products, and brand generic medicines, millions of people to live better and healthier every day around the world. In India, they have been helping people live fully for more than 100 years. And as you know, there's a PanBio test which is faster than, and it is good for testing for COVID. So you can see the video. Can you please play the video, please? click those, click the V cards also. Meantime, yeah, visiting cards, yeah.
PanBio, a breakthrough COVID-19 rapid antigen self-test from Abbott. The only proven high-accuracy self-test in India. PanBio, now available at your nearest chemist and online. One step closer to restoring everyday life again.
And the next stall is Gallup Motors, who is again under the leadership of Mr. Tanuj Pugalia. Gallup Motors has more than 17 years of hands-on experience in handling dealership that successfully represent BMW, Hyundai, Mahindra, Tata, commercial vehicles, Chevrolet, Bajaj, KTM bikes. And Gallup's group have more than 100,000 happy customers at the moment. Can you play the video, please? Yeah. Clark, can you go to the other hall, please? And this is our, and as you know, World Auto Forum connects with dealers, suppliers, and other mobilities. And we are connected to 125 countries. You can see. Can you put this? Can you put the image here and the dialogue and the action? Thank you. Now, can you go to the other slide, please? To the other stall. Then here we come to Focus Engineering India and Focus Technology from Middle East that offer services like auditing, training, mentoring, consulting, data analysis, market research, business ideas in the field of automotive industry worldwide. It is a people and business transformation architect that helps organization in performance improvement, optimizing business outcomes by empowering the people, enhancing processes and facility implementation of enables through learning, consulting, and technology solutions. Can we go to the next? Yes. Thank you. Can we go to Motor Uncle, please? Yeah. And Motor Uncle is a web app for the confused car buyers and the hassled car service customer. MotorUncle.com offers reports, report cards of car based on top experts, actual user rating, thus enabling the customers to compare specific on different cards. They even arrange for test drives for a memorable car buying experience.
Hey, this is Rahul. I have a 2019 Creta, white color, petrol and automatic. I've been driving it for almost now 1.5 years. It's done about 35,000 kilometers, touching about 36,000. I never felt any fatigue even driving for 4-5 hours in a stretch. Very smooth. The pickup is very nice, very smooth, and feels light, very easy to maneuver it.
Getting an SUV, and it's really easy to maneuver. You don't feel like driving such a high or big car. It's a reasonable car.
Average daily running is quite a lot, so I spend about 2 to 4 hours driving every day. Find it very comfortable. Long drives, be it on the highway or even in city roads, very comfortable.
Comfort and ride, and especially the silence. So when I drive, engine doesn't make too many noises, and getting such a silence in this size of car is a boon in city traffic.
If I can show you.
Kunal,
the interior
can we
of
go
the
to
car.
the other stall? Patriot, a newspaper with a fine lineage, started from more than 6 decades back by Bharat Ratan Aruna Asif Ali Ji. The newspaper is known for their unbiased and engaging editorials. The video is not available in that. Can you please go to the focus group? Focus group. And please play their videos. Thank you, Kunal. Thank you, everyone. I hope you enjoyed the tour, and thank you. Thanks a ton. Kunal, can you play the videos of the focus group and other partners, please?
Let's go!
सर से बोलिए अलाउ भी कर दीजिए स्क्रीन शेयर। ठीक है।
Let's go! I just wanna dance like I'm free. Baby, I just wanna take the wheel. Just like 1, 2, 3. D-A-N-C-E. I just wanna run like I'm free. Baby, I just wanna take the wheel. I just wanna run like I'm free. D-A-N-C-E.
Volkswagen.
Hello, Esther.
Yes.
Hello, Esther.
Yes.
Bio, an easy-to-use COVID-19 antigen self-test from Abbott. Only proven high-accuracy self-test in India. Bio. Bio, an easy-to-use COVID-19 antigen self-test from Abbott. Only proven high-accuracy self-test in India. Bio.
Have something very different which we are looking out for eco-friendly or green vehicles. तो मैं ये सिर्फ कह सकता हूँ कि आज के इस एग्जीबिशन को आकर यानी कि BIEC बैंगलोर इंटरनेशनल एग्जीबिशन सेंटर बैंगलोर पे तो वाकई में यहाँ आने के बाद इतने सारे स्टॉल्स को देखने के बाद लेकिन ये जो स्टॉल है जो वन मोटो विच हैज़ गॉट 3 वेराइटीज यानी कि 3 डिफरेंट वेराइटीज है जैसा कि कम्यूटा है इलेक्ट्रा है एंड बाइका द रेट्रो का द विंटेज का इन्होंने एक लुक दिया है सो आई वुड लाइक टू कंग्रेचुलेट दैट वन मोटो विच हैज़ कम विद अ ब्यूटीफुल मोटो द मोटो ऑफ इको फ्रेंडली.
So first impressions, the scooters look great. I mean, the design wise, the feel wise, form factor, etc. The seat quality, everything looks great. So this is something that we're actually looking forward to test on the road. So it's thumbs up from us.
You have the 60s and the 70s feel of a scooter with the latest technology built in with apps and everything.
These two are like so attractive, so retro-ish, and this particular thing, I don't know, somehow I'm very attracted to this particular design.
This comes with a 4 kilowatt motor, so obviously it is much more powerful than whatever vehicles you are getting on the road today. It is as good as the IC vehicles that you get.
I'm really excited to be here at the stall of One Motor today, and I'm really excited to look at the products, the Electra, the Biker, the Commuter. They seem to be fantastically designed, very aesthetic, very pleasing to the eye. And we wish Team One Motor all the very best for their endeavors in India.
I think the specs are really nice. The claimed range and the power figures, top speed figures are good.
Because any of our petrol vehicles have about 4 liters capacity. 4 into 40 is about 160. So it's almost the same.
I have seen so many EV manufacturers here, particularly in the scooter segment. And I like this vehicle because mainly aesthetically it looks very attractive.
And I'm sure that I'm going to buy this whenever this is launched in the market. So really thanks to One Moto and the team. I am in love with this vehicle.
This will be the best for my company also.
People go for style and utility. Style and utility. This got both.
They've nailed the design. They've done a very good job in this part.
I came all the way from Kerala to meet you team.
I think it's value for money.
I request all the people to please visit One Moto and check it out what exactly the specialty of One Moto with the 3 different models. I wish you all the very best once again, Mr. Samir Moideen as well as Muzammil Riaz and the whole team of One Moto.
Kiran ma'am, please start.
Sure. Welcome back, everybody, to the post-lunch session of the 7th India Vehicle After Sales Summit 2021, IVASS. And in this post-lunch session, our fourth speaker is Mr. S. Punaivanam, Vice President and Head After Sales Service, Hyundai Motor India, to deliver his keynote address on Hyundai Service, Resume, Repair, and Recover. To tell you a bit about our speaker, Mr. S. Punaivanam. He is an auto professional with more than 30 years of experience in the automotive industry and a VAP star for Best After Sales Head PV category. Mr. Punaivanam began his professional journey with Maruti Suzuki India Limited and went on to work with Hyundai Motor India. Under his leadership as Vice President Hyundai, After Sales bagged the coveted JD Power CSI #1 for 2 consecutive years. He leads by example and believes in teamwork to achieve set goals. His address is going to be followed by a question and answer session. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Ms. Kiran, for the nice introduction. Hello, friends, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon to all of you. Special respect to all my industry experts who have joined this conference. Let me first wish you a wonderful new year ahead and hope you, all your family members, friends are doing very, very well. I'm here to speak on how Hyundai Service resumed, recovered in the new normal despite overall COVID challenges in the last 1.5 years. Friends, there are 3 big impacts as far as after sales business is concerned. But hold your breath. I think all the speakers who spoke earlier must have talked, and I may be repeating few things. At the cost of repetition, I request all of you to understand the way things were handled at Hyundai Motor India in the after sales business. Number one impact of COVID-19 was on the vehicle miles traveled. In the international level, they all talk about VMT, miles traveled. On the Indian context, we measure in the terms of kilometer run by the car. So thanks to the BlueLink connected cars technology, we have been able to track the number of kilometers generally customers were clocking on a daily basis. So friends, before the pandemic, especially in the month of January 20, just for information, all the connected car customers across India were clocking a daily average of 37 kilometers per day. That went down, of course, to 8 kilometers because of the lockdown, because people were only moving out for essential services and they were going out to buy important groceries, milk, etc. It is natural that it went down to 8. post-lockdown relaxations, it went up to 25. The peak last year was during the month of December 20. I'm just giving you the impact that gave to the automobile industry, car users. And in the second wave in March 21, the impact was not that bad. 21 lockdown didn't see much decrease in the overall mobility. So it was 26 kilometers per day our customers were using. And in October 21, just last month, the things almost came back to normal. Indian consumers, as per our Hyundai Blue Link connected cars data, I'm glad that the mobility has come back to level that was in 2019. But an interesting point here is personal mobility in the top 5 cities. As you see on the right hand side, the table depicts that in the metro cities, average lending was much lesser by the owners because they may be using alternative mobility, shared mobility, or metro, or all pooled cars, etc. Average in January 20 was 27 kilometers per day. But the interesting thing to note is it has gone up by 15%. Even in metro cities, people are running because of the COVID hygiene, which they want to maintain through the personal mobility. So increase of car mobility by 15% in metro cities. But overall, the good news is that the mobility has come back as far as BMT is concerned. Next, please. The second important impact will be on the manpower. As you saw, a lot of people went back to their native place. So after the first relaxation of COVID-1 in July 20, in our own industry, 13% of manpower did not return back because they all had gone back to their hometowns and they sort of migrated to their own place and they didn't want to come back. So that was a good learning. So for the second time in this year, 2021, after the March things became serious, then we prepared that there will be a good expected pent-up demand in the service load. So we prepared that it's like, weekend movie hall. Saturday, Sundays, when the movie halls are operating, I'm saying, Saturday, Sunday will witness the highest footfalls in the movie halls, whereas weekdays will not have. So we prepared that post-COVID, though we need to prepare better. So we hired more people and upskilled them. A lot of training, both online and offline trainings were organized. We were ready almost with 10% more than what 2019 manpower was there in skill. So the second impact also we could manage with the proper planning with our support of training department. Let's go to the third impact, please. The main important impact of COVID-19 was the service reporting to our dealer partners. Many people were quarantining themselves. IT professionals especially are working from home. Their cars were running much lesser than the normal. So they were always wanting to confirm if the car needs to be really maintained because the cars were running low. So overall, after the first COVID, there was a drop of huge 20% in the daily reporting in our Hyundai service network. But with proper planning, I am very glad that various digital initiatives were made. Hyundai adopted a special software algorithms called Hyundai Intelligent Targeting System, where 5 segmentation of customers were done based on their usage, based on the experience with Hyundai, their distance from the workshop. All that logics were applied to connect with customers, and we used to offer customer-specific communication to increase the retention. So various digital initiatives, and we also had to do regularly very intelligent marketing campaigns to connect with our customers. So as you see, by October 21, our daily workshop load had gone up by 18% compared to January 20. So while I'm talking about all 3 impacts for a typical automobile network, but we had planned little more in depth, and we were making enough communication, enough campaign, so that at the end of the day, we are able to recover. I'm going to share more good news here as to how we went on about handling this COVID impact. So can you go to the next slide, please? So I'm here to present the strategy on how we resume and recover. Can you go to the next slide, please? First on resumption. So in both the waves, lot of emotional connect were to be made. First on the safety of our own staff, safety of our customers, because we need to prepare our network by proper sanitization before the car was received, and our entire operation needs to be, foolproof, and people should be following hygiene measures. And this time in 2021, lot of focus from Hyundai Motor India on the Hyundai staff as well as on the dealer staff about the vaccination. These three topics were helping us to resume in a very, very positive manner. Next, please. So, Yatin, are you able to hear me? Is the audio coming to all of you guys?
Yes, loud and clear.
Thank you. Great, Anuj. So, as part of the resumption, Hyundai announced industry first warranty extension, extended warranty extension, and free service extension. Now, this was done much before the national lockdown was announced by the government of India. I'm just giving the glimpse as, by March 20, we were in media that Hyundai extended warranty for customers who are, operating in the lockdown area. Either the workshop is locked down or the customers were in the lockdown area. So they could not avail of the warranty in the right time. So we extended. Friends, I'm very, very glad that because of this industry first initiative, both during 20 and 21, we could cover more than 1.4 lakh customers beyond the typical warranty period by over and above 2 to 3 months. Next, please. Now, all of you know that while lockdown or curtailment of movement was there, but lot of people were operating in essential services like our doctors, policemen, all the bankers. They were on regular duty. So during 2020 as well as 2021, we were adopting a special strategy that at each location city we went to the district commissioner and we sought special permission to operate dealers emergency road service, and we also could get special permission for operating our alliance partner who is our RSA partner. So we could get special permissions to allow this fleet of support cars whenever our customers were in trouble. During COVID, the users were parking the car for longer time. Sometimes battery was not starting the car, and there were other technical issues. I am glad that we were there when customers badly wanted a support there. So more than 2,100 customers were assisted only during this year between March and June, where at various parts of the country, simple lockdown was there. And these are few glimpses of our happy customers who shared that positive verbatim to Hyundai Motor India. So that was second approach, that while the workshops were closed, RSA was always there, and our customers never ever suffered a immobility during that time. Next, please. While we were focusing continuously on multiple vaccination drives, for getting the dealer network fully vaccinated, I'm glad that 96% of our dealer employees are currently vaccinated. That will give confidence to them to be in the workplace with a lot of positive energy, and that will give a positive vibrance to the customers who are visiting the workshop. So with this, we also parallelly started communicating to the customers that our workshop is safe for the customers to visit. I'm not talking about the contactless service that I'll be touching upon later, but for the customers who want to bring the car to the network, who visit the workshop, we clearly ensured that the DMS showed the temperature of the advisor who is attending to the customer, thermal screening of our employees, then sanitization available at all the facilities. And we also communicated about 360-degree untagged, which means contactless service available at our customer for the customers. Then pick and drop service. If customers do not want to come to the workshop, we increase the number of drivers. So we were constantly communicating to the customers that we are adopting a safe process that will take care of safety, hygiene, and contactless service. This was very, very important to connect with the customer, particularly the customers who did not report to us for last 12 months. So we were contacting them for requesting them to come back to the workshop for getting the car serviced and maintained. Next, please. As I said, now end-to-end contactless service, whether it is airlines or, about buying groceries from Amazon, it's almost contactless. Similarly, we have set up, and incidentally, we were, leading this in the industry by 360-degree digital. As you see here from the service reminder system, we have, WhatsApp, more than 35 lakh customers have already opted in Hyundai WhatsApp. So all of them are getting a digital reminder link, and from there on they have online booking. Then the workshop also, if the customer adopts a pick and drop, then the car will come to the workshop, and we will, digitally send the repair order, confirm the repair estimate, then send the live streaming link to the customer, where he or she, the customer, can watch the car getting serviced, and digitally invoice will be transferred, and the payment gateways also were made ready so that customers can make online payment, and the feedback also was made digital. So totally 360-degree contactless service was made. And at respective areas, I am frank to give the number of customers who opted. If it was about online service booking, almost 25%. Then RO opening without any contact, 77%. And instant feedback after the service is over is at 66%. So all these digital elements give the confidence to customers that visiting a workshop or getting the car remotely serviced, all are, very, very confidentially and transparently handled. Next. This is about the resumption practices that we adopted in both the years, and particularly in 2021. I would love to look at the title, Strategy to Recover 21 Service Load with respect to pre-pandemic 2019. Mind it, we did not take our reference to 2020. 2020 was a challenging year. Network suffered, all of us suffered, entire country suffered, but we wanted to benchmark that our service load should recover equal to 2019 RO load. That was our strategy, and I'm going to talk about the retention tools that we adopted and various campaign initiatives. They are all personally addressed campaign, and also some special initiatives to give a state-of-the-art infrastructure and best customer experience. So I'm going to talk about that in the next few slides. On the recovery, we need to watch the journey towards overall business recovery. Number one, we need to continuously get engaged with our customers, and we, as I said, we were always, communicating to them that our staff, the workshop, the network, everything is safe so that the customer can visit. Second,
okay, thank you. And do I need to use this my earphone?
Dr. Rajkumar, thank you, sir. Yeah. So we also needed to, the staff, IT staff, IT experts, they were all running less. Their VMT was much lesser compared to other people. So we need to encourage them that PMS, periodic maintenance service, was very, very important. No matter how, maybe the tire does not need that attention, but rotation was always important. Chemical of oil needs to be replaced. So we need to constantly educate the customers. Then we arranged more drivers for pick and drop services, and we worked on more flexible, instead of the brick and mortar network, we worked on flexible connect to, like bikes, mobile service vans, where, operated to reach out to the customer, and the service offering were all very, very specific. I'm going to speak more on this. So these are few campaigns that we ran throughout the year, and every time we were focusing on the customers who are regularly maintaining their cars and the customers who are not that regularly wanting to maintain because of less operation or less running. So we offered different messages one-to-one according to the customers. So the August campaign, for example, was specific about 15% discount on mechanical labor who could not get the car serviced, which was due in January, but till June, they could not get the car service. So we were, always creating, digital SNS promotions based on the mobile number. We could reach out to specific customers. The October Navratri car campaign was welcome back offer. Special offers only for vehicles that were not reported Since 2018, the last 2-3 years, the vehicle who did not return back to our workshop, they were given. The interesting thing is, over and above what Hyundai followed in the social and media, our dealer partners also constantly had a local press releases across the country in various local languages and media. They constantly communicated about how the maintenance of the car is important. Next, please. As I said, brick and mortar, we have more than 1350 workshops across the country, starting from Leh to Kanyakumari. And however, we thought, few customers, wanted the cars can be attended at their doorstep. So we have flexible network, like doorstep advantage through 513 bikes. So this DSA was available and a very, very modern contemporary mobile service van. It is almost equal to a mobile workshop. All the features are there. We have got more than 45 mobile service vans across the country. And this year we started a new thing called rural service technicians. These guys are actually the employees of our dealer partners, but they are placed and allowed to operate at a remote place in a remote village where Hyundai car park is there. So these guys will service the car, attend to the customers locally, but will be a permanent employee of the main dealership in the major city. And other than this mobile service van, which are very, very contemporary and modern, we also have 623 Grand i10 and Santro cars who are operating as a quick mobile services. So overall, 1259 flexible network plus 1350 brick and mortar network. So overall, we were able to reach out to the customers by all means. So this flexible mechanism also helped more than 51,000 customers during this year 2021. Next, please. Now, as far as the service experience is concerned, this is another new thing, though we have been talking about this earlier also. This year, as a signature process, we wanted to do a different, as you know, typically a standard process means an executive from the dealership calls you for a service appointment. So she or he takes the service appointment. Then the service advisor receives the customers in the workshop, and post service, third executive will be connecting with the customer if the service went on well. So we wanted to convert all these three into one single point of contact. So this year we launched along with the I20 N-Line Personal Mobility Advisor. So he is like a relationship manager in the bank. One contact, single point of contact. He or she will take care of the entire service transactions at the workshop. So this year we have launched more than 1,000 personal mobility advisors who will be the single point of contact, will offer a personalized service using all the digital transactions. So this signature process was launched during 2021 to level up our customer experience processes. Next, please. As part of the signature service, we also modified our infrastructure. The lounges were made according to the international norms, and all the paper posters, banners, etc., were removed, and all were converted to digital display board. So, in addition to the digital activities, on the left you can see for pick and drop customers to have a video chat, transparent chat with the customers. Link will be sent to the customers, and at the convenience of the customer's time, the service advisor will call and have a video chat on the estimate preparation on the type of job that is to be done on the car. And similarly, the live streaming of car getting service, that link also is sent to the customers. These two initiatives were made popular extensively during this 2021 as part of our overall consolidation of digital activities. As I said, personal mobility advisors have added strength to our signature service through PMAs and infrastructure enhancement. All these have taken our service to the next level of signature service offering. I'm glad that currently at 188 workshops, this modern new service processes are available. Next, please.
Yes, I can hear you.
Now, as I said, we just talked about, taking up the digital experience to the next level. We talked about video chat and the quantum, we have already started. And this year alone, we have assisted more than 36,000 customers through video chat, like doctors connect with the customers nowadays. So we use this platform and live streaming. More than 75,000 customers have availed of this feature at 490 automobile workshops in our network. Of course, as a new technique, we have also implemented IVR-based automatic post-service follow-up calling instead of the customer care executive calling, which attracts a lot of effort, investment. Now, this process has almost reduced 15% of our executives' load by a. It's a simple questionnaire. Has the service process been, satisfactory to you? Yes, no. So if it is no only, then our executives will call and trouble the customer. And digital feedback, more than 30,000 monthly online feedbacks we are able to connect through WhatsApp, Hyundai in WhatsApp. So more and more level of digitalization, which gives convenience to the customer. Nowadays customers do not want a telephone call from an executive while the customers themselves are very, very busy. So through WhatsApp, the customer can give a feedback at 9 p.m. in the evening or 3 p.m. in the afternoon at his or her convenience. Similarly, chatbot is an emerging trend across the world. So we have also launched this chatbot feature. More than 1.25 lakh customers have availed of this wonderful feature. I'm glad that 1,200 customers have taken booking through this new platform, and 3,500 customers have asked various queries, and we have been able to help them through this chatbot mode. So these are the next level of digital experience that we are giving to our Hyundai customers. Now we could also rope in our brand ambassador, Shah Rukh Khan SRK, for a campaign called I See Care Nowhere. When things are going tough, we wanted to invest on, good communication. I know second wave was tough for everyone. Most of us had, very, very tough time, very near and dear. We had, all of us had some problems and we were all there, but we continuously wanted to make things more positive. With SRK, we prepared 5 different service offerings, about live streaming, peace of mind through extended warranty and roadside assistance, convenience about our network, transparent, service billing and low cost of maintenance, and service quality being the best. So we worked on these 5 TVCs, and very glad that across our social media, it has already garnered 184 million views across the, SNS media. And our dealers are promoting in their own Facebook pages and SNS media, whether it's Instagram and Twitter. So we are also wanting to communicate that, when the things go little down, we want to up the ante so that overall the customers and the network feels, more positive. So thank you, Kiran Mishra, to give me 1 minute more time. So let's go ahead, please. I'll make it faster. So Shield of Trust is to enhance the customer retention. We offered Shield of Trust program to take care of running repair between the 2 services, something about clutch, brake, wheel cylinder, something can be covered as a package. It gives a lot of convenience and low cost of maintenance feeling, and similarly maintenance packages, etc., to increase the retention for the dealer network. Can we go to the next slide? So overall, 17%. This product launched in 2021 in the first year of operation itself, 17%. So, ladies and gentlemen, with all these efforts to recover the business by proper resumption strategy, I am also very, very glad. The first thing is the customer experience. Compared to 2019, we clocked 4 percentage points in the perfect 10 rating in the customer experience. Washing, service advisor, infrastructure, repair charges, all the 6 questions, customer rating as 10 out of 10. That is called perfect 10 rating in all the 6 processes. Each year we clocked more percentage. So this year, 2021 compared to 20, another 4%. So our network, our dealer partners, our service advisors, our field group, everyone is very, very working very hard to connect with our customers in the way our customers want. Now let's see how the network felt. As I said, our workshop revenue, because we were always wanting to benchmark not 2020 friends, we wanted to benchmark 2019. So in 2019, when the complete business year was on, we clocked 4,497 crores of parts and labor billing in our network. So today, I'm very, very proud. By 31st of December, we will be clocking 4,540. So it is better than 2019. So at Hyundai Service Network, we are positive despite all that challenges. COVID taught us that challenges should be taken as opportunities. I'm very, very glad that we worked on various initiatives that has worked very well with our customers and our dealer partners. I'm very, very glad to be part of the wonderful Hyundai service team. Thank you all. Thank you, Anuj. Thank you, World Auto Forum, for this wonderful opportunity, and wish everyone a wonderful new year. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your management skills, your know-how, and your expertise. We here at World Auto Forum would like to offer you a token of appreciation with heartfelt gratitude.
Kiran ma'am, I think there are a few questions out here. Please ask those questions.
Let them come on.
Yeah. If you look at the WhatsApp, you can check it out there. Please.
Sure. Give me a moment.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll take the first question that talks about despite the digital enhancements, we get disturbed by SMSs and calls. That is what I kept on saying. Customers do not like, you and me do not like calling, and it disturbs. We are all working digital forum, so that is why we are reaching out to digital media. Our 30,000 monthly feedback is based on now only the digital media. Next year, our telephone calls will be curtailed to only 1%. Only 1%. So that sample is only to have a audio voice from our customers exactly to know what went inside the workshop. So we are only wanting to launch, only 1% of our overall service load through telephone calls. So I agree to Kunalji, that digital enhancement is a.
Any more questions, Jerry, sir?
Yeah. I think he's offline at the moment, so there's some signal problem at the moment.
Gerald, if you can read the question also, it's fine.
Yeah, I'll read it out to you. It's how with such a volume of 25K daily, PMA can be managed for individuals per month and customer, and that true for all the product lines.
Yes. Yeah. You asked that tough question. Our tough network can easily handle. So we reorganize the service advisors load. You are correct. Normally service advisors handle say 7 to 8 repair orders. But since this new personal, you are talking about personal mobility advisor, right?
Right, sir.
Yeah. So now they have to handle only 6 customers because they have to be the customers to confirm their service appointment. They are the advisors who have to, take the customers for road test, hand over in the evening. And if it is a pick and drop, then call them over video chat and confirm. And third, also make a post-service feedback also. All these 3 activities, one single point of contact. So each customer should know that this is Punne. He is the only guy I have to call, not A for booking or B for service and C for post-service feedback. So we have revolved around the workshop load, and we have reduced the workshop load, number of cars per advisor, because we want to give the better experience, and we have reduced the load on the calling and post-service feedback.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Your professionalism is most commendable, Punaivanam, sir. We are really grateful to you for having joined us in our summit, and you've shared such valuable things. With heartfelt gratitude, we present you our token. And now, ladies and gentlemen, in our next session, we proudly present the top doc in the house, Dr. Rajkumar, MBBS, MD, Chest, FCICM, Critical Care Australia, founder, Hope for Lungs, and the Chief Pulmonologist and Critical Care Specialist. In conversation with him and posing your questions to him will be Anuj Guglani, the CEO of World Auto Forum. Dear viewers, if you have any questions for Dr. Rajkumar, please post them in the comment box where you're watching this.
Great, that's fantastic, and we are truly honored. So, first of all, great keynote, Pune sir. It was a fantastic ringside view that you gave in your entire operations of, the lockdown, the recovery, and the resume. Really, it was like a mini masterclass of 30 minutes, if I can say that. Thanks a ton, Pune sir. Really appreciate. So, moving ahead, now we have this beautiful session. It's like a fireside chat, a rapid fire round. We have a top doc in the house, that is Dr. Rajkumar. As Kiran ma'am just mentioned, his degrees and his achievements. And by the way, they are, abridged version of his achievements and degrees and qualifications. So he's a top doc. He's one of the, top pulmonologists of our country. And he has, agreed to come to IVASS and to, try to bust all these myths. The very reason why we are doing this program online, we had decided to go offline in after a gap of 20 months. Still, because of the announcements from WHO, IMA, we are here doing it back to online like last year. So I'll just quickly put some questions for Dr. Raj. So first of all, Dr. Raj, a big welcome to you. Am I audible to you?
Thank you, sir. Thank you. You are actually.
Great, that's fantastic.
Thanks for having me here.
Yeah, and thanks a ton for taking out time for the VAF community. It's a Saturday, and I'm sure you must be getting a lot of patients on Saturday. People try to have their medical appointments with their doctors on Saturdays. Despite that, you have taken out time for us. Really appreciate. So, all the questions that we got, we have put in one shot in the chat. That's for your convenience. So, first of all, the quick question is, what is the data and the info that we have on Omicron as of now? And is it really a matter of concern?
Sure. So the first thing we need to know, this is a new variant of SARS coronavirus. And it was first detected in South Africa, which is we all are aware. And the reason we should be concerned about that, because the WHO has declared it as a variant of concern. And there are reasons why this is a variant of concern. So what we normally look when we declare something as a variant of concern, what is the risk of transmissibility? That means the spread of infection. So it's actually more infectious than the Delta, which was there. It's at least some figure says 2 and some other says at least 4 times more easily spreadable. Is there any risk of great severe disease? We don't know right now, but yes, there is a possibility. And the thing which we all are worried is the risk of what we call as a breakthrough infections, which actually means if you already had a COVID in the past, or if you've already taken a vaccine, still you can be infected. And that's which is the biggest worry we all have right now. And there's also another concern whether the ongoing treatment which we are offering to our patient, is it effective at all or not? So the data is still very, very limited. But based on whatever data we have, we will try to come and discuss and come to the conclusions in this talk. So if your answer is it a matter of concern? I would say maybe, and that's why we say it as a variant of concern.
So when, so Dr. Raj, when you say that it may be, most of the medical specialists and experts and the top docs, they're actually answering this question with maybe. So that is actually confusing the people, A, and B, because it's a maybe, they are feeling, that means nothing really much to fear. Life will go on.
So let me try to answer it in a different way. So what we are saying maybe, the reason is because the data is very, very limited. So all our answers will come over time. As the data gets collected, then we can actually answer it in a very, very clear cut way. But right now, because the data is so limited and we are only talking about the experience which is in South Africa, and that's where this is coming from. So in South Africa, what we are seeing, the number of cases actually gone up significantly, but the number of hospitalization hasn't gone up that much. So that's where people say there is a ray of hope that possibly it's much milder version compared to the Delta, what we saw the last year. And that's why the question of maybe we don't know, that's why this is coming up.
Fair enough, fair enough. So, so one is that the strain might be not that severe, All right.
Yeah.
And with a maybe, of course, because we have less of data. The other
Yeah.
thing is, how much difference would vaccination make in the symptoms, the severity of symptoms, and the transmissibility?
Yeah, so we need to understand what are our hopes. How can we reduce the any variant or any COVID virus, any virus you can actually say that. So the hope which we have vaccine actually provides us the immunity against that. And recently with the Delta variant, we have seen that there is a significant amount of actually immunity coming to the people. And if you have taken the vaccine, the possibility of you developing a severe disease is very, very low. Okay, it can still happen, but the possibility is low. But now what's happening with the Omicron, there are so many mutations and all virus mutate over time. There's so many mutations that we actually do not know whether the whatever the precautions which we took or the vaccines we had, are they good enough to prevent us from having a severe disease? So that's where the answer, we actually need time to find out the exact answer for that.
All right, fair enough on that. So, a lot of these news are traveling that we might need a booster shot very soon. Especially the frontliners who took their first shot almost, an year back. And also the other question which is coming is that it's also being heard that we might have to swap. People who took Covaxin might have to take Shield. People who took Covishield might have to take the Covaxin. So what are the ways about it?
So basically, this is still what we call as a work in progress. So first thing, let's talk about whether we need booster or not. So what happens with time, the immunity or the effect of the vaccine would actually keep coming down. And there is significant data that after 6 months, its effectivity or efficacy has reduced significantly. And this is the time when you actually need to give another shot. Now the question is, why are we not giving it? So the answer obviously is more of a political, and the government do not have enough support, or we do not actually have enough data right now to say. But if you look at the physiological and from a clinician's perspective, it actually makes all the sense to give a booster medication. And you may see in future that every year we may be taking this booster shot like a flu shot. You take a shot every year, and that's what is going to happen. This is very, very similar, will or at least behave very similarly to the flu virus. There will be mutations, there will be booster shots.
Fair enough, Dr. Raj. One more question, as the data says that 44%, the past strains of, coronavirus, 44% transmission was asymptomatic through the asymptomatic people. And also, in our industry, automotive and mobility, there's a lot of, they also say that the virus can, live on surfaces like glass and plastic for more than 80 hours. So that's more than 3 days. And in our automotive and mobility industry, all the services are all about glass and plastics and metal. So when 44% is asymptomatic, then possibly the only thing which remains is testing. You have to test the people. So what role would these services, the testing, and in our automotive, you think would play when it comes to the Omicron strain?
Yes, so sir, I think we need to understand two things. There are only two things which is going to help us. One is the vaccination, which we discussed how, and the second would be COVID appropriate behavior. So this has to be part of our life. Now we cannot go back to the same way we used to. So obviously people need to wear their mask, have a physical distancing, do more and more often you have to do your hand hygienes, and you obviously avoid a crowded space. The life will go on, but we all will adjust accordingly. So don't worry, your industry will do well as well, but obviously there will be few changes which will be required. And that's normal for everyone, not only your industry, every industry is struggling with that. But as the time goes, we all have learned. So all the doctors who was actually doing only online consults now have started doing physical consults. So similarly, you will also see that with few changes and with few precautions, you will be able to run your life in a normal way.
All right. And, one question which is always doing the buzz, when do you think this will end, or would it really end?
No one knows the answer. And I personally believe that it will never end. That COVID is with us forever. So it's become one of your new friends. With everybody will have COVID at one point of time. We may not have the severe disease, but over time, I think we all will become adjust to that. And it's very common for these viruses as they keep on mutating, they actually are not, or they do not produce that severe disease. So the severity of the disease should come or reduce over time. And that's why it will become one of the normal flu viruses.
Right.
I believe I did not answer one of your questions, which you asked, your cocktail, which you're talking about your vaccines.
Yes, the vaccine cocktail.
Yeah.
Yes.
So look, nobody really knows the answer, but because the vaccines work in a different way, both of them are, one is inactivated, one is a viral vector-based vaccine. So if you actually mix up, and there's small data, small studies, which say that using, if somebody already got a Covishield, and if you give another vaccine as a Covaxin, the immunity is superior. And also medically, if we think, it will actually make more sense so that you have the protection by two different mechanisms rather than just one mechanism. So it may be a new normal over time, but as I said, the data is so small and so sketchy that right now we cannot recommend it.
So what is the actual difference between these two vaccines? Because, when it came to the second shot, there was this huge and loud caveat, don't mix up the vaccines. You have to stay within the same one. Now we're talking about a vaccine cocktail.
Yes. So that's called as serendipity in the medical terms. So by chance, so somebody gave a wrong vaccine to another person, and then they found out it's actually efficacious because the antibodies they were making is much higher compared to what the people are getting the first or second dose. So actually, one is the inactivated virus. So the Covaxin is an inactivated virus. So same virus is there, it becomes inactivated. And this is the same mechanism which we use for all other vaccines, which India is producing. And that's what the Covaxin did. Okay, so the virus was there and inactivated, then it goes to the body and it actually makes antibodies against the spike protein, which the virus has, COVID. So the body has a memory and it can remember the virus. The another one is using a vector. So they are using a different chimpanzees adenovirus. So it's a different sort of virus, which is actually not going to impact you or infect you, but will develop the antibodies. That's how the mechanism is slightly different, but that's how it is.
Right, Dr. Raj. So there's one more question that in this situation, when we don't even know what's going to be the future track of Omicron, should international travel be allowed both ways?
Look, how long are you going to keep it off? So the idea for that is vaccinate more and more people. Give them the second dose, give them the booster dose. And this is what we have to do. If we all want to go back, not exactly the same way, but similar way, that's the only way. If the countries will keep the vaccine to themselves, then obviously it's not going to work. And eventually it will has to be open because obviously economy needs to be running as well along the healthcare. So I would think that will happen sooner rather than later because this is a new virus and people have seen bad days with the Delta. And that's why it's more of a precautionary rather than actually the real data is not saying that it's going to make things much worse.
Right. Fair enough, Dr. Raj. So, Dr. Raj, we all know, we've all seen the second wave, the kind of havoc it created. And a lot of people experienced that, the real story or the episode or the havoc of for the COVID was post-COVID, when people started getting, people who were borderline cases of sugar or BP or heart problems, those problems started coming up, they started getting erupted, So some do's and don'ts for the COVID recovered people who now have some active heart or diabetes or BP issues, something for them for Omicron.
Oh, we don't know the answer. So that's a difficult one. But what was happened in the Delta wave is basically a lot of medication, mostly the steroids, were actually misused. And people actually got steroids for a very, very longer duration for very, very high doses as well. So what happened with this one? People who were pre-diabetic actually it turned to on a diabetic side as well. And also we all are learning about COVID. So it actually impacts all the organs of the body. And that's why people are still suffering. But with the Omicron, now I believe the better sense will prevail. People will minimize the misuse of medication, which we did last time. And hopefully we are not seeing a severe disease right now with the Omicron. So hopefully that won't be issue with Omicron. That's what I think.
Right, Dr. Raj. So if there are not any more questions on the Omicron COVID, then we can move over to pollution issues. My God, we have so many issues.
I have asked one, doctor, is it true that, who are double vaccinated, but somewhere they got cured after the COVID infection? Is that a better status compared to rest? Is there any?
Yes, sir, you can say that. Yes, sir, you can. So somebody who had a COVID as well as vaccinated twice will be, if you compare them with somebody who just either had a COVID or just vaccinated, would have slightly higher immunity compared to the person who got only one of them.
Great. Pune sir, sorry for missing your question. I thought it's probably a statement. I didn't realize it's a question. So sorry for that. All right. So it's good you asked this question. So because a lot of people would be falling in this category, especially after the second wave. All right.
Thank you.
So, any more questions we have on COVID or we move to the pollution? All right. So we move to pollution, and even if we get some questions in the middle of it, no problem because
More than happy, sir. More than happy.
Top dog in the house, as we call it. All right. So basically, the questions, are that we have been, facing this issue every winters, in Delhi, in North India. So what are of course, the politicians are busy, fighting with each other to find a solution. But while they fight and try to find, or at least try to show that they're trying to find a solution, what can we do ourselves to protect our families, our children, from pollution? Some basic things, some medicines, some home remedies, some medicine without any side effects, if you can share.
So, sir, you need to understand that this is like living in a gas chamber. That's where we all are living. Okay. So if you protect your home, it's not going to work in a significant way till you protect your environment. So we need to look at the larger picture. So a lot of people would talk, okay, we'll bring a home purifier, the air purifier at home, and this will keep us safe. But it's the same air which is actually coming. So we need to take a bigger look at the bigger picture and try to reduce whatever we can do, which will include like the odd even was the right thing to do at that point of time. A lot of thermal plants in Delhi, the farmers which are also contributing significantly, maybe it's a political, but there is a contribution. So all of us has to be aware of the steps which we can do. The construction activity has to be reduced this duration whenever there is a winter coming up. So I think these are the simple and small steps, and making Delhi more greener will always help us. These are just the basic things which we would do.
So surely that will surely help, but that might take its own sweet time. And in fact, Delhi, actually, ironically, is one of the greenest cities in the country or the world. If you actually look up Delhi on Google Map, you see a lot more green than in any other city. But suppose a lot of people are concerned. Like one is, of course, you use a purifier. What else can we do at our homes for our family so that we can purge some of our guilt? Lungs of a child staying in Himachal Pradesh, lungs of a child staying in Delhi. So what can we do about it on a personal basis?
The only thing which will prevent is these particulate matters going inside our lungs. Okay. The only thing which prevents is obviously stay away from the pollution. How do we do that? So we do not go out in early morning because that's the time there is actually a smoke and the particulate matters are actually lower at the ground level. And so people should not be going for this morning walks. We should minimize our outdoor activities unless it's definitely required. Use N95 mask because people who are using the surgical mask say, oh, we have got the mask, we want to go out. It's actually not helping them, not helping anyone. So if you really want to go out, then use N95 mask. That's the one which will help your lungs. And then obviously the purifiers also which people are using should be HEPA filter, not the simple ones. Because if you just get a air purifier which does not have HEPA filters, then it's not going to help you in a significant way. And whenever you use it, the doors has to be closed. So if your doors or windows are open and you're using air purifier, it's not going to work in a significant way.
Right, Dr. Raj. Something on these home remedies like, eating jaggery before or after meals or, applying some kind of oil on the navel.
We all belong to this Ayurvedic country. So we all try to Nani's recipe or Dadi's recipe, whatever you call them. So actually we do not have data or evidence for them. Okay. So what's happening basically, there's whenever you filter or breathe something in, it actually goes and you feel that your throat is scratchy, and that's where people are using all these things. But that's unlikely to do anything because this is more of an inflammation rather than the actual infection. And so any throat softener would do the same thing. What your jaggery would do.
Sorry, what?
Any throat softener means
Any
if
throat
you use
softener.
honey, yeah, if you use honey or if you even use some steam, all of them would do the similar things.
Right. All right, fair enough, fair enough. And just one more question that we have received. Automotive industry is always facing the flag, from the society, government, that you are the polluting guys, this, that, blah, blah, blah. But whereas, when you see the electrification of, mobility, and you see the way things get recycled, the story is not that bad. A lot of times it's also because people are not getting their car serviced on time, or, they are not getting the PUC done on time. So that adds a lot to the emissions. Otherwise, if you see the BS6 emissions, they are pretty stringent, the norms. So the question here is, does the government at times ask you, like the medical fraternity, about automotive industry, and if they do, what is your stance as a medical professional, and also as a person, if you want to share, automobiles polluting Delhi, or what kind of inputs the medical fraternity normally gives to the government on this?
So we know that the most polluting ones are the diesel vehicles. So which are the most important ones. So, and now we all are moving to electrical vehicles. So hopefully whatever your concerns are will actually get over time. So yes, government try to get some inputs, but you know how it works. Most of them people are on an autopilot stuff. Things will take time. So I do not think even if we offer them some solutions, which actually doesn't work, most of the times it's not helping anyone, neither them nor us.
Right.
But as a person, I would suggest yes, minimize the use of your vehicles, try to cool them. That's the right thing to do, and it's for our safety. It's not like if I have 5 vehicles, I have to use all of them.
All right, fair enough. One question, Dr. Saab, many times children don't listen. If it's polluted, is really, like a day which is, you see 400 or a 500 AQI, severe category. Children don't listen, they go out to play. And, when they go out, they play for hours together. And if there is a situation of overexposure, they are, watering from the mouth, or their eyes are watering, they're having a headache, throatache. So what can be some quick medical measures that one should administer to the kids?
So what happens basically, it causes more irritation, and most of the people will develop either allergies or they become short of breath. They have a lot of throat irritation, eye irritation, and find it difficult to breathe. So that's the time when people give some nebulizers that actually causes some bronchodilation and help them with their breathing. But that's not a long-term solution. The long-term solution would be obviously, as we know, we need to reduce the amount of pollutants which are there with whatever way, and also minimize the exposure. And we don't want children to go out during the early morning hours. So once the sun is out, just explain them, give them a reason why you should be playing at what point of time. And also we need to minimize the outdoor activities. That stands good with the children as well, because what happens, the only 2 groups suffers the most. One is the children's and one is the older population which is having, older population is having a problem with the cardiac or heart lung related issues. They are the one who will suffer the most. Of course, we all will go to that stage as well. But right now, they are the ones which are suffering the most.
But seniors don't listen, when you stop them from going for their morning walk or, morning yoga session, they say, "Tum bachcho, tumhe kuch nahi pata, jaane do mujhe."
So I think they are just looking for a change. They want to go out of the house for XYZ reason. But yeah, look, the medical science says, and there is a reason to believe that as well, because in the morning, the smoke and the particulate matter is actually quite lower. So when you are going for a walk or even jogging or exercising, you're actually harming yourself, not benefiting yourself. And the reason for that is whenever we do exercise, walk, run, cycle, whatever, we actually overventilate. Our rate of breathing is much higher. So that actually means, and the particulate matters are quite down. So you actually inhale much more of it.
Right.
And that's why the side effects over time will be much higher.
Right. Dr. Sir, one more question. You see a lot of people, jogging, running, cycling with a mask on. Is that advisable?
That's not the best thing to do. Okay. But yeah, people just will follow the rules, like from our point of view, even for N95 or pollution, the government says there has to be mask. So it doesn't bother whether it's N95, it's a normal mask or something like this. So that's actually not helping anyone. And but because of the infection issues, a lot of people are using it, and there's nothing much we can do about it.
There were certain cases, it was hearsay, so that's why we need to confirm with you. A lot of people were sprinting, running, marathoning, cycling with the mask. So does that is that really harmful to the health?
So the mask which will be harmful because when you exhale, so you actually what is happening with that, you rebreathe your carbon dioxide. Okay, that's the medical concern. So you rebreathe and the level will go up. So the people who wants to wear mask while doing this, we suggest them to use the one which has a value. So you actually can expire your CO2 easily, and that does not increase because the rise in CO2 per se can have a serious side effects.
So you're saying that if somebody is doing excessive or intensive physical activity,
Yes.
And also for the pollution, the advisable mask would be an N95 mask with the exudative valve.
Yes, but not for COVID. So,
not for COVID.
There are two differences you need to understand. Because with the COVID, if you use a valve mask and go outside, so you are protecting yourself, but you are exposing others.
Not the others.
Okay, but with the pollution, yes, that's the right mask.
So a lot of people do that. Like, if you're in a restaurant and you are eating food and the server comes to you to serve food and if he or she is wearing a mask with the exudative valve, so actually you are exposed,
Yeah.
you are vulnerable.
Yes, that's right. So that actually means I'm protecting myself. So the person wearing that, but not protecting my society.
All right, fair enough.
So
that's a
not
very
the
important.
right thing to do.
Great, fantastic. So any last questions, friends, before we wrap up the session with Dr. Rajkumar? It's not every day you get a top doc in the house to answer your questions on COVID, Omicron, and the pollution, all the problems we are facing. Dr. Saab, I think you should also specialize in things like dengue, chikungunya.
So
These problems keep coming every year.
You can ask the questions. I'm happy to answer them as well. I have no problem.
All right. So I think if there are no further questions, we can wrap up this session with Dr. Raj. Last call. Any more questions? Jerry sir, any questions received by you?
No, sir.
All right. So that's a wrap on this session. Thanks a ton, Dr. Rajkumar. Really
Thank you.
appreciate it.
Thank you, Anuj, for inviting me here.
Thank you so much. Back to you, Kiran ma'am.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rajkumar. You
Thank you, ma'am.
busted quite a few myths. You have cleared the fog of our mind. And I think we can brace ourselves to face the pollution, come what may. We would like to express our heartfelt gratitude to you for giving us your time with this token of appreciation.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Raj. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we have our second power panel discussion on best practices of enhancing productivity and earnings in after-sales business. The panel comprises Garima Mishra, a competent professional with more than 20 years of experience within automotive retail industry. Garima has the experience of working with leading automobile brands like Jeep, Mercedes-Benz, Volkswagen, Honda, Ashok Leyland, to name a few. She's the managing director of Group Landmark India since September 1998. That is the promoter of Automark Motors Private Limited, a leading Volkswagen dealership. Landmark Group has been operating in the automobile business with over 4 premium brands through 60 state-of-art sales and after-sales facilities spread across the state of Gujarat, Madhya Pradesh, West Bengal, Maharashtra, and Delhi. The group has employee strength of 2,400 plus people with the lowest attrition rate in the industry. The group is the pioneer and the prominent player in the auto insurance distribution and marketing in India with an established state-of-art call center and BPO facility at Ahmedabad and Mumbai. Mr. Vishal Bhatt, head after-sales business and service, Volkswagen. He was earlier the head of corporate and pre-owned car sales and is now the head of after-sales service, Volkswagen India. He comes with an experience of over 20 years in the automobiles in the field of dealer development, customer relations, after-sales and sales. A qualified mechanical engineer with masters in marketing management from Mumbai University. He has worked with the Hero Honda and Maruti Suzuki in the past and is associated with Volkswagen passenger cars for the last 10 years. In the past 5 years, he's undertaken various roles and responsibilities across functions, after sales, customer care, corporate, and thus wealth auto sales operations. Mr. Harsh Vashish, Managing Director, Satyam Group of Companies and Sparsh Group. An engineer by profession, he founded the Satyam International in 1999 to provide complete solutions related to workshop design, garage equipment, air, lube, paint, washing, and environmental solutions, etc. Pan-India. In 2014, he founded Sparsh Autotech Private Limited with dealerships of General Motors, Chevrolet, Nissan, and Datsun. The company won several awards, including the 3M Winners Award 9 times in a row. He implemented SHE for better safety, health, and environment for his employees. In 2016, he established SCOPE, the Shyam Center of Professional Excellence for Industry-Oriented Programs. Mr. M. Dhananjayan, the Managing Director of Focus Group India and the Middle East. A global entrepreneur, he is the Managing Director of Focus Engineering India. A mechanical engineer by qualification, coach by choice, and entrepreneur by passion. Skilled in manufacturing and retail business. He has personally trained more than 15,000 service professionals till date, including technicians, service advisor, CRM, workshop manager, parts manager, general manager, dealer principals, and owners. He has industry exposure in two-wheeler, four-wheeler, mass and luxury, commercial vehicles, and other business functions like shipping, ready-mix, construction, elevator, material testing. He's also a certified European Foundation for Quality Management assessor in Dubai Quality Group and integrated management system implementation trainer and auditor. A quick learner himself, he is proficient in 6 languages and understands Arabic and 3 South Asian languages. And Mr. Anuj Guplani, the founder and CEO at World Auto Forum, which connects the auto and mobility industry in 125 countries. He's also worked with Honda Cars and General Motors. Last year, he launched VAF Ventures, the global investment and advisory arm of VAF, where they work with startups, investors, VC, and PE firms around the world. A graduate in engineering, he did his MBA from IIT Delhi and studied law at the Faculty of Law, University of Delhi. This panel discussion will be followed by a question and answer session. Over to you, Anuj, sir.
Thanks a ton, Kiran ma'am, and a big and a warm welcome to our panelists of the Power Panel 2. And thanks a ton for making it on a Saturday. So we are to our penultimate session for the 7th IVASS. And now we are down to the basic nitty-gritties and the nuts and bolts of the vehicle after sales business, that is the workshop. So now we're going to talk about real stuff, at the workshop level, at the bay level, at the people level, everything that happens at that unit level, and how it can affect and enhance our productivity and earnings. So please allow me to share my screen, where I shall very quickly share the points of discussion that we speakers had discussed amongst ourselves. Can you see my screen, please?
Yes, sir.
Yes, Anuj. Thank you. Thank you. So basically, we have the top, the who's who of the industry with us for this very important discussion. And why we have them? Because they are the people who have grounds of experience. When they talk with a solid experience, which has a great foundation at the ground level. So they might be leading 133 dealerships, or they might be leading 250 outlets, but they know exactly what happens at that workshop or dealership. So the points which we have to discuss are, so the journey, especially since March 2020, has been challenging. Going from normal to new normal to next normal. We have surely adapted, evolved, and transformed immensely. So a few things remain the same, and some have changed significantly. We all have seen how digital has played a huge role in contactless customer experience. We also had the top leaders share the same in the keynotes in the sessions today. Now, the dealership viability, as we all know, depends immensely on the after-sales business. In fact, we have that term called service absorption ratio, as to what extent the sales losses are absorbed by service. I wonder how much of that term is still used. I'm sure it would be a lot. So we all know it boils down to the after-sales business. And that boils down to the workshop earnings, productivity, efficiency, and so forth. So as they say, in the middle of the problem lies the opportunity. Let's actually come together and, put our guard down, not the masks, just the guard. And if we can open up and, share our struggles, difficulties, challenges which we have been facing around the workshop, earnings, efficiencies, productivity. And as they say, a problem, is the mother of great success. So what are those innovations, which we have done at a bay level, people level, equipment level, which we have done and made our struggles really worthwhile? And as we know, as we just had the session with the top dog, the industry is getting up for the Omicron threat. Would there be a second wave or not? Well, time will tell. But what shall be our key message to the after-sales service fraternity for next 3 to 6 months? We're not saying 1 year, 2 year, 3 year. The future is too unpredictable. Just next 3 months or 6 months. So this is what we have to build on. I'll just stop sharing my screen and would like to begin with as they say, ladies first. So we'd like to begin with Ms. Garima Mishra, who is the managing director of the biggest auto retail, network auto retail business in the country, Group Landmark. So I'd like to invite her to open up the session and share her struggles and challenges around workshop earnings and productivity and what they have done, their innovations, which have really worked for them.
Thank you, Anuj. Thank you so much for having me here. I mean, was really looking forward to a physical interaction, but this is good enough. Yes, I think you've nailed it right. That workshop, I mean, after sales business is at the center of the automobile business per se. In fact, today I was having this discussion with someone, and where we said that it is the foundation. I mean, when I talk about after sales business, that is the foundation, the basic foundation of automobile business. Normally it's the sales which always has the glamour attached to it. But then foundation is what it is, right? I mean, if you have your foundation right, that's how you can build the building on it to be strong and have a life of its own. So yes, we've gone through very, very crazy times in the past. I think at Group Landmark, the way when the pandemic struck us, I think the first thing that we did was we took cognizance to the need of our employees. We came up with a group insurance policy again for COVID, especially, so that our employees, because normally the medical policies were not that exhaustive for COVID, and this was very helpful. At least 150 plus employees of ours took benefit from this policy that we gave for them. And when the second wave came in during April and May, we immediately stocked up on oxygen concentrators. We ensured that the employees and their families are taken care of, because at that point of shortage and the crazy atmosphere, at least the Landmark employees had a go back, something to rely on. And we ensured that these oxygen concentrators were available. I think all these things went a long way. We did lose a few people, unfortunately, and we ensured that their families were taken care of. We've offered education for the children and so on and so forth. So after sales business, which is the core of automobile, the after sales vertical, which is the core of the automobile business, has a further core. The core is the manpower. And we tried to make sure that we did everything possible to keep our manpower safe, protected, and covered. Yes, obviously, I mean, needless to say, the COVID protocols and everything went. I mean, they were absolutely needless to say, were completely at the top of it. But even these small things, I think, went a long way. We also know that a lot of people went back home during the COVID, and we stayed connected with them, and we tried to help them in every which way at that point of time. So yes, that's that. And I think through the day, we've had fantastic sessions with a lot of talk on digitalization. And Vishal is here, who heads after sales for one of our brands. And I must say that a lot of change, the way the manufacturers pivoted during this time was very, very amazing. Pardon me for this, Vishal, but yeah, I've always felt that somehow large organizations, the manufacturers per se, are a little slow to change. They take time. Their structure is made in such a way that it takes some time. But the way the manufacturers adapted and pivoted during this time was absolutely fabulous. So whether it is reaching out to customers by providing service at home through, MSUs, Volkswagen Assist, even other brands like Renault came up with the service on 2 wheels for smaller cities, Mercedes, I mean, all the brands really rose up to the occasion at that time and came up with a lot of methodologies. We also, most of our brands have a depleting car park, or so we worked together in ensuring that somehow we gain connectivity with our customers where warranties are over, maybe 5-year plus customers, to get in touch with them, to find out if the car has changed hands, who's the new customer, connect with him, do all of that. A lot of digitization. So understanding that customers are now not very open to, talk on the phone. We started WhatsApp bots, which have been very, very successful. So in fact, 40% of customers' responses are now being taken on bot. And it is our endeavor that in the coming times, we should have at least 50 to 55% of our appointments should be digital or through WhatsApp. So that is the change that's happening. On productivity, 2 concepts, where there is 2 basic things that we talk about. One is the throughput and one is the productivity on throughput. So for throughput enhancement, again, getting all these customers who have scattered. So in warranty customers normally stick with us. It is about how to get these out of warranty customers. So brands like Volkswagen, Renault, Mercedes have come up with innovative packages to capture these customers, cost efficient packages. I think in Volkswagen has done a great job by reducing costs by close to 30% across board, which has again helped us in retaining and getting customers back. Again, a lot of digital support has been coming from the manufacturer, which has also been very, very helpful. The only one thing that I personally feel, like Mr. The MD from Focus Group would agree with us, is that there's a lot of software that is available. But we at dealerships sometimes find it very difficult to imbibe this change very fast because of the DMS, the DMS software, which is very manufacturer owned. So that software does not talk to these newer softwares very fast. And if that could happen, because that is how it is abroad, dealer groups can buy their own DMSs off the market. They can, have them talk to various other softwares and make it more efficient. I personally feel that if we could look at that kind of a scenario in India, we can really, really enhance our productivity. We can enhance our efficiencies in both customer contact, in understanding customers' psyche, customer history, so on and so forth.
Great. I think that's a fantastic point. So basically, so Ms. Garima, you mean that aggregating, all the operations and the nuances on one single layer where you can have a ringside view of the operations, especially if you're multi-brand.
Yeah.
Great. So as you mentioned about DJ, so let's get DJ into the conversation. So DJ, you have been doing a lot of these video tools and a lot of these digital tools. So just tell us one thing, you worked with OEMs and you have so much of experience, India, Dubai. Practically, actually, realistically, how can the digital tools really power up the productivity and efficiency of workshops? And some case studies, use cases, if you can please share.
So thank you, Anuj. And also, I know I got lost in Garima's, discussions and information that she was sharing about productivity and the best practices that she did on the COVID times. Picking up or answer a question on the integration part of DMS and also standalone solutions. That's where, having worked with OEM and also worked alongside the dealer partner and also being on the third side of being a consultant coach, we have seen the 3 dimensions of the business, and we are very clear with what are the challenges when it comes from an OEM standpoint, in introducing something, or like you were mentioning that the speed to adapt to any digital change, which is something slow, or it has to go through a lot of filtration process because there's a lot of data security and things has to happen. And also from a dealer standpoint and on the ground, it is very, very challenging. Is like, what if my OEM comes and recommends something, I need to put all my efforts to those, and I can't move forward. That's a straightforward challenge on the ground, especially when it comes to India and, or working abroad with other importers and dealers. To really look at the digital transformation that could make an integration is the whole industry is transforming in terms of your biggest competitor is not your co-dealer per se, and same is with the OEMs. Your competitor is not your co-OEM per se in the next few years to come. Your biggest competitors are going to be those disruptive companies, technology companies who are going to give a one-stop solution right from the point where you get the customer need to the delivery of your services. Because in after sales touch point, primarily it starts from picking up the car from the customer place before that online appointment booking systems. Then while you come, you also have now today contactless digital entry kiosk systems are still, it's a far way for India, but whereas in Middle East, we have done that in a lot of importers, which is making a big convenience because people are tech savvy as well. So considering the overall scenario, the service mindset, the service differentiator, these are the two enabling patterns which will make the difference. Because the service mindset is because we are learned over the years, we are having a set mindset that this is how things work. This will change. The service differentiator is how conveniently are you interacting with customers. Tomorrow's after sales business would not work the way it is working right now. You need to have a concierge of services, and also your sales, used car, and the after sales has to be integrated, and then they need to talk to each other. Because today, having worked in OEM, having worked with dealers, even WhatsApp, for example, there is no solution that could interact two ways. That's what we brought Focus Track. It is a integrated solution that right from the appointment booking to delivery, the whole integration is done. Because unless you don't integrate and talk to each other, it's big challenge. So as far as productivity per se is concerned, there is a lot of transformation, like Garima said about insurance and other initiatives that they have taken from the OEM side also to help and motivate the manpower at the dealer network. One of the big change that I would request, the OEMs and also the dealer partners to really look at is about their people. A people dialect is still missing from a process per se, the service dialect, which used to be a process. Maybe Vishal could, reflect on it when we used to develop service quality standards way back in 2003, 4, 5. We used to call up the group of dealers in the Delhi region and then talk to the CRM, talk to the service front office people, and then collect those inputs to travel. Like, for example, Maruti was the first thing. Even Punai-san also has initiated a lot of things from a customer-centric point of view. How much convenience factor is being built on? So now, as far as best practices is concerned, I have seen more than now 1,000 dealers across the network, both in India and also abroad in different parts of the world. The one thing they really did was the communication system within the dealership, roles and responsibility clarities. Even today, the biggest challenge in our dealerships is the roles and responsibilities are not very clear and it's not dynamic. Like how Punai-san used to mention, the service quality standards should be actually progressive operation standards. That would be the way forward. And a model that could build on taking people care, because a lot of best practices being used. For example, a dealer in the south used to give, instead of an incentive cash, a kind of a package of 5,000 rupees, all the needs, essential needs for the family. Today, after sales business is so robust of seeing two waves. We can adapt to any situations, and clearly the digital enabler has been the key for the contactless journey. Because if you look at 2018 and 19, when I had discussions with the dealer partners about the video communication system or any other digital topics, they would say India, it doesn't work. But today it was like fast adaptation of the whole process. And more importantly, I want to leave the thought, these three things are really important because we are we are kind of making the people work 6 days a week. So we in the after sales business, it's very difficult to think that 5 days a week, at least once in 2 weeks, would be a far thought process. But if you don't make the people having enough rest, they are not going to give you the output they could do. So one of the requests for the industry is think through this process, which is very difficult. We adapted it in a couple of dealers, and we have seen a very good response of employee retention. Customer also is being served very well because there is a real focus and attention. I could see us having a smile because from a dealer standpoint of view, you lose like 2 productive days of people not being at work in a month. But understand the speed and efficiency is not there when people keep working around the clock. So this is point number 1. The new business, money speed is money. So unless you're not able to give the speed of efficiency in place, that means they're not having the right tools. So we call in our method called 4R: roles, responsibilities, resources. Resources can be your people, your tools, your vehicle, or any kind of loaner cars and all those complete resources. The third is, if you want really revenue and profitability, you need to have revenue through right technologies. Today, the industry is evolving. For example, we have Camcom, which is a C vision. Basically, you need only a minute to kind of check all your vehicle to capture all your body shop related things. So why do you want to spend manpower spending 10 to 15 minutes and capturing those things? So digital tools are evolving, and it's also not saying that these tools are the best to fit. You should always look at your process and see, is this adding value to my process? And that would be the first parameter that we need to look. Does it adapt to my culture? Is my people enabled with the right technology mindset? So you need to also work on your people getting into that technology mindset in place. One of my best example I always love to say is the Dubai, when you have the immigration. Today, if you look at in Dubai immigration, you just can walk through. You don't need to scan your passport. You don't, that kind of a scenario systems are going on. So the future of after sales I would look at is one customer data point, maybe a VIN number or a vehicle number or a mobile number would be a kind of a centralized information, and around that you will capture the information of what is the customer interest, what is his next stop is going to buy, where is he kind of going for a dinner or lunch. So the customer data will be the king. Any dealership or OEM works on customer data as the first priority, adapting digital tools which can be adaptable for their business scenario. It doesn't mean everyone would need all the technologies that is available in the market. So your challenge, Vishal and Garima, would be not your co-dealers, not your co-OEMs. Your biggest challenge would be the technology companies that would make customer speak. So customer centricity would be the key. And employee satisfaction is a big word we people speak. We did this in bits and pieces. My request would be looking at employee satisfaction or employee engagement in a different way, is have more dialogues, because the dialogues will give you the reality on the ground. If you want to make people more productive, you need to upskill them, reskill them, and continuous engage them in this dialogue. Because one of the parameters that I learned from one of the TVS R&D head was the recall rate on all these things. Because recall is being looked at from a campaign, but recall is like how much of the initiatives that has really made value to you. Because if you don't measure, you can't improve. So major important thing would be a model that I adapt in all my engagement is mission based, because this is what being used in any space mission or anything. Mission based engagement brings people together. So getting two of the big challenges I learned while interacting with the dealer partners across the globe is how do I connect people inside my organization? Because Each one of them are experts in their own, but coming together is the big challenge, like sales after sales or a used car. So the integration pattern really makes a difference. So maybe, we can just continue more on this topic. Next, Anuj, I think.
Sure. So before we go to the next speaker, I'd just like to, I just got a thought, DJ, that how a person like you or a company like yours adds value. Because even I worked with two OEMs in the past. That like 2 decades back, it was like a different era altogether. But at that time when we were implementing our digital solutions, we used to struggle because we were the only SME at that time. We were the only ones who had to think from an automotive mobility standpoint. Like if we were working with the big software companies of the country, but they had very little orientation on our business unless they specifically got an SME on the business, which was not that common back then. So I think a company like yours, people like you, having worked for so long in the industry, and now that you are trying to implement these digital tools, so somewhere the DD and the homework and the detailing should be plug and play. Hey, I've already intuited what problems come to you because I've been at your position and I'm here to help you iron them out. So I think that becomes a very unique proposition, what I feel. And now coming to the next speaker. So now let's get Vishal in the conversation. So in fact, Vishal, your keynote that you presented, it was really a delightful surprise to see how you were using a lot of sales and marketing metrics, to enhance after sales performance. It was very refreshing to see that. Otherwise, a lot of times vehicle after sales gets restricted to just the workshop or just the bay, but the way you blended it was phenomenal. So talking about productivity and earning, at a workshop level, I'm sure you have such a huge network that you have to cater to and oversee. So what are the top things that you are always telling your dealer partners for enhancing earning and productivity? What are the things which are very easy to drive and the things which are a little difficult to drive? So something on that.
So Anuj, definitely after sales, I would say, is still a lot of conventional, right? It's very difficult as of now across the vertical, across the OEMs or across, I would say, the dealer network. It's not only about Volkswagen. I have worked with other manufacturers as well. It's more conventional system that it's like कि अभी इंडिया में ऐसे नहीं चलेगा, अभी इंडिया में वैसे नहीं चलेगा, ये सर्विस ऐसे ही होगी, कस्टमर को आना ही पड़ेगा वर्कशॉप. So those methodologies need change. As DJ rightly said, probably our envy for the dealership and OEM is the changing trend, changing technologies right now in the market. And we need to be much faster and adapt to that kind of change which is happening across. And I think that's the biggest challenge right now, which I foresee in the network, is the mindset of the people or the business heads who are driving the after sales business in the network. Maybe the groups like Landmark, they are like at a very higher level and highly professionally driven groups and all. But everywhere we don't find a Landmark like groups, right? If you go to tier 2, tier 3, there are individual dealers who have like 9 to 6 kind of working and who have still that standard mindset that, okay, the customer will come to the workshop, he will get the service done, oil change karna hai, filter change karna hai, gaadi deliver karna hai, feedback lena hai, paper pe print out lena hai, feedback lena hai, thank you very much. So that's the biggest challenge right now across all OEMs in the network, specifically tier 2, tier 3, to get the customer our team mindset change from the previous era to the new era, right? And I think there the positive thing happened due to COVID, where the adoption happened faster. We have never seen a technician joining on a video call to attend a training ever in the history in my 15-17 years of after sales career earlier. I've never seen a technician attending with the academy that he is having an online diagnostic understanding, looking into the wiring diagrams and checking how the circuits are working and all, because he wanted to see physically on the car what is red wire doing, what is green wire doing, what is yellow wire doing, right? But that changed. And that change, when it happened at the technician level, then they started adapting to that technology, and they are still evolving in that. That's why in my presentation, it was clearly evolving accessible service. We are still not evolved. It's still the first stage of the change. And I think if pandemic brought in a lot of distress, but it also brought in a lot of attitudinal change, behavioral change, and that for us, the technology, and specifically after sales. Sales marketing always is dynamic. It has been always treated glamorous and dynamic because they adapt to the situation very fast, right? So since I had worked in sales, I worked in used car, I tried to see that side of the business. And then when I saw the after sales, I tried to gauge that side of the business. Why in after sales we are still struggling to change the mindset, change the thought process, and align to our new market strategies, to our new customer needs, because our customers are called millennials now. Generation X is out, Generation Y is out, Generation Z is out. It is now millennials. They expect every delivery like your Domino's service. They expect like Zomato service. They expect like Swiggy service. They expect everything at the doorstep. Our new generation doesn't want to get out of home. They want everything to be served on mobile. So why can't after sales car service be done like that? So that was the thought and trigger when we started working on it and interacting with the teams, even the dealership teams. We started taking feedback how we can start changing this methodology and how we can start working in this direction. And yes, the groups like what DJ is running or what the new technology startups are coming up, definitely those new ideas, if can be bridged with the OEM, is a bit challenge right now. But I think evolving with the time in next couple of years, 4 years, 5 years, that flexibility in OEM software systems, which Garima raised the point, is a constraint right now. Probably that integrations happening going forward, because that's the technology which we have to integrate going forward. And we as OEMs at Volkswagen started adopting that kind of mechanism. So when I was part of heading the Asphalt Auto business for Volkswagen brand a few years back, I actually got in certain software elements into the used car business because there was actually a very redundant used car software if I talk about at my OEM level, right? So we adapted that change. We made it more customized for the dealer friendliness. And in 2018, we were doing hardly 3,000 units sale in the Asphalt Auto. And currently this year, we are targeting to close around 21,000 retails of used car in Volkswagen brand, right? So that is the level of, and that's the change in 2 years or 3 years time. That's the change when you adopted to that technology, change your mindset, adopted to that thought process that we have to do this kind of business. That experience I took towards after sales as well this year and started working on the productivity part since the topic is that how we can generate additional business. We again conventional that the car will come, we will do a service call, the customer will fix up an appointment, come to workshop. So we actually started dealers pushing actually that let's go out, let's do the service. In sales, we go out for our sales inquiries, we meet customers, try to convert them to the sales conversions. Why not in service? Let's go to the customers who are not visiting for us for 18 months, 24 months. Let's understand why they are not coming. When we got this feedback that, okay, this is the situation, somebody wants service, somebody wants cost factor, then we started working on holistic packages. Like Garima correctly said, we worked on the cost corrections in terms of parts cost, oil cost. We designed certain packages, service value packages, which can cater to the customer needs when he is out of warranty, whether it is on a spot as kind of a light package, which he has to do some running repair kind of activity, and he needs certain instant support, or he wants a long-term relationship with the workshop for 2-year, 3-year maintenance package or something like that. So we customized each and every program. And to be very frank, when I was analyzing the data when I took work after sales, I observed body and paint business was going drastically down. And that's generally the trend when your car park gets older, customers starting moving out because they have the tendency of understanding that the OEM workshops charge higher. And why, when you saw my presentation, that why I connected with the marketing concept, because I personally searched on the Google that for my Vento, if I have to do a body repair, which is the nearest workshop. And surprisingly, shockingly, I could not find any of my Volkswagen authorized workshop coming in the top 10 searches. And that's what banged my head, that why my Volkswagen workshop is not coming. It is coming all other workshops, or which is the nearest workshop offering that kind of body and paint business. What is the you can say kind of service they are offering, whether it is cost, whether it is that. So we started working in that direction. And frankly saying, last 2 months, 3 months, we launched a cash package for body and paint business. That is the first in industry, and I'm piloting right now that with my dealers. And I'm telling you, it's a cash business. Generally, there's a psychology tendency that customers do the insurance claims and everything for the body and paint business, which is a backbone to our workshop after sales. But we did this cash packages because we analyzed and researched that customers for single panel, 2 panel, 3 panel, 4 panel repairs, they go to the local workshops in their adjoining service centers and get the panels repaired and then drive the car, and they pay cash for it. When they are paying cash to the outside workshop, why not at my authorized workshop, right? And they are doing that repair work without insurance support. So why they can't do at my workshop, right? Which will help me to retain my business. So we started working in that direction. And frankly, now for last couple of months, we are selling more than 400, 500 packages every month to the customers, and they are reporting to our workshop. So that helped us to generate that connect. So my body and paint business, which was around 8 to 9% around in 2019, has come back to around 12 to 13% right now, and which is our focus as together with the dealer partners, that we take it to the next level to 15-16%. Then it becomes more profitable for the dealership, and that's how we can make it more productive. So technology, adherence, changing the mindset, attitude of the people. I would say what DJ rightly said is reskilling them, right? So I have people in my network who are with, like me, I'm with Volkswagen for now 13 years. Garima is our dealer for last 13 years. There are service heads, there are network service heads, CR heads in our network who are with Volkswagen brand for 12, 13 years. They need reskill because we are still thinking probably in that 13-year-old methodology. Okay, it used to happen like that. So now we have already discussed with a lot of you can say training consultants, our academy, to work on such kind of modules where we can introduce these service heads or these business heads to the new way of working in after sales. So that's our new initiative which we are planning in 2022, and I'm expecting these kind of changes and these kind of initiatives will help us to be more productive in after sales and will make a lot of difference in the after sales and delivering to the customer expectation going forward. That's my understanding, Anuj, on that.
That's really stellar, Vishal. I think the way you have so seamlessly connected customers' way of thinking, customers' way of accessing to technology, to the mindset, how we try to restrain ourselves, mindset issues, to estimating, targeting, visualizing, to getting the team together. And also those training programs that you mentioned that, never before you had the technicians join in. Otherwise, wo hara, neela, pila, tari hota tha. I think everything,
always.
Yeah. So everything needs to come together like a balanced diet, like a nice meal. Everything needs to come together, play their role, and then the food is really delicious. I think that's exactly what you're doing. And to all this, when you add the aggression and the tenacity and the outgoing outreach of sales and marketing, you just don't add the glamour, you add the business part too. And then the way you're saying that, just by ensuring that the dealerships, workshops are discoverable on Google search engines, and there is an option to pay in other, cash and everything. If it can increase your business, why not? Because at the end of the day, you have to be aligned to the customer. Why did Uber win? Why did the London taxi go away? Because the customer said, hey, I want it. Despite all the governments banning this, that, it said, customer said he or she wants it, then it shall prosper. As simple as that. So shifting gears again and getting Harsh Bhai in the conversation. So Harsh Bhai is someone who's in the industry and really renowned for the way he takes care of his teams and his customers, and the way he and his teams truly try to, I think, live up to the name Sparsh, warmth, as they say. So, in fact, whenever I have been to his dealership, one can actually feel that sense of warmth. It's like a family, as if you're coming to a family, an extended family. That's the feeling you get. So Harsh Bhai, when it comes to, you have multiple brands, you are dealer principal, you have multiple brands in your kitty. When it comes to increasing your earnings and productivity, if you can share some sutras, some tenets, some secrets, which you want to make them open, which are brand agnostic, which really work each time to enhance the earning and productivity.
Yeah, definitely, Anuj. So first, hello to all. And really thankful to Anuj and WAF team for organizing this, event every year, and all panelists who are consistent, almost every year into this and sharing their, experiences and valuable ideas to enhance the industry. The today's topic is the best practices for enhancing the productivity and the earnings. Earning is again, it's a profitability of a dealership, and this is the need of the hour. Maybe it is a small brand, big brand, fast-moving brand, slow-moving brand, big dealership, small dealership. This is the need of the hour because in the pandemic time, we have to make our turnover of 12 months turnover in 8 months, because in last 2 years, almost 2.5 months gone into lockdown, and then the slowdown. People are coming back from their villages, their homes, their mindset. So almost 1 quarter is going waste last 2 years, which we have seen in our in our style. So important is how to increase the mental level and a lot of other things to increase the productivity, and we have to implement new ideas. So what we have done as a dealer principal for Kia and Tata, we have 4 Tata showrooms now. And after COVID in pandemic, we created 5 facilities in automotive. We started 2 Tata dealerships, Karol Bagh and Narela, and another big setup for Kia. So total 2 workshops, 2 showrooms, and this. So I find myself that COVID has really done for wonders for automotive industry. The kind of pain, because why I'm saying this, because I am the dealer principal for Chevrolet. I know the pain, and you understand what I mean to say. I was a dealer principal for Nissan. I know the pain. No walk-ins, big showrooms, no service backup, calling, negative, atmosphere for the brands in the market. And after COVID, the kind of pain we are facing is what? We don't have chip, but we have long, bookings in our kitty. So these are the plus points. So COVID has really done wonders for auto industry overall. If we have seen the numbers for any brand, everybody is, locking good growth, whether it is whosoever it is. Even for dealers also who are smart, who are doing, well management of their funds, their involvement into dealerships, they again have done wonders, and they are again planning to do extensions like we did. So we are the dealership who created 7 3S facilities in last 7 years, and with our own funds. So how we are able to do it? I just wanted to share this. Maybe a lot of people, they find it meaningful. So first idea is the involvement of the dealer principal. That is the need of the hour into this business. Earlier it was an investment business. Dealer principal used to invest. They sit aside. They have multiple businesses. Still there are multiple businesses, but this business needs involvement. If you don't involve, because there are a lot of areas, a lot of departments, a lot of people, you have to groom them. You have to track them, how they are moving. And the best part is our car companies, they have designed their software, their all parameters in a very great manner. So we have realized, I myself personally telling, accepting it, that we have realized after becoming Kia dealer, after becoming Tata dealers, and we all know Kia being the second last entrant into Indian market and doing wonders in India, and other OEs, they are following what they have done. And the same way is Tata Motors in COVID, after pandemic, what wonders done for Tata Motors? Why their cars are moving? The same car line which is Nexon in 2018, the same car line, Altros, Tiago, Tagore. What changes they have done? So it's a learning for me also. So whatever we have done, we have learned in last 25 years from different manufacturers. So we have simply implemented those things in last 2 years very religiously. So what those things are? There are 6 points basically. First is the time management. We always learn from our school days how to manage time. In my own dealership, we used to saw earlier that they are washing team. They are not doing washing till 10:30, 11 o'clock, and the workshop opening time is 9 o'clock. So ultimately, it's a waste of productive time. They are sitting and they are going for proper washing at 11:30. And then working till late deliveries 6:30, 7 o'clock, and wasting a lot of resources, time, energy, their own family time which they are spending into companies. So what we have done is a time management. Simply, we have created diamex sheet for each and every level, from guard to washing guy to a floor in charge to a technician to a service advisor to a HR guy to a accounts guy. In from 9 to 10, how many cars you have washed? Just note it down. 1, 2, 3, whatever. So these things really helped us. And being a partner of, ASDC, so we are into trainings also. So that is also, helped us a lot for skilling, for reskilling, for upskilling. So these things really matters a lot. And especially last 2 years, what we have done is we have created our involvement. When I say our involvement means the complete management involvement above, from the VP level to general manager to CEO to the DP level, their involvement more with the manpower. Maybe it is a guard or maybe it is a washing guy, because we all know everybody during this pandemic, they suffered a lot with their cash reserves, from their mental state, their mental health. So we just try to upbring them, just to make them feel that, yes, we are with you. Don't worry about it. We are at your back. So we have floated endless, like lot many schemes for them, for advances, for big, loans for their housing, for treatments, for consultation, for quarter checkup of their, entire family members, for medicines. A lot of things we have done. But the important things which we have done to increase productivity, because we sensitize each and every, our dealership member, that see, it's a 12-month business which we have to do in 8 months. So it is up to in your hand. We can only provide you resources, facilities, and everything. Now you tell me your plan. What is your plan? Because we have to stretch ourselves. Extras का time है, दिल मांगे मोर का time है, क्योंकि हमें 12 महीने काम 8 महीने में करना है. आप बताइए कैसे कर सकते हैं? So they come up with their idea, sir. We will do more things, like targets. We are taking like 10 cars now. We'll wash 15 cars. We have, synced the car companies' suggestions. Like one service advisor can open 7 to 8 job cards. How much we are opening, and how much our service advisor can open any point of time, or they open in their, past job. Somebody is saying, I have opened 20 job cards in my lifetime. Just an example I'm telling you. Because there was no advisor, I was alone. So I opened 20 job cards when I was a part of that particular dealership. Okay. What is the recommendation by OE? It is 7 to 8 job cards per advisor. So we try to find out, okay, you do 8 job cards, we'll give you another guy, but make sure there should not be any mistake. Like FRFT. If we simply implement the good practices of all car companies, maybe it's a Toyota, maybe it's a Maruti, maybe it's a Hyundai, whatever. So automatically our productivity and profitability at dealership level will automatically boost. So what they want from us, first is the time management, and then we worked out a formula, like Anuj Bhai also, mentioned about productivity per day, and then productivity per person. That is very important to find out. Once we arrive those numbers, those figures, automatically our productivity and profitability will boost up. But of course, perfection has to be there. There should not be any repeat complaints, repeat jobs. We implemented penalties also. A lot of things we sensitize them basically. If you do right job, you will earn more. If you do wrong job, then it is always a dissatisfaction in your brain. You are not feeling easy to do any job. It is always, knocking your brain, गलत हो रहा है, penalty लग रही है. So work freely. And second, what we have done is we have created all, multi-technician bays, like 2-tech bay. We understood this concept from Maruti in year 2004, 2005, when they implemented like 2-tech concept. So being a, equipment supplier, manufacturer also, so we implemented everywhere as a 2-tech bay with exhaust system, with oil dispensers, whatever a technician needs, it should be available in the bay if you want to increase the productivity. So there should not be any reverse gear. We design in workshops in such a manner that there should not be any reverse gear. If it is going from, from guard point to directly the inspection bay, then advisor is opening job card, that is going to the washing area, or maybe it is going to the minor repair or other oil changes, then into washing area. So everything is like science. Minor repairs where you are driving, major repair where you are driving, and we are driving your body shop. Like Mr. Vishal, he rightly said, they implement, dry denting and a lot of other concepts just to generate cash revenues on daily basis. So I still remember we have done, few projects 15 years back, one for Hyundai and one for Maruti Service Masters, where we have designed, we proposed them. Because in a body shop, almost 70-60% cars belongs to single panel, double panel. And people don't mind it to pay, on the same day. They want solution. They don't want to spare their car for 2-3 days for, claim inspection and all those things. But somebody has to, take initiative for giving them education that, see, this is a facility available here. you want to get your this panel repair. So everybody, most of the guys, they said, okay, in the evening I'll get it right. Okay, yes, you will get it right. So they are feeling happy. They are feeling concerned. So two tech concept based with all latest equipments, machinery. So dealer principle, I think my suggestion to them is believe into equipments, believe into simple equipments which your car company recommend. Go for it. Ultimately, it is for increasing your productivity only, and productivity relates to your revenues directly. And then training. We keep telling them training is very important. And nowadays, what we have added is uh, because technical training automatically we are getting from car companies directly, and they are very advanced. And COVID has really done wonders for our technicians also. Now they are doing everything online. And one of my co-panelists, he also acknowledged and mentioned that yes, they are now very advanced. So training with attitude, gratitude, and the ethics. Ethic is what? What is the ethics of our principal company? What is the ethics of our dealership? So we have to make them sensitize. Ki you have attitude, which is a positive attitude. With gratitude and ethics, automatically things will grow. Your personality will improve, further improve, and then your sharing habit, and you have to have support others. So we are educating them again on one topic, which is I know I don't know. So everybody knows what is the pain area, but nobody is telling, nobody is knocking, nobody tokna band kar diya. So we should start, tokna. So हमारे group, जैसे like in our dealership, I have more than 160 groups, official 160 groups in all my business verticals, right? Automotive again 120, and I am very active and I'm enjoying, everything. And we are telling our managers, in charges, and all these are the leaders actually. Are not only the leaders, even an in charge, even a HOD, even a manager, even a department head. They all are leaders. They have to drive their departments. So if we see what changed after 2010 is the accountability.
Okay.
What changed after 2010 is ownership. Before 2000 we are not talking. Owners are talking ownership. But now even a spare part department we are talking. What is your ownership? ये part available क्यों नहीं कराया? So things have totally changed.
So Harshbhai, basically, we can also do another masterclass on you where you can share how to run automotive retail empire on WhatsApp, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah, it's very much possible.
All right. So that's fantastic. So I think these points on attitude, gratitude, and ethics, and these points on training, and doing the work of 12 months in 8 months, you remind me of Amitabh Bachchan of the movie Trishul. जो उन्होंने 25 साल में किया है वो मुझे 2 महीने में करना है.
So Anuj, I would kind of applaud.
So we just have one sec, DJ. We have one surprise speaker as well. All right, he had specially requested to come in just after Harshbhai, and of course he is running the after sales business of the second largest car maker in the country. So when we talk about earnings and productivity at a Bay Area, at a workshop area, what is it at a country level? So Punne sir, if you can just throw some light on that. Sorry for that, DJ. You can just join in after him. All right. Yeah.
Thank you. Actually, Mr. Harsh points were very emotional, as he is a very passionate dealer principal who is fully involved in the business. But on the top level, I want to add, I cannot learn more from Garima and all industry stalwarts. It's a very good opportunity, but I thought, let me share. Anuj, first of all, I have to appreciate because this is the right time you talked about workshop productivity. When in the sales, because of semiconductors, the top lines are getting little challenged in the last 3-4 months. So this is the right time where the workshops, really support our dealer partners. So we have a special plan on this, and we constantly work with our regional team and our dealer partners that whether it is lockdown or any holiday. For example, in Gujarat, Diwali means 7 days holiday. I used to ask, holidays everyone should enjoy. What is the recovery plan? If you are a workshop running 10 cars per day, how will you recover 70 cars? Give me the plan. After Diwali, when are you going to bring those 70? So we need to really work with that mindset that holiday में जो जाएगा तो हमेशा के लिए नहीं जाना चाहिए. It should come. It's like, it's not a meal that if you skipped it, you cannot have it together with another meal. But car service is a one thing which needs to be, if not on Monday, next Monday. It should be served. So to my friend Harsh, 8 महीने में करना ही है 12 महीने का बिजनेस यही approach में हम लोग काम कर रहे थे. That's why we could constantly talk to a dealer principal that what we missed in May, we should recover in August. Okay, running repair we can forget, which whatever did not break down or broke down. Body shops we lost some business, I understand, but we wanted to do on the maintenance services. We cannot go any one number lesser. So very personalized campaigns. So the thought process, as you rightly said, Mr. Harsh, all the dealer partners were to be told that if it is a holiday, Sunday. Now we are pushing a lot of workshops to work on 7 days. Why not the asset? Why the asset should not work on Sunday? People should not work for more than 6 days. All of us agree. But why the workshop should not work? Why the equipment should not work? So we were constantly talking to our dealer partners, hire little more persons so that the system is made to work. So slowly, overall numbers and overall productivity per workshop started increasing. And as you rightly said, Ms. Garima also will understand. We have got 3 years old service advisors. We have got 5 years old service advisors. In small workshop, even 12, 15 years old experienced advisors. Those guys still, attending to 8 cars, 7 cars. So we used to talk dealer principal. We have to get more, if not the numbers, at least on revenue. So we need to constantly coach those dealer principals, and on a OEM level also, we are constantly working on variable service advisors that we launched on variable service advisor load that we launched on last January. So these are the things, based on experience, but finally the technology front, we have adopted a software from a Singapore company that I talked about, Hyundai Intelligent Targeting Software. It's a smart service reminder mechanism between Harsh and Mr. Vishal, who will probably come to service without further follow-up. So based on the service experience, based on the number of previous visits to the dealer network, based on the amount spent, if the system based on data analytics says that Mr. Vishal is most probably to come with one WhatsApp reminder, focus on Mr. Vishal than making 5 calls to Mr. Harsh. So A, B, C, D, E. So we used to help. There dealers cannot make analytics software. OEMs have to invest. So we invested crores of money. Of course, slowly we are going to charge the dealer partners based on the revenue model. But we invested on the technology, the software that we use on the customer lifetime value, experience, cost, distance, etc. So then now it's easy for our dealers to first attend to the low-hanging fruits. Mr. Vishal should come first. Then I have to have a special package for Harsh. So like that, we have made technology to work for our customers. So HITS is doing amazing wonders. More than 160 dealers have. So the productivity is more than 15% between a HITS dealer and a non-HITS dealer. Because when we talk, all India dealers do not buy at once. Vishal will know. We need to slowly. We have to pilot through records, then go to 10 dealers, 15 dealers. So today, 150 dealers are on HITS, and their story is much, much different. So all of us have a good experience, but we should pull in, thanks to Anuj, all our experiences to enhance productivity at the manpower level. They will work, but the manpower should also, they should consider that we had a very, very tough time. Our dealership was closed for 10 days, 30 days, 40 days. We must work hard to get the car. So at all levels, we have to fire in all the cylinders. And finally, Mr. Harsh, and I have to thank Vishal also for talking about body shop. That's a very, very important cash cow area. Dealer to dealer, when we analyzed the workshop billing to the tune of 35% on the total billing to 45% of the total billing. It was very, because some dealers used to have a very good attractive selling of insurance premium, but a very, very low discount and very, very good offers. But workshop revenue used to go down because that same local garages and the customers will be pushed to go to local garages for the insurance premium that were bought in various neutral, policybazaar.com. All those things we need to educate the dealer. Where do you want to actually focus? We need to educate the customers for quality. This will be the cost. For various compromise, of course, it can be cheaper. So a lot of coaching discussion needs to be done with our dealer partners to show the area where they have to put the energy. And body shop, second important area is many dealers don't want to take any chance of managing the labor. They give it on contract, but the labor reserved profit is much, much lesser compared to a body shop that is run on own manpower. So these are 5-6 tricks where all the dealers should be educated, and we are also coaching our territory managers, because many a times our boys also go to the mechanical shop, talk about CX, all about service experience and all the KPIs, but they need to also educate. We need to educate our boys also that we must constantly monitor the dealer business, how is it growing. So we have been somewhat able to move the needle. And as I said, we benchmarked 2019 revenue model, and we clocked by December 31st, we'll be surpassing our 2019 workshop billing. So these are few points that I want. Of course, Dhananjay was talking about all the digital tools. I will not repeat, because starting from service reminder to service feedback, we need to rely on digital. We cannot call and trouble the customer. Digital tool, digital tool, digital tool. It's the only way forward to reduce the load on the customer care executives and save money. That's easy, and we can do always. So OEMs have to help dealers to invest on good technology. Even for pick and drop, we have got 2 technological companies, and we have helped the dealers to map their drivers. Where are they working? Where are they coming? Are they on in which route? So technology can be used to help the dealer partners, and that is how we can increase on productivity. Thank you.
That's fantastic, Punay sir. I think coming from you, second largest car maker in the country, if you can, pull this through at such high volumes, covering almost every possible geography in the country, then I think no company has an excuse not to do it. And the way you mentioned about this hits thing, I think now there's a reason why OEMs are called principal, or they are called parent company at times, because something like this, it is practically impossible, for a dealer entity to do it. So much of resources, so much of time, expertise, managing, coordinating, ensuring that there's complete troubleshooting, data from every possible location in the country for testing. I think there's a reason why it can be done in the perfect way, in the best way by an OEM, and giving that as a gift to your dealers. Of course, charges follow, but then that's an investment. There will be an ROI. They will surely enjoy the benefits, and then of course there's no free lunch. As simple as that. All right. So so DJ wanted to say something, so you can just feel free before we get into the summing up and key takeaway, because we already overshot by 4 minutes. Please feel free, DJ.
Yeah. So actually, what I said about two technicians on the bay, which almost like 2004-5, and Vishal were recollecting our visits to MSM Narayana to get this whole thing done. So really, I think 2-3 points with what I said is the way forward for the industry also, in terms of looking at more profitability and employee retention. The ownership build within the methods that he has adapted is a fantastic method, and that's something we look at. So I reflect back my idea about repeat visits, which I experienced in US in 2016. So the service technician or the technicians are clearly having targets, saying that what is your first time ride, first time. No, there's no repeat visit methodology, and they say, and then it's a clear contract. They write it with the technician, saying that if any repeat visits comes, that particular number of hours what you work, they will not pay, because there in US it's like it's how much number of hours productive you clock basis that you will get as salary. So it was a clear method that they adapted. Unlike in India, we have a standard structural, salary, and then above that an incentive model. There it's like you have a base model of salary, but you make more money out of the incentive. Sometimes the technician clocks and makes revenue more than the service manager. So that kind of a mindset to change in India would take a little longer. And also models like how Harsh was saying about bay productivity, like how you rent a car or how you do all those rental models. The bay also will go on rent to make more productive models. So that could be the models. Like if you're like a 13 years or 10 years, more resource, you can combine a service advisor, a 2 technician of the bay, and then rent it, so that the existing productivity can go and double, because they own that particular set of process and journey, and also instantaneously the customer satisfaction also will improve. This is something a thought process I want to leave, which would be the future model of the dealer business, to see more profitability if you want to come.
Fantastic.
Because if you give the tool to the guy who is running it, the efficiency, because how many number of times you repeat it, they go back to the old practices, because old habits die hard.
Sure.
So changing that, the best thing is to give the responsibility to the person of that.
Fair enough.
Own your way, own your customer. That would be the way it would go. And like Mr. Punai said, digital transformation and analytical tools will make a difference.
So rent the bay, own your customer, own your bay. So that's a new bay watch from DJ for all of us, right? So now let's quickly get into quick, summarization. So quick summary of whatever we have discussed. So I would like to request the speakers to talk for 15 and 20 seconds on the key takeaway that they feel they want to give to the industry for the next 3 to 6 months on productivity, on earning, on Omicron, on getting their Jazba high. So we'll start with Ms. Garima, who had started the discussion. And the other thing which I really want to say is that a lot of discussions took references from what Ms. Garima and Harshbhai have mentioned. So it's not just that it's always flowing from the OEMs to the dealer, principals or, people in the dealerships. It's also the best practices from the great dealer groups comes to the OEMs too. Hey, if Landmark can do it, if Splash Group can do it, why can't all the other dealers do it too? So Ms. Garima, over to you for your takeaway.
I think what a fantastic session, Anuj. Thanks to you. A lot of good things coming from DJ, Harshi, Vishalji, everybody. I think the key takeaway from here is that don't lose heart. Have your people glued in. Genuinely believe in their upliftment, genuinely work on their skilling. And I'm very sure that if they are motivated, if they are trained, if they have the wherewithal, there is no way that any business will see a low. Very honestly, I'm telling you that just like Harsh mentioned, for us, these COVID months or years have been fantastic. Just because we never took our sight from our people, we believed in them, we helped them at every point, and they fought back with us. They gave it all. So whether it was working late, whether it was whenever they could work, they gave their best. The output has been absolutely phenomenal. Even if the productivity on the UIO or the throughput has been low, but productivity per throughput has really, we've done really well. And I think I thank my team, all the people who work with us, who made this possible.
That's fantastic, Ms. Garima. And really, coming from you, who represents the biggest dealer group in the country, 133 outlets plus and counting. If you are saying and you are vouching that it's teams all the way, that the team stood by you, then, it's a unit economics model. And if it can work for 133 plus outlets, it has to work for one outlet or two outlets too. So it's very important. We always keep saying, hey, we are in the manufacturing business or we are in the trading business, but eventually it's the people who are running the show, as simple as that. So, and I think this pandemic has really taught this and given this message loud and clear, that if we are there for our people, the people are there for us. We take care of our people and they take care of our customers, period.
Yeah.
So great.
Just one more thing, Anuj, I'd like to add. So technology, I think what COVID has also taught us the importance of technology. Just at our level, we must ensure that the technology and people don't work in silos. Integrate them. Integrate technology and people. That is going to be the key. People must understand the need for technology. They must understand the technology that we are adopting. To the team, take that time out to teach them, to tell them, to explain them. And I'm sure if technology and people work together, there's no looking back. Really, COVID or no COVID, or maybe a pandemics to come, and we will be able to sail through.
Great. So integrate the people, integrate technology, and rest assured your revenue streams shall also be integrated. All right. So now coming to DJ for his key takeaway.
So my key takeaway is if you really want profitability and productivity in place, resource optimization is a key. People think resource optimization is reduce people. No, it's the other way. Ensure your skill matrix is in place so that you have multitasking abilities of the team, and a lot of knowledge and skills are not identified because there's no proper assessment of the guy. The guy would be better than his current role. That assessment something has to come in place. The second thing is clearly the need of service differentiator from would be a kind of a key norm or enabler for the future. You need to have a service differentiator why customer want to have, and customer stickiness comes by these two enabling methods of having the right people and also having the right process in place. So continuous process improvement is the way forward.
Great. That's fantastic. So Vishal, coming to you for your key takeaway.
So my key takeaway will be definitely, yes, as Garima rightly said, manpower, they are the real heroes, specifically after sales. Sales was still managing the show from calls or working from home, but after sales guys were actually on the field, right? They were attending customers, they were attending the distress calls, issues, whether it was personal, even technicians or workshop teams, after sales team went to that level of offering services to doctors, police team, and everything beyond, which was beyond the car, right? So thanks to all the team members of after sales across all OEMs. Hats off to them, because they have actually shown the courage and the bravery in this entire duration. However, as a business, if I talk about now, yes, we need to consolidate technology and people, rightly said by Garima. Plus, we need to integrate all the business units, and that's our vision as a brand. Garima can definitely know it well. We are now working on how we can integrate sales with Dassault Auto as a used car channel, how we can utilize these benefits in our after sales business. So we are working in that direction, that how we can consolidate completely for the after sales. Like for our used car business, now we are launching internal service value packages, extended warranty programs, so that these customers who are buying used cars also from us, Volkswagen specifically, can be retained within our network. They should not have any option to go outside. They should treat Volkswagen dealership as one-stop shopping for any kind of business, whether it is buying a tire or getting a new car. So everything from end to end should be serviced at our dealership. That's our vision, that's our future, and that's how we want our dealers to be more productive. And that's my message and key takeaway from this forum. Thank you very much, everyone.
Great. So Vishal, you're actually integrating the revenue streams.
yeah, that's the vision, frankly.
Fantastic. More and more power to you. So Harsh bhai, your key takeaway, please.
I would like to, I'm going to take slightly more time. I would like to mention three things also, which is very important for, dealer principle in the car companies, because if dealer is healthy, then automatically they are, relaxed. Otherwise, it takes a lot of time to create, new dealers and challenges. So one very important thing is dealer principal and their team has to be very, very active and prompt on insurance payout, finance payouts, warranty claims, and all those things, because ultimately they are only in the books. If you see actually, and for claiming those things, everything is digital based. But dealerships manpower is currently not that much equipped, or maybe few dealers are doing it. But these are the big pain areas which affect your profitability at the end of the year, when you have to write off a lot of the things like warranty claims. You claim it or you miss to claim it, and ultimately after few quarters or few months, car company they reject it. So dealer principal never come to know about these gaps. So finance payouts is again one important area, which are big add-ons these days. I am into this business not because of selling cars. I am into just business just to make money, because the fourth component is mine. The first is landlord, second is banker, third is the staff salary, and the fourth component is mine. Whether I pay it from my pocket or I take it into my pocket. So all those things affect add-ons is very, very important. And for add-ons, like all car companies, they have their own insurances, their own preferred bankers, and everything in place. So we have to take customer consent when we are selling any kind of add-on. Maybe it is a value-added service, or maybe it is an insurance, because a lot of complaints are coming these days, especially into metros, because everybody has access to it. Everybody is insurance agents in their own network. So they are raising complaints. Why I am getting why dealership is pressurizing for taking their insurance. So ultimately, it is a complaint to customer department, and everybody is engaged into solving those complaints. So it is a killing of time and energy and money ultimately. And the third is the multitasking. My request, because Puni sir is also here, so my request to all car companies is, if we can really implement the multitasking culture in India, we should not follow one car company, who is selling 5 cars per CA, that is good to go. And everybody is pushing like 5 CA is a mandatory for the industry. We have guys in our dealership who book almost 34 bookings in October and deliver 21 cars. And their average score is 12, 15 cars. So we have potential of those guys. Even internationally, if you see in Dubai or other countries, there is one sales guy who is doing RTO also, who is selling insurance also, who is doing all the things on the system, because everything is a system driven. Why we need separate guys for separate department, ultimately creating problems for the dealership, or ultimately there's so many hands. Why we need so many hands? So one customer consultant should handle one customer entire need, from booking to delivery to reference. So these cultures we should, I think, encourage in the Indian auto industry. And my take for this entire seminar is like, Omicron kuch nahi hota hai. It is only a distraction created by Western countries for us. Leaders should keep in their mind, suppose एक गाड़ी चला रहे, किसी ने हमें टोका कि तेरी गाड़ी की हवा निकल गई है, should we stop it? और हमारे दिमाग में आता है कि यार पता नहीं आगे लूट ना ले हमें. So Omicron is like this only. So we should be in alert mode for some time. We should keep watching as a leader, but we should make our team, relaxed. Kuch nahi aane wala, we are with you. Don't worry about it. Just keep healthy, eat healthy diet, conserve your money. These are the 2 things you do. Rest, leave it on us.
Eat healthy and come to Sparsh Healthcare and Wellness.
Yeah. That's again very good part, because it is based on preventive healthcare. If you want to avoid doctors and hospitals, so better believe into your mother advice or your dadi advice. Haldi ka doodh to peena padega if you want to increase your
By the way,
immunity.
I did not make this up. Harsh Bhai actually has this new venture called Sparsh Wellness and Healthcare, where he has the doctors, medical experts, and he has alternative and naturopathy, medicines too, the Unani, Ayurveda. Then he has a health cafe where all the natural ingredients are used to prepare dishes. He has a dietitian who gets all the things done. He has a sound therapy room. In fact, I had experienced it. I had gone with my family, and it's really amazing. We even bought a lot of stuff from this wellness center. It's fantastic. It's very unique. It's a must visit. And then during these days of high stress, mental health issues, I think these things are always welcome. So, so Pune sir, your key takeaway before we wrap up the session.
So before my takeaway, I would like to ask Harsh, did you like the personal mobility advisor concept, 3-in-1, calling, the previous calling also, and post-service calling also, 1 person, multitasking? That is what we are working on. So, okay. Yeah. So on the summary, I'd like to take on OEM front, we need to focus constantly on technology analytics for getting more cars in our dealer network. It is our duty. Second, always offering, like Vishal was saying, very, very customer-centric value offering service packages to retain our customers in the authorized network. So these 2 responsibilities will always remain with the OEMs. And on the dealer's point, while the modern cars are coming with a lot of good technology, 20 years old technician, he knows all that old things, that things should be forgotten, and he should relearn on the current connectivity items, on the current DCT, DPF, Euro 6 norms, etc., and they should be well trained in-house by the dealer partners and retained. Every time train and hire a new guy, then train. So dealers will indirectly lose more money. So on dealer part, the takeaway is they should constantly focus on upskilling, like DJ, Vishal all said, and retain them. Then only the profit. Otherwise, too much of repeat job, too much of a diagnostic time, all that are cost. It is not built. It is lost time and money. So these 2 things as a key takeaway. Anuj.
That's fantastic, sir. That's really amazing. And we have overshot by a good 21 minutes. That the discussion was very enthralling and very engaging.
We are not productive.
And very productive. Did you say non or?
We are not productive. We have overshot the time.
Oh, like that. Okay. But I think in the interest of the workshop productivity, even if we have overshot time, given some additional sutras or key takeaways, I think it's worth it. How it works, it's very rare that, the top vehicle after sales people come together for a session like this and people are watching. And even if they can, implement one small thing as a key takeaway, that's why we ask for key takeaways towards the end, especially, because they will say, ye Punnai ji ne bola, ye Vishal ji ne bola, ye Garima ma'am ne bola, ye Harsh sir ne bola, ye DJ ji ne bola, unke experience se aa raha hai. So even if they implement one single key takeaway and it works for them, that gives them confidence. So they'll be open to more. And these videos are all recorded. They're all there on RAF TV forever. So you can keep going back and forth, keep searching, keep learning. And VAV's motto is direct to action. So even if one service advisor, one technician can enhance his or her earning by 10%, can have a better life, quality of life, gets a little more incentive for his family, I think our job is done at World Auto Forum. So saying that, so thanks a ton, ladies and gentlemen. Really, really appreciate your inputs and your insights. So over to you, Kiran ma'am.
Thank you, Anuj. That was really a fantastic session. And like you said, that there were some brilliant lines to take away from here, not just for the people in the auto industry, but in any workplace that you are. I mean, this line by Harsh sir has really hit me. कि अगर कोई कहे कि आपकी गाड़ी के टायर की हवा कम है तो क्या गाड़ी चलाना बंद कर दोगे? नहीं, you will go and get the air filled and carry on with the journey. So the show must go on. And this is one principle that I'm going to imbibe. I've learned it. It was a brilliant session with such seasoned professionals talking. I think it was amazing. You don't get opportunities like this, commonly, where such people come together on one platform and tell you all this. We would like to express our heartfelt thanks to this panel for giving us their valuable time and sharing their expertise and experience. And we would like to offer you, in all humility, a token of appreciation. That is for Garima Misra, Managing Director, Group Land Bar. Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Vishal Bhatt, Head After Sales Business and Service, Volkswagen, India.
Thank you very much, everyone.
Mr. Harsh Vashish, Managing Director, Satyam Group of Companies. Mr. M. Dhananjayan, who is the Managing Director, Focus Group India and Middle East. Mr. S. Punaivanam, Vice President and Head After Sales Service, Hyundai Motor India. And Mr. Anuj Guglani, CEO, World Auto Forum, Senior Partner, VAF Ventures. Thank you ever so much, ladies and gentlemen. And now, as the time draws near to bring the summit to a close, I'd like to request Mr. Anuj Guglani to begin the valedictory ceremony and give his vote of thanks.
Thanks a lot, Kiran ma'am. So now we have come to a very important part of this, of the 7th IVASS, that is a valedictory and the vote of thanks. So of course, this program has been made possible by our annual partners, who contribute to our existence, quite frankly, who help us pay our bills. So our valued partnerships. So first of all, we'd like to really thank from the bottom of our heart our OEM Gold partner, and that is one of the biggest car makers in the world, Volkswagen, known for their cars built, known for their cars safety, design. And in India, they have just delivered on their promise, launched 4 amazing products, and they're doing wonders in the market. Really hats off to Volkswagen. You guys rock. Then we have Morris Garages, one of the youngest kids on the block, came to India hardly, 2.5, 3, not even 3 years back, yet to be 3, 2.5 years back. And they've taken the market by storm with the latest design, connected vehicles, electric vehicles, high on ADAS, autonomous, level products, and very nice, catchy branding, very nice to look products, fantastic. So MG team, MG Motor India, thanks a ton, you rock again. Of course, our gold partners, Gallops, based in Ahmedabad, and now they are, across several states, and they have dealerships of various OEMs. Hyundai, Mahindra, Bajaj, BMW, Tata Motors, CVBU. In fact, they have been our longest standing gold partners, and we really appreciate the way they have grown and the way they're known to have the lowest attrition rate in an industry which has a very high attrition. So really, Gallup's fantastic job. Keep it up. And of course, Abbott, we took Abbott on board because of this COVID, the pandemic, the endemic, and the way these guys are, rolling out their testing kits. You see at the airport, there are serpentine queues for testing the instant molecular PCR, but their test kit, as they say, the result comes in hardly 30 minutes flat. And you can self-administer it. It's very easy to use and it's pretty accurate. And of course, it's Abbott, the name says it all. So that's why we took them as our gold partners. If we can, disseminate their message in the industry, because they only told us, they only educated us that the coronavirus can, live on services like plastics and metals and so forth for more than 80 hours. So that's really high concern. So thanks a ton, Abbott, for powering and protecting our beautiful industry. And of course, One Motor India, the youngest British EV brand to come to India. Great products, very retro-looking products, high performance design. They recently launched, and they are getting very good response. They exhibited at the BIEC at the Green Expo at Bangalore, and the who's who, a lot of celebrities also came. In fact, Shri Ravi Shankar ji also came to the pavilion and blessed them. So I told them, "Ab to tumhara pakka successful ho jayega." The who's who is coming to bless you. So One Motor India, wish you all the very best for India. Then skilling partners, ASDC, we've always been very proud of the work that ASDC is doing in the country, the way they are skilling up our industry people. In fact, 3 years back, during one of our panels at IVASS, it was a very rough panel, a lot of sparks flying all over. And, within 3 days, we were called to the ASDC office. Tum log kya discuss kar rahe the? Yahan discuss karo, sarf wahan mat karo. So we said, yes, we believe in direct to action. And, you won't believe they took all the feedbacks so seriously, and within a month or so, they made up a plan to train and skill 100,000 roadside technicians, which they plan to ramp up to 1 million. And that's really, a work which is very important for the country. And they are not just helping the OEMs or the aftermarket or the independent garages. They are going right till the ground level to help and skill the roadside technicians through programs like RPL. It's really fantastic. Kudos to Team ASDC. And of course, in our partners, we have Focus Engineering. So you've heard DJ during his keynote, during the discussion, panel discussion. They're doing some great work in India, Middle East. They work with so many OEMs across the world. And I think they are a treasure trove of knowledge, experience, skill, know-how to enhance the productivity, earnings, and bottom line of workshops. And that's what counts, doesn't it? And next is Motor Uncle. That's our home venture for the confused car buyer and the hassled car service customer. It's more like a side hustle, but still we've been able to sell a lot of cars, and a lot of customers, it's the first point and the last point to come for car inquiry and buying cars. So motoruncle.com, the team rocks. And in media partners, we have Patriot. Thanks a ton. Thanks so much, Patriot. A newspaper started by Bharat Ratna Aruna Asaf Ali ji more than 6-7 decades back. A newspaper known for their unbiased editorials and features, and we keep getting full page features here.
It's 4:30.
So all the learnings and key takeaways from IVASS would be condensed into a full page feature by Kiran ma'am, and that shall go as a full page feature in the Patriot. And of course, WAF TV, our automotive think tank tube, our webcasting channel. You can just Google WAF TV. And by the way, WAF is a very generic acronym. It stands for Web Application Firewall. So WAF is 12 years old, but WAF, the Web Application Firewall, is decades old. But still, if you Google WAF TV, it immediately opens, WAF TV. That shows that the people are really, Googling it and visiting it. So that's the way Google indexes WAF TV as WAF TV. So thanks a ton, our partners. We could not have done this program without you. And of course, our digital agency partners, Team Quick Digital, they're based in Chennai and they're doing some stellar work. So Ravi, Satish, Karthik, you guys rock, man. The way you have supported for the digital marketing, the creatives, the website, it's really amazing. Truly value it. And of course, Team Chopra AV, they're not here. They are the ones who always manage our offline programs, and they do for the who's who. Even Mr. Modi's programs are done by them. And the reason why we're mentioning them here is because they were supposed to do our offline program and they're not They could not do it because of obvious reasons, but still we value your partnership and your association. So Manmohan Chopra ji, Sunil ji, Ravinder ji, Rajan Kapoor ji, thank you so much for powering our programs in the before COVID era, and we shall surely meet in the new normal. Thank you so much. And of course, what can we do without the team WAF? So Kiran ma'am, Jerry sir, Kunal and me. So thank you so much. You know, late nights, early mornings, so many dry runs, research, creatives, you know, late dinners or no dinners. Well, that's actually healthy, but late breakfast. You've seen it all, done it all. Thank you so much. Cannot thank you enough. In fact, it should be wrong to say thank you. I just can't get away by just saying thank you. So thanks a ton. Thank you very much. A lot of gratitude, attitude, and ethics, right, Harsh bhai? So thanks a ton, Team WAF. You always rock. Thank you so much. So friends, happy holidays. Wish you a great, safe, and amazing 2022. And this Omicron, we shall get over this too together when we are together. And we have to be together. There's no other way. Thanks a ton. Have a great evening. Have a great weekend. Thank you so much. Signing off from WAF. Thank you. Thanks a ton.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.